were not close enough together, he descended into the shadows of the dark alleys and scurried along in secret. Once he reached Fort Moneski, he found it easy to breach. He already knew the layout and typical guard schedules and routes from his studies with the masters and strikers. Now that he knew more about the strikers, it made sense that they would have that kind of information. There had been times when some of the strikers would leave the fortress for weeks at a time and return with fresh information. The question was, why? Tonight, though, Rezkin wanted to find out more about these rebels of whom the lieutenant spoke. After scaling the wall and dodging the patrol, Rezkin slipped from shadow to shadow across the yard and into a dark alcove. Intent on entering the building through a second-story window, Rezkin clambered atop a sturdy barrel and launched himself into the air. He caught hold of an iron hook jutting from the wall that was meant to hold a lantern. His forward momentum and impressive abdominal muscles carried him higher still, and he flipped into the air once before catching the stone sill of the window. The warrior pulled his body up to perch in the sill while he worked at the window catch. The glass panes swung silently inward, and Rezkin slipped into the darkness. After closing and latching the window, the young warrior skulked through the dark office. His actual target was across the hall and down one door. He listened closely at the door and then nudged it open. The corridor was dark and empty. Rezkin padded softly over the stones and stopped outside the colonel's office. The young spy slipped his lockpicks from the pouch at his belt and easily disarmed the mechanism. Someone really needs to upgrade the security around here, he thought. He closed and locked the door behind him. As a security measure, this room had no windows, but that only made Rezkin's job that much easier. He unwound some of the strips of fabric that wrapped around his frame. These strips served two functions. First, they held his clothes tight to his body to keep them from getting caught on things. Second, they could be removed for use in other capacities, like tying or hanging objects or people or wrapping wounds, if necessary. At this moment, Rezkin stuffed them under and around the doorframe to prevent any light from leaking out when he lit the lamp. Once the lamp was lit, he moved about the office swiftly. He carefully thumbed through papers in drawers and baskets atop the desk and found nothing but staff reports, inventory logs, and other mundane business. Lastly, he checked the sack of outgoing correspondence. Each of the messages was stamped with the colonel's seal, ready to be delivered. The intruder heated a thin knife in the lamp flame and slipped it carefully under each seal so as not to disturb the wax. Rezkin read through each missive, even finding those Lieutenant Jimson was intended to carry. A few of the messages to other commanders mentioned the rebel threat, but did not go into detail. One of the letters outlined the locations and numbers involved with attacks in the last few months. Another appeared to be a reply to a previous letter from a striker Handina. It briefly mentioned the missing prince and wished the captain luck in his investigation. Two letters caught Rezkin's eye that were nearly exact duplicates. They were both about him. They provided his name and description and identified him as a sword-bearer. The letters described his recent adventure with the bandits and his future plans. They even included the names and descriptions of his companions. One was addressed to the king's seneschal, and the other was, interestingly, addressed to General Markham. After only a moment's consideration, he returned the general's letter to the bag, but slipped the letter to the seneschal into his pocket with the intention of destroying it later. Then again, it was a letter addressed to the seneschal with the colonel's seal, and if he were to deliver it himself, it could easily be interpreted as a letter of introduction. Some people would pay a small fortune to have such a letter in their possession. Making sure everything was back in order, he returned the room to darkness. The warrior waited several moments while his eyes adjusted to the lack of light. After retrieving the strips of cloth from around the door and winding them back around his body, he slipped out of the colonel's office and back down the hall. Escaping the fort without being observed was easier than getting in, since the guards were looking for people entering, not leaving. Rezkin made his way back through the city without incident, and the difference between the peaceful, laurelous, and crime-ridden capital city of Justine was never more apparent. The young warrior climbed to the second-floor window of his room, which cast a small amount of light into the alley since Tam had left a candle burning. One glance through the window, and he had to smile. Was this his first genuine smile? Perhaps. He drew his thin dagger, nudged the window open a hair's width, and slipped the dagger into the crack between the window and the sill. Very carefully, he used his dagger to press down on the tip of the dagger Tam had placed in the sill, like Rezkin had shown him. Sliding the window up the rest of the way, he quickly snatched Tam's dagger before it fell. Tam was snoring contentedly in his bed. Rezkin closed the window and replaced Tam's dagger. The door had been barred, but there was no dagger to alert Tam when Rezkin entered. Tam must have realized the bar would not hinder the young warrior's entrance. The next morning, Tam woke to see Rezkin sleeping in his bed. He had no idea when the young warrior had returned last night, but it had to have been very late. Tam had stayed up most of the night out of concern for his friend. When Rezkin disappeared just after his conversation with Frisha, he understood that Rezkin had been more upset than Tam previously realized. Rez was so steady and solid, and he always acted like a gentleman, especially toward Frisha. Someone who did not know Rez might have thought the young warrior unaffected with his stoic demeanor, but Tam knew Rezkin had been devastated. He hoped that Rez had not gotten into any trouble during the night. Dressing as quietly as he could, Tam slipped out of the door and went down to the common room for breakfast. It was well past sunrise, another reason he knew Rez was not well. Frisha was drinking a cup of tea while waiting on her food to arrive. Tam joined her at the table and waited to be served. Frisha cleared her throat. Where's Rez? In bed, Tam stated shortly. Oh, Frisha said with surprise. That's unusual for him. Is he unwell? Tam gave her a flat look. Frisha had the grace to blush, but said nothing. He was out all night. I would not expect him to get up before noon if he were me. The young woman gasped. All night? What could he have been doing all night? Tam shrugged. I am sure I don't want to know, he said cryptically. He knew he was being mean, but he was furious with Frisha for the way she had treated Rez. Frisha had not intended to hurt Rez, Tam understood, but he did not think that made any difference to his friend. It sounded like Rezkin had endured a hard life growing up. It did not seem like there could have been a lot of love to go around under the conditions he had described. Rezkin had somehow attached his heart to Frisha, and his childhood friend had bludgeoned it. Oh, Frisha moaned, hiding her face in her hands. I've really messed things up, haven't I? I really didn't mean to hurt him. It all just came out wrong. How can I fix this? She begged. Tam shook his head. I don't know. I guess you should just tell him how you really feel. How do you feel, Frisha? Do you even want him? Is this just a temporary fling until you find your nobleman? Would you really be willing to give up wealth and status for a man who essentially amounts to a well-mannered vagabond? Tam, you know me. You know I don't care about being a lady or wealth or status. I'm fine with being a commoner. And I think I do want Rez. He's everything I always dreamed a man should be. It doesn't matter to me that he owns little and has no family, Frisha said. So you do want to marry him? Tam asked outright. Well, we haven't known each other long. Barely a couple of weeks. But it wouldn't be any different if I were to marry a noble. If I had to say yes or no right now, I would definitely say yes. Okay, just don't hurt him, Frisha, Tam said. He doesn't deserve it. I know, she replied softly. Rezkin had heard Tam moving around the room. The young man could not move quietly to save his life. The warrior had only been asleep for a couple of hours, and knew he would not be able to sleep much longer, despite having stayed up all night. The sunlight was streaming in the window, and people were moving about outside. Finally, he could stand it no longer. He dressed quickly in a dark blue shirt and gray pants. He strapped on his swords and secreted away his daggers, but left his armor behind. When he entered the common room, Frisha and Tam were just finishing their breakfast. The young warrior took a seat at the table with his friends, but the mood was somber. What is wrong? He asked. Is something amiss? Frisha worried her lip anxiously and glanced at Tam. Tam nodded once, and then said, I'll just be up in the room. Rezkin cocked his head as he watched the young man leave. Is he upset? He inquired. Yes, a bit, Frisha answered honestly. Did I fail in some way? Rezkin asked. He did not think he had dishonored Tam in any way, but maybe his friend was upset that Rezkin had not been in the room last night. Had Tam been concerned? No, not at all. He's actually upset with me, Frisha replied. Rezkin did not ask why Tam was upset with Frisha. It was none of his business. and he really did not wish to get involved in a dispute between his friends. What if they asked him to choose a side? He could not honor one without dishonoring the other. "Reskin, may I speak with you for a moment?" Frisha asked anxiously. Were they not already speaking? "Of course," he replied. When we're in Kybane," she started, "it's just, I don't want you to go. I want to be with you." Reskin nodded. "Then you can come with me," he replied. Frisha's eyes widened. "Come with you?" He nodded once again. "To the tournament," he said. You would like me to go with you?" Frisha asked in pleasant surprise. "I want you to always be with me," he stated with resolve. It was so much easier to protect her when she was with him. He had been fretting over how to do so when he would be so far away. If she came with him, it would solve his dilemma. "You do?" She beamed excitedly. "Yes, of course," he said. "That is, unless you marry one of those nobles. I cannot see taking you with me after that." Frisha was tearing up now. "Oh, Rez, I don't want to marry a noble." "Good. Then it is settled. You will come with me," Reskin stated with finality, and gave her his best smile. Frisha swooned in happiness. After finishing his late breakfast, Reskin took Tam and Frisha into the courtyard where he started Frisha's training with throwing knives and continued Tam's sword lessons. After breaking for the midday meal, Frisha and Tam needed to go to the market for supplies. On the way out of the inn, they encountered Raylan, who made an extra effort to step into their path, effectively bringing them to a halt. "Where are you guys going?" she asked. She had a way of speaking a little too loudly, even when raised voices were not required. Tam looked at her sideways. "We are going to the market," the young man replied. "Great! Let's go!" Raylan returned loudly. Tam scowled at the young woman's audacity. She had not even been invited, and now she was ordering them around. The rest of the afternoon was spent perusing market stalls and collecting odds and ends. Reskin ordered a supply of oats to be delivered to the inn for the horses. Since they were not taking any pack animals, a good amount of grazing would have to suffice. The land between Laurelus and Kybane was much the same as that which they crossed on their trek from the river, so there would be plenty of grasses to be had. The group returned to the inn in the evening, so they would not have to spend additional money on a meal. After dinner, the travelers bathed and packed anything they would not need before their departure. Lieutenant Jimson arrived with the horses, just as the sun was beginning to lighten the sky. The beasts were large and sturdy, as would be expected of army horses. The smallest was a pretty Palomino mare that was still a bit too large for Raylan, but it would have to suffice. Raylan did not seem to mind as she went about securing her pack behind the saddle. Tam and Frisha stood cautiously at a distance, not really knowing what to do with the beasts. Both were chestnuts, one gelding and one mare. Tam's mare had a white star on its head and white fetlocks. Frisha's mount was a hand or so shorter and had darker fetlocks and a nearly black mane and tail. Jimson rode a dappled gray gelding. At first, the horses nickered and shied away from Reskin's massive black charger, but they eventually settled to follow his lead. Their first day on the trade route, the travelers did not get as far as Reskin had hoped due to Tam and Frisha's inexperience and complaints of saddle sores. Raylan did not ride often, and was also quite sore, but true to her word, she was a competent rider. Since they did not reach the village where they intended to stay, the travelers were forced to camp off the road. Many nights of camping were to be enjoyed on this journey. Jimson went about setting up camp while Frisha and Tam gathered firewood. Raylan and Reskin both had bows, so they set out to hunt for fresh meat. Reskin took the opportunity to scout the area and found that, as expected on the trade route, people had passed through recently. Luckily, none were in the vicinity at that time. When everything was situated and a brace of rabbits was roasting over the fire, Raylan sidled up to Reskin. She stood much closer than was comfortable for the young warrior, but he made no overt moves to stop her. Raylan tilted her head far back and said, "Wow, you really are a big guy, huh?" She shifted her weight, placing one hand on a cocked hip, and grinned with a twinkle in her eye. "Are you so big everywhere?" she asked demurely through thick lashes. Raylan took a small amount of sadistic pleasure in the gasp that emanated from Frisha's throat. Frisha could not believe the audacity of the little blonde tramp, and how dare she behave so with Reskin? Reskin, however, was considering the question seriously. Why would the young woman be so concerned about his size? It did make a certain sense that, given her short stature and the discrimination she had received because of it from the soldiers, she would naturally focus on size as being of great importance. Rezkin, of course, disagreed. Looking down at the petite woman, he replied, "Obviously, I am large, but size is not necessarily of the most significance. What is most important is one's skill." "Oh," she said sweetly. "Have you many skills?" Rezkin nodded in the affirmative. "I have mastered all of the skills," he stated succinctly. Raylan grinned and reached out to stroke his arm. Rezkin withheld his instinct to thrust the young woman away or knock her unconscious. "Is that so? Perhaps you'd be willing to show me some of your skills, then?" she asked suggestively. "Certainly," Rezkin said. "You can join Tam and Frisha in their weapons trainings if you like." With this statement, he turned and walked away. Tam and Frisha, who had been completely shocked during the entire exchange, could not possibly hold back their laughter at the look of stunned dejection on Raylan's face. Raylan glared at them over heated cheeks and then stormed into the dark trees. Frisha, having been furious during the last few minutes of conversation, tried to maintain her composure, but could not hide the satisfied grin that graced her lips. When Rezkin glanced up from rifling in his pack, she gave him a stunning smile of approval. Tam walked over to Rez and remarked, "You really have a way with women." "What?" Rezkin asked in confusion. "Yeah, they all seem to flock to you. Now you have them throwing themselves at you. But you handled Raylan well. She was being way too forward, especially in present company. I think you managed to put her in her place. I don't see her doing that again. It's just as well. Someone needed to teach her." Rezkin had no idea what Tam was talking about. All he had done was agree to teach her weapons skills. He had attempted to dispel the misconception that her size was a limitation on her advancement as a warrior. Was that the lesson to which Tam was referring? Since Raylan was not one of his friends, Rezkin did not feel truly concerned. She was not his responsibility. Rezkin shrugged and replied, "It does not matter so much to me. She will learn or she will not. It is up to her." "I'm starting to regret letting her come with us," Tam stated, as he stared in the direction Raylan had gone. "Why is that?" Rezkin asked, suddenly alert. Had Tam picked up on some sign Rezkin had missed that indicated the woman was a threat? I don't trust her. I don't know why, but there is something wrong with that girl," Tam replied. Rezkin nodded and said, "You should listen to your instincts. Sometimes your mind picks up more than your consciousness. We will keep an eye on her, and if she becomes a problem, I will take care of it." Tam eyed Rezkin quizzically and then shrugged. "You're the expert on women. I'll leave it up to you." Several more days passed, each nearly identical to the last. They would rise at dawn, ride until midday when they would break for lunch, and then ride until about an hour or two before sunset. In the evenings, Rezkin trained his friends, including Lieutenant Jimson and Raylan, in their various weapons. After Raylan had stormed off the first night, she had sulked for a while and remained aloof around Rezkin. There was no end to her annoyance of Tam and Frisha, though. It was as if she was taking out her anger toward Rezkin on his friends. The girl was hot-headed, defensive, and prone to bragging. She went on and on about her exploits as a warrior, which were no doubt largely fictionalized. Lieutenant Jimson tried to maintain a distance from the whole mess. Raylan mostly ignored his presence, probably only because he was an army officer. One day after the midday meal, Frisha invited Rezkin to take a stroll with her before they continued their ride. She said she needed to stretch her legs, but she really just wanted an opportunity to be alone with the handsome warrior. When they returned to the group, they were speaking amicably, and Frisha was smiling and laughing softly. Raylan decided she had to put aside her sore feelings and try another method if she was going to get Rezkin to notice her. That night, as the others were setting up camp, Raylan approached Rezkin once again. "Rez," she said sweetly, "may I speak with you for a moment?" "Of course," he replied. The two walked a few paces away from camp to speak in private. Tam and Frisha watched Rez and Raylan walk into the deepening shadows. Frisha scowled and huffed. "What is that hussy up to now?" Tam shrugged. "I don't know, but I wouldn't worry about it. Rez can handle himself." Frisha turned her glare on her best friend. "I'm not worried about him handling himself. I'm worried about him handling her." The young man sighed loudly. "Oh, come on, Frisha. You know he's totally smitten with you. He doesn't want Raylan. He's probably just going to have a talk with her about how annoying she's being. I know I would be glad for it to stop. Frisha was only mildly mollified. If she tries to steal him from me, I'll... You'll what? Asked Tam with a smirk. I don't know, but it won't be pretty, Frisha snapped. Lieutenant Jimson was sitting quietly off to the side, taking in all the drama. On the one hand, he was glad he was not a part of it. On the other, he kind of wished Raylan would give him even a small amount of interest. He had been drawn to her from the beginning. Her petite frame and womanly curves were enticing, and he enjoyed that fiery spark that seemed to put everyone else on edge. Jimson knew he had no chance of competing with Reskin, though, so he would just have to bide his time until the girl realized the young man would not be swayed. It was no secret that Frisha favored Reskin, and it appeared that the warrior returned her affections, although he was subtler in expressing his interest. Raylan turned to Reskin, more anxious than she expected. Look, Rez, I just wanted to apologize for my behavior. It was inappropriate and forward. Before, I thought that maybe we could... well, but no. I am hoping we can be friends. Reskin cocked his head in contemplation. She wanted to be his friend. Was that even possible? He was not sure how to make someone into a new friend. Did she have to be inducted? Did she need to contact the leader of the group and submit an application? Was there some protocol for selecting new friends? He really did not know how the whole process worked. It would be best to discuss it with his other friends before he gave her an answer. I do not know, Raylan. I will consider it. I should discuss it with Frisha, but I think she is a little upset with you right now, he replied honestly. So, you and Frisha are... together? She questioned coyly as she twisted the end of her ponytail in her fingers. She has agreed to stay with me, Reskin answered. Oh, Raylan said, suddenly feeling very embarrassed. She had not realized Frisha and Reskin were so serious. She could see now that she had never really had a chance with him, and she had offended Frisha. I guess I've been kind of a jerk to her. Reskin was unfamiliar with the term jerk, so he just shrugged and said, you would have to talk to her about that. Yeah, I guess I should, Raylan conceded. I'm just not like her, though. She acts so perfect and proper, just like all the other women I don't get along with. The young warrior considered her words and replied, I do not agree. I've seen many women. I bet you have, Raylan interrupted inappropriately. She flushed as she realized her mouth had gotten away from her again. Reskin frowned at her in confusion, but continued, and she does not dress or act like them. She does not wear those ridiculous mounds of fabric, and she has made a significant effort to learn to protect herself with both the sword and knives. In my experience, that is unusual for most Outworlders, but especially for women. She has also been traveling for weeks in the company of men under harsh conditions with little complaint. Most of the women in the cities seem too soft for such circumstances. Frisha also maintained her composure during the battle with the bandits, and although she had no fighting skills at the time, she did not panic. There was a battle? Raylan gasped in disbelief. Reskin simply nodded once. You admire her, don't you? She asked. The young warrior considered the question. Frisha had not mastered the skills, and she did not follow many of the rules, but she was still trying, despite the fact that most of the Outworlders around her did not bother. She also had strength and spirit that he did not think was common based on his observations of other Outworlders. Reskin nodded once again and said, She has many admirable qualities. When the travelers were all once again gathered around the campfire, Frisha spent the evening glowering at Raylan, but otherwise avoided a confrontation. She did not know what had taken place between Reskin and the offensive girl when they wandered off into the dark, but her imagination gave her plenty of fuel for her fire. The next day, as the travelers were riding, Tam caught up to Reskin, who was in the lead at that point. Frisha and Raylan were keeping their distance from each other in the middle, and Lieutenant Jimson brought up the rear. So, what did Raylan want last night? Tam asked. She said she wants to be friends, Reskin replied. Do you think it is possible? Tam shrugged uncomfortably. He did not particularly like their newest traveling companion. Maybe, he said, but Frisha is your girlfriend, and she would not like you getting too close to Raylan. Girlfriend? That was a new term. Neither woman was a small one, so they could not really be considered girls, but he felt the term was being used loosely to indicate a female. They were both female, though, so would they both not be called girlfriends? Raylan is a woman as well, Reskin stated with confusion. Exactly, replied Tam. So you understand that naturally your girlfriend would not like you spending too much time with her. You need to respect Frisha's feelings. He thought he understood now. Apparently there was a hierarchy among friends. Girlfriend was actually a title issued to the superior female friend. If Frisha was his girlfriend, did that make Tam his boyfriend? Or was it only a female distinction? So, if Frisha is my girlfriend, what does that make you? He asked. Tam smirked and said, Well, I'm your best friend, of course. Reskin returned his smile, because it seemed like the thing to do, and nodded. So, Tam held the title of best friend. Frisha was his girlfriend, and Jimson and possibly Raylan were just friends. It all made sense now. He could appreciate such an organized system. He just wished the masters had taken the time to explain this one. Perhaps it had simply slipped their minds among all the other teaching requirements. Since he had been teaching weapon skills to his friends, he could now appreciate how difficult a task it was. For several days, the ride was long, boring, and uneventful. Raylan had yet to apologize to Frisha, her pride getting the better of her. Frisha tried to ignore Raylan's presence as much as possible, but her simmering jealousy was reignited every time she caught the girl's longing gaze directed at Reskin. One afternoon, the group found a shady spot near a creek to partake of their midday meal. The sun was high and warm, as it was now into the heat of the summer, and no clouds graced the clear blue sky to block the searing rays. The horses were hot and sweaty, and the travelers' clothes were damp. Frisha was gradually becoming offended by her own smell. It had been several days since they had the opportunity to bathe, since none of the streams they encountered had been large enough to submerge themselves. Reskin scouted the area thoroughly before he allowed anyone to relax and bathe in the creek. Still, he insisted the women stay together when they went to bathe around a slight bend where the men could not see. The sour looks with which each of the women graced him were ineffectual. Reskin did not like the idea of leaving the women alone at all, but at least if they were together, they could watch each other's backs. When he threatened to stand guard over them while they bathed, they finally relented, although for some reason it seemed as if both of them contemplated the option just a bit too long for propriety's sake. Reskin tended the horses, while Tam and Jimson started a small fire and prepared the meal. After watering the beasts, he poured cool water over their nearly steaming flesh and brushed their coats to a glossy shine. Leaving the beasts to graze and nap in the shade of the trees, he decided he would take the opportunity to clean himself and some of his clothes. He retrieved a cake of soap and drying cloth from his pack and walked the short distance to the creek, where he immediately stripped off his clothes and armor. The women had gone a short distance upstream around a small bend, so Reskin was not concerned that he would see something he should not. The cool water of the creek felt incredible on his heated skin. He walked to the center where the water was deepest, and still, it only rose to just above his hips. He washed his hair and scrubbed the sweat and grit from his skin, rinsing away several sweltering days' worth of grime. Reskin had just risen out of the water after rinsing away the soap when he heard a piercing scream followed by a large splash. His muscles tensed, and his eyes darted upstream in the direction of the sound. Just at the curve of the bend were two figures flailing in the water. He quickly made his way to shallower water and then charged ahead as fast as his feet would take him. Raylan and Frisha had bathed in silence, neither woman caring to breach the ice that had formed between them. Raylan made it a point to finish first, just so she could get under Frisha's skin. "Are you finished yet?" she huffed. "By the time we get back, all of the food will be gone. Ugh! I can't believe I have to wait on you." Frisha rolled her eyes. "Perhaps if you spent a little more time bathing, it would start to wash away some of that grime that's stuck in your personality," she retorted. Raylan scowled and replied, "At least I have a personality. You're just one among thousands, just like all the rest." Frisha tugged on a fresh tunic and pants over her clean undergarments. She strapped on the wide leather belt Reskin had procured to carry her throwing knives. Each knife had a tiny sheath hidden on the inside of the belt. The belt covered her entire midsection, from hips to ribs, like a corset, ensuring that the knives could not be seen. The leather was soft, and the knives were positioned at a slight forward angle so that she could still bend and easily access the weapons. Some of the hilts pointed down so she could draw them from below, and others pointed up. The leather had been tooled with an intricate pattern of leaves and vines, and stained a rich mahogany. Overall, the look was beautiful when worn over her tunic and breeches. It would not go so well with a gown. Frisha had been surprised when Rezgin had presented the belt to her after they left one of the villages in which they had stayed the night. She knew an item of this nature would have to be custom-made, and he would have had to pay a handsome fee to have it finished before they left. Frisha began to wonder how much money Rezgin really had and where he got it. She and Tam had concluded that Rezgin probably had very little to his name. Frisha truly hoped he was not spending everything he had on her. She worried now that Rezgin might think he had to buy her love to try to keep her from marrying a noble. After gathering the wet clothes they had washed in the creek, the two young women began walking along the bank back toward camp. When they came around the bend, both women's forward motion came to an abrupt halt. Frisha thought it had to be the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. Thick, cut muscles curved around a graceful, fluid form. The warrior turned slightly away, and she could just barely make out the slight dip between the muscular cheeks of his backside, peeking above the water. His silky black mane, now wet, clung to rigid muscles, flexing beneath, and rivulets of water ran down the dips and valleys of his back. The warrior turned toward them as he scrubbed at his other side, and she could make out a light dusting of black curls across his chest that trailed a line down his carved, taut abdomen to the water. Muscles clenched and rolled as he contorted about in his ministrations, and his pale skin shone in the sun like the personification of a god carved in alabaster. Frisha was mesmerized. Raylan was as well. Neither girl could take her eyes off the sight until Raylan opened her mouth. "Now that's something worth fighting for," the self-proclaimed warrior declared. Frisha scowled over at her. "You stay away from him. He's not yours." Raylan laughed. "He's not yours yet. Until you are married, he is free game." The girl laughed again and said, "Actually, a man like that never really belongs to one woman. He could get any woman he wants, whether he marries or not. Do you really think he'll be satisfied with just you?" Raylan gave Frisha a disdainful look that told Frisha exactly what Raylan thought of her. Frisha screamed and launched herself at Raylan. Raylan was completely unprepared for the sudden violence emanating from the pretty little pretentious prat and lost her balance. Both women tumbled into the creek, but their anger and animosity toward one another did not abate. Somehow, whether it was the circumstances leading to the fight, the mind-numbing rage, or basic female nature, neither girl remembered to employ any of the fighting techniques they had learned. The confrontation devolved into a brawl of slapping, scratching, and hair-pulling. Raylan got one good shot at Frisha, socking her in the eye. Frisha scored deep gouges that stretched nearly from Raylan's jaw to collarbone. When Rezgin arrived at the scene of the disturbance, two of his traveling companions were engaged in a vicious, what do I call this, fight? Battle? It was the strangest fighting technique he had ever seen. The women were like two wild animals, scratching and ripping at each other's hair. One tangled limb, he wasn't sure whose, appeared to have teeth marks. "What is going on here?" he shouted above the snarls and shrieks. Both women froze instantly. When their eyes landed on Rezgin, they gaped, but said nothing. They were still wrapped about each other with their hands tangled in blonde and brown strands. Frisha's mouth worked without sound a few times before she was finally able to speak. "You're naked!" Rezgin looked at her quizzically and then scowled. "Of course I am. I was washing. I do not bathe in my clothes." He simply held his ground unashamedly as he eyed them both. "It does not look like either of you are bathing." Both girls flushed and began disentangling themselves. Once all of their fingers and limbs were separated, they pushed apart to stand a few feet from each other. Neither woman would look him in the eye, as if they were ashamed to be caught fighting like animals, half submerged in the creek. Neither could seem to keep their eyes off of him, either. They kept glancing his way, each time flushing a darker red. Rezgin heard the thrashing through the bushes and knew Tam and Lieutenant Jimson had heard the commotion as well. When the two men arrived, they barely noted the women except to see their presence in the water and the fact that they both appeared to be injured and bleeding. Tam stood gaping in shock, while Jimson's face contorted in anger. "Rezgin!" he barked. He slid his hand over the hilt of his sword and said, "What do you think you're doing? How dare you intrude on these women while they are bathing and expose yourself? If you touched a hair on either of their heads, I will beat you down even if it kills me." Reskin gaped at the lieutenant. "What are you talking about?" I do not want to hear it! Not until you put some clothes on! Go!" the lieutenant shouted. There was no doubt that this was an order from an army officer. For some reason, Reskin felt anger creeping into his mind, and it was directed at the lieutenant. Nothing about this situation should have incited the emotion. No one had been killed or injured, well beyond a few scratches and what looked to be turning into a black eye. The angry warrior stepped into the lieutenant's personal space so that their bodies were nearly touching. He was so close, the lieutenant could not possibly hope to draw his sword. Reskin gazed over the lieutenant's shoulder as he spoke into the soldier's ear so quietly the others could not hear, including Tam, who stood only a few feet away, gaping like a fish on dry land. "Make no mistake, Lieutenant Jimson. Even naked and unarmed, I could kill you in seconds. Do not underestimate me. You are my friend, but if you ever issue that challenge, I will end you. Next time, it will be in your best interest to gather the facts before you make assumptions and accusations." Reskin stepped around the lieutenant and walked back down the bank to retrieve his clothes and other belongings. He decided he needed time away from the group to think and calm himself. Reskin was frustrated. He did not know why he had become angered with the lieutenant. The man had done and said nothing overtly threatening toward him. He had issued a warning, which was on the surface reasonable enough. If he had attacked the women, he would have expected the lieutenant to defend their honor and at least attempt to kill him. It could not have been what the lieutenant said then. The warrior mulled over the question for quite some time before he finally thought he understood. It was the assumption and accusation, Reskin realized. He was angry that the lieutenant thought he would actually attempt to harm the women for no reason, or simply to satisfy his base needs. Reskin's only experience being intimate with a woman had started out pleasant enough, but had ended abruptly when the woman attempted to kill him. He knew, however, what men did with women. Having never been around women until he left the fortress several weeks ago, he had not really considered the experience. Too many other events were happening, and he had to adjust at an uncomfortable rate to the outworld. Allowing himself to be open and vulnerable to another person for any length of time was more than he could force upon himself at this time. He understood that the intimacy was not really necessary unless he wanted to procreate, so the whole subject had not even crossed his mind. The thoughts brought Reskin back to the source of his anger. Reskin was not a selfish or cruel man. He killed and destroyed when he had to, or when the masters ordered it. But he trusted that if they gave him an order, they had good reason to do so. He did not enjoy killing, but neither did it trouble him. He truly had no feelings about it at all. To attack the women at the creek, though, would have been cruel and unnecessary. Reskin was angry that the lieutenant, who he had been traveling with day and night for several weeks, actually believed Reskin could do something like that. He was angry that his friend would question his devotion to the rules, Rule 1 in particular. Most of all, he was angry because he cared what the lieutenant thought of him, and that was a new sensation. Reskin had never cared what anyone thought of him before. Not him as a person. The only people he had known before cared only that he learned the rules and skills and acted without emotion. So long as he was not cruel or weak, they did not care what he thought or felt. As far as he knew, no one had ever judged him based on anything other than his adherence to the rules, and those men had trusted him to admit when he had broken any of them. It was a matter of honor and respect. Reskin was angry, because if the lieutenant thought those things of him, then what must the others think? When Reskin rejoined the group, he said nothing and avoided looking at the lieutenant altogether. He had tried to distance himself from the emotion, but he was afraid that if he looked at the man, he would feel inclined to kill him, or at least damage him severely, and that would violate Rules 137 and 188, and possibly 2, but he was still uncertain as to the meaning of that one. Reskin was confused by his own emotions. He could not remember a time when he had been angry with anyone other than himself. Every injury and damage anyone had inflicted upon him in the fortress, even the outright torture, had been for a reason, for training. Even the bandits he could excuse because, well, they were bandits. That was what bandits did. Somehow this felt different. The young warrior saddled his horse in silence, and then rummaged around in his saddlebags. He kept certain supplies in them for easy access while traveling, rather than having to dig in the depths of his endless pack. He retrieved a few packets of herbs, clean swatches of fabric, and a jar of ointment. Next, he used a small metal cup to boil water and then placed the herbs in the water to steep. Finally, he soaked the rag in the water and then wrapped the herbs in the fabric to make an herbal compress. Rezgin knelt beside Frisha, but she would not look up at him. She was sitting on a fallen tree at one side of the small clearing, hanging her head low so that her hair fell over her face. The young man gently placed his fingers beneath her chin and tilted her head up so that he could tend to her injury. Frisha, in her shame, could not meet Rezgin's eyes. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery, but he did not think the bruising would be too extensive. The purpling around the eye would require several days to heal, though. Rezgin felt that recurring tightening in his chest when he realized Frisha would not look at him. What must she think of him? He took her small, delicate hand in his own, pressed the compress into her palm, and then maneuvered her hand so that she held it over her injured eye. Frisha nearly sighed with the immediate relief the now cool compress provided. Next, Rezgin dipped another swatch of fabric in the tin cup and used the herbal liquid to clean the cuts and scrapes on Frisha's face and arms. He applied a small amount of the ointment to the deeper cuts. All the while, he said nothing. After tending to Frisha's wounds, he moved around the clearing to tend to Raylan's. Raylan was sitting on the ground with her knees pulled up to her chest and back against a tree. She was turned away from the group, sulking in her own shame and self-pity. When she first noticed Rezgin's approach, he was already within a few strides of her. She tried to stand quickly to avoid him, but he grabbed her arm and pulled her back down to the ground. Another woman was angry with him, but he would not allow her to suffer needlessly. He took another clean cloth, dipped it into the liquid in the cup, and set about cleaning her wounds. The long, deep scratches on her neck were the worst, and he made sure to apply extra ointment to those. Once he was finished, he cleaned the cup, repacked his healing supplies, and sat down to eat what was left of their lunch. Chapter 13. Jimson sat silently and watched as the young warrior moved about the clearing, tending to the women's wounds. He was efficient, with a practiced ease, but surprisingly gentle. Rezgin had to have some training in the healing arts to be so proficient. Whatever training the young man had received had been quite thorough. Even a poor soldier with healer training was worth 10 average soldiers, and Rezgin was so much more than the average soldier. Jimson could not see the young man's face when he treated Raylan, but there had been a softness in his eyes when he looked upon Frisha. After Rezgin stormed off earlier, both young women had confessed to Jimson and Tam about what happened. Jimson felt guilty for the way he treated Rezgin now that he knew the real story. The young warrior had only come running when the shouts of alarm caught his attention, the same as he and Tam. Unfortunately, circumstances dictated that the man would arrive in the buff. Having more concern for the women's safety, he had set aside any worries over propriety. Jimson understood now what happened, but it had not looked good at the time. Still, the young man had always acted the gentleman and seemed dedicated to the code by which he lived. Jimson should have known Rezgin was not attempting to take advantage of the women. If he was really honest with himself, he had to admit that some of his anger and assumptions at the time stemmed from his own jealousy and desire to protect Raylan. He did not like the way the young woman had been staring at the warrior's body. After Rezgin ate what he could, he went about packing the rest of the belongings. Tam strode over to help him saddle the horses for the women, but the young man sensed Rezgin's mood and wisely chose not to say anything. Rezgin kept trying to shake his foul mood, but it was as if, now that the feeling had finally emerged, it refused to let go. Finally, the rest of the group claimed their mounts, and the travelers were once again on their way. Several hours had passed when Jimson decided it was time to approach the young warrior. He tried to fool himself into thinking it would be safer if they were both mounted. Catching up with the battle charger, Jimson waited a moment before speaking. When he finally did, he was appalled to hear his own voice quaking in fear. He was an officer in the king's army, and here he was afraid of talking to a young man. He would laugh at himself if the situation were not so serious. "Rezgin, I would like to speak to you about what happened earlier." "Go on," Rezgin replied dispassionately. Rezgin did not look at the lieutenant, but kept his eyes roving around them in search of hidden dangers. At least, that was why he told himself he was doing it. Lieutenant Jimson continued. "You have to see the scene from my perspective. I mean, there you were standing naked over two women who were in the water screaming. And, you know, it is my duty, my honor, to protect the innocent people of this kingdom, particularly those with whom I am traveling. Surely you can understand that." Reskin met the lieutenant's eyes with an icy stare. "I understand your duty, Lieutenant, and I know how this scene must have looked to you. But I also know that I have never given you reason to doubt my honor. My duty is to protect and honor my friends, which includes at least one of those women, and until I decide about the other, I will treat her as such as well. I have said it before, and I will say it again," Reskin continued. "I have little care for propriety, except for that which is necessary to honor my friends. But when propriety interferes with my ability to protect my friends, I will not hesitate to cast it aside. I heard a scream and saw people thrashing about in the water. I ran as quickly as I could to lend aid or protection. My appearance when I arrived was insignificant." Reskin grunted. "I did not expect to arrive and find the women fighting each other." Jimson shifted uncomfortably in the saddle and replied, "I know what happened. The women told me. I was out of line when I questioned your honor and threatened you. The truth is—" He reached up and nervously rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I guess I was a little jealous. I got angry." Reskin looked askance. "Jealous of what?" he asked in dismay. "You, of course," Jimson said. The look of utter confusion on Reskin's face convinced him more than anything that the young man was oblivious to the real heart of the matter. "Do you know what the women were fighting over?" he asked. Reskin shook his head. "I cannot imagine. Those two have not liked each other since they met. It is strange to me, since I see so many similarities between them." Jimson shook his head and laughed. "You really do not know. The thing is, I like Raylan." "I like Raylan as well," Reskin stated factually. Jimson sighed and replied, "No, I mean, I am attracted to her. And it is obvious to me, to everyone, actually, that you are attracted to Frisha. The problem is that both women want you." Reskin furrowed his brow. He was attracted to Frisha? He was not so certain of that. He thought for sure he would know if he was attracted to a woman. He was more interested in Frisha than Raylan, so maybe that did mean he was attracted to her. He would have to ponder the idea another time. "So, what was the fight about?" Reskin asked in confusion. Jimson rolled his eyes and stated, "You! Why were they fighting about me? I did nothing to anger either of them as far as I know," Reskin asserted. "They were not fighting over something you did. They were fighting over you. They both want you, and they were fighting over who would have you," Jimson explained patiently. He was realizing that although Reskin was an amazingly talented and intelligent warrior, he was completely oblivious when it came to women. "Why would they fight about that? It is not as if the outcome of the fight would guarantee that I would choose the winner," Reskin remarked. "Maybe not. But if I were to pursue Frisha, would you not feel inclined to fight me?" Jimson asked. Reskin thought about it and then shrugged. "If Frisha wanted you, then I would respect her decision. In all, you are a respectable man who can provide for her. You would be a decent choice. Besides, I have no rightful claim to the woman. She is to select a husband from among the nobles." "What?" Jimson blurted in surprise. "But I thought... I mean, she is obviously smitten with you. I thought for certain the two of you were together." Reskin nodded. "We are together in that I am her friend and will protect her as long as I can. She agreed to travel with me, but her purpose in going to Kaibane is to select a husband. Her uncle is arranging the marriage prospects as we speak." Jimson glanced back at the young woman in question. She was riding far enough back that she could not hear what was being said, but was watching them curiously. The dark bruising around her eyes stood out against her pale skin. "I am not so sure that anything her uncle arranges will come to fruition. I am no expert, but I believe she has already made her choice," Jimson stated. Reskin looked at him quizzically, and then turned to see what Jimson was observing. When his eyes fell on Frisha, the young woman was suddenly startled, realizing the men must have been talking about her. She abruptly hid her face in her long brown hair. She normally wore it pulled back on the road, but she found herself trying to hide the bruising on her face. Hating to do it, but needing the assurance, Jimson turned the conversation back to the original reason he had approached Reskin. "So, are we good? You and me?" he asked tentatively. Reskin sighed deeply and answered, "Yes, but heed my warning. I tell you this now because you are my friend. As I said before, if you ever issue that challenge against me in truth, I will kill you, because I know I will have done nothing to warrant such a challenge." Jimson considered Reskin for a moment. He had no doubt the young warrior would follow through with his promise, And that is what it was. A promise. The statement was not a threat. Reskin was truly warning his friend. If Jimson ever attacked Reskin without just cause, and Reskin insisted he would give no just cause, then he expected the warrior to defend himself. He also knew Reskin would win, and he would die. It was a statement of fact, one that the soldier in him could appreciate. Jimson gave a curt nod and said, "Fair enough." By the next day, the mood of the group had lifted. Reskin no longer held a grudge against Jimson, and the women had somehow developed an unspoken, tentative pact of non-aggression. Reskin had decided not to confront the women about the incident. He knew from his studies that many disagreements and even wars had been fought because of jealousy. Never had he considered that he might be the object of such strife. Reskin was still not convinced the lieutenant had the right of the confrontation. The whole scenario seemed illogical at best. His masters had warned him, though, that matters of the heart were almost always illogical. The teachings had been warnings so that he would not underestimate the potential actions of a desperate man or woman. Women could be every bit as vicious as men, and they were often more subtle. They tended to use poisons and deceit rather than steel. It was still a few days until they reached Kybane, and the companions were weary from travel. The morning and afternoon were spent mostly in silent contemplation, with the occasional conversation or story. The normally quiet Lieutenant Jimson had many interesting stories about his life as a soldier. While he had not actually seen any true battles or war, his duties in escorting military supplies meant that he had traveled over much of Ashai. It was during one of Jimson's intriguing tales that Reskin noticed the slight disturbance in the foliage ahead. Although he saw no movement, his instincts were telling him they were approaching danger. The energy that always preceded battles seeped through him like a fiery stream. Catching Jimson's eye, he made a few subdued standard military hand signals to indicate the man should continue talking but be on alert and ready for action. Jimson continued his story while allowing his horse to fall back gradually, as though he was placing himself closer to his most avid listeners. Reskin grinned and nodded in all the right places, as though he was caught up in the story as well. The lieutenant made a quick motion behind his back, hoping Tam would get the message. Tam was confused, but recognized the change in his companion's behavior. He anxiously sped up to join Jimson and the women. Neither Reskin nor the lieutenant wanted the group strung out during an attack. As soon as the travelers reached the location of the disturbance, the young warrior commanded his steed into battle, charging into the brush lining the eastern side of the road. Lieutenant Jimson reached out and unceremoniously yanked both women from their saddles, just as a crossbow bolt whizzed through the air. Kicking his horse into motion, he charged into the thickets on the western side of the road, straight at the exposed crossbowman. Before the crossbowman could reload, Jimson was upon him. The man turned to run, but the soldier leaned over from his mount and ended the bandit with a wicked slash. Just as Jimson turned to search out other foes, a thick, serrated dagger stabbed into his thigh. Strong hands clawed at his uniform, pulling him from his horse. The lieutenant hit the ground with a painful jar to his injured leg. He scrambled to roll over, expecting the bite of steel at any moment. When he finally managed to right himself, he found his attacker bearing down on him, and Jimson knew he would not get to his sword in time. Suddenly, a foot of bloody steel emerged from the attacker's chest. A burble of blood poured from the bandit's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. In his place stood Tam, wide-eyed and shaking. A moment passed before Tam's head cleared of panic enough to realize what he had done. He stared at the dead man, blinking repeatedly, as if the act could wash away the image. Abruptly, his stomach lurched, and he fell to his knees, retching. Jimson retrieved his sword and pulled himself to his feet, doing his best to ignore the searing pain in his leg. He gripped Tam's tunic by the collar and yanked the young man to his feet. "Get up!" he shouted. "It is not over yet!" Meanwhile, Reskin and his mount stampeded over two of the attackers, plowing them into the hard dirt. The men were not dead, but they were injured badly and were moaning in pain. After a quick assessment of the threat, he decided to allow the two to live for the time being. They might possess useful information. Reskin dismounted and drew his swords as he faced off against the remaining bandits. He cut down the first man he encountered just as he heard the snick of a crossbow releasing its quarrel. With inhuman reflexes, he flicked blade sunder up in an arc and deflected the bolt before it struck. The three remaining bandits shouted in astonishment when they saw the blades of liquid silver and azure swirls. They darted in the opposite direction in full retreat. Reskin quickly sheathed Kingslayer and slipped the small throwing axe from his belt, launching it at the nearest retreating bandit. With a sickening squelch, the axe head burrowed deeply into the man's back. In quick succession, two throwing knives sliced through the air. One bandit was struck in the small of the back, but the other was too far away and was hit in the leg. Already in pursuit, Reskin caught up to the man and removed his head in one clean swipe. The young warrior surveyed the scene to see where he was needed most. Lieutenant Jimson was locked in battle with a bandit, but seemed to have the upper hand. Tam was standing not far away, as if waiting to lend aid, but his face was drawn and pale. Frisha was hiding behind her horse in the center of the road, but Raylan was missing. Something in the trees to Frisha's side caught the young woman's attention, and she started in that direction. Reskin took off at a sprint, determined to intercept the young woman and face whatever commotion had drawn her attention. The warrior arrived just ahead of Frisha and ordered her to retreat. He could see now what had drawn her away from the relative safety of the road. Raylan was being tossed around like a rag doll by a hulking bandit that was probably double her weight. She had lost her sword, but at least managed to score a hit with one of her daggers. The small blade protruded from the monster's thigh, but it was no surprise the man was unfazed. His arms were covered in purple-black ink. The injury only seemed to incite the brute's rising anger. The man grabbed the slight woman by her chest armor and threw her into a tree. Raylan struck the tree with a heavy thud and crumpled to the ground. Frisha screamed, drawing the man's attention. When the bandit turned, though, it was not a frightened woman he faced, but Reskin's demonic gaze. With both swords in hand, Reskin punched the man in the face with a fist braced by a heavy hilt. The bandit stumbled back but maintained his footing. Reskin shoved his steel-reinforced boot into the man's gut with all his might. The air exploded from the man's lungs, and he vomited as he fell to his knees. The angry warrior sheathed blade sunder, and taking Kingslayer in both hands, he held the sword high over his head with the tip pointed down. He drove the sword straight through the base of the man's skull, severing the spinal cord. It was an execution, plain and simple. "Reskin!" Frisha screamed. She knew Reskin had killed men in the last battle, but she had not actually seen it occur. To see it now, in such a brutal fashion after the man had already been beaten, was shocking. Reskin ignored Frisha's scream and casually tore a strip of cloth from the dead man's soiled tunic. He wiped down his blade and slid it into the sheath. He turned and quickly strode over to where Raylan was lying gasping against the tree. With swift fingers, the warrior unbuckled the injured young woman's armor. Frisha stumbled forward and gripped his shoulder with one hand. With his body still surging from battle, the young warrior just barely managed to avoid shoving her away. "Reskin, what are you doing?" Frisha shouted in alarm. Lieutenant Jimson and Tam arrived at that moment and took hold of Frisha. While Tam held her to one side, softly whispering reassurances in her ear, Jimson stepped forward to kneel next to Raylan. "Is she okay?" Jimson asked with heavy concern. "I mean, of course she's not okay. Is it serious?" Raylan's jaw was clenched in pain, and she was gasping for breath. "She struck her back when she was thrown against the tree. She can still move her legs, but I think her ribs may be cracked or broken," Reskin said as he finally managed to remove the constricting armor. He abruptly stopped with a sudden thought. "Did you restrain the two I left alive?" Jimson was momentarily thrown off by the abrupt change in subject. One had already succumbed to his injuries. I am assuming he was one of those you left alive, since he had no injuries from blades. The other is alive, but will not be going anywhere. His pelvis was crushed." Reskin nodded acknowledgement as he ran his fingers along Raylan's torso. He carefully felt along each of her vertebrae. She sucked in a breath as he pressed on the areas that would surely bruise, but none of the vertebrae felt shattered or out of place. Next, he ran his fingers along each of her ribs. 3 of them on her left side were very sensitive and probably cracked, but not broken. "How is she?" Jimson pressed. 3 cracked ribs. They will need to be wrapped. I think her spine is okay. We will need to keep an eye on the bruising to make sure there is no internal bleeding. Do you know when the next patrol is scheduled to pass through here?" Lieutenant Jimson shook his head. "I am not sure. We should pile the bodies along the road for the next patrol to find. It may also deter any more bandits from attacking for a while. We will need to move at least a few miles down the road before making camp. A few hours left of daylight remain, but Raylan will need to rest and lay still for a while. I have some herbs and salves that should help with the pain and speed the healing process, Reskin claimed. Yes, sir, the lieutenant said out of habit. He rose and turned on his heel. Tam, you are with me. Tam jumped with a start, but nodded and followed after the lieutenant. Frisha, Reskin said. Will you wait with Raylan while I retrieve some supplies from my pack? Frisha was obviously shaken. She simply stared at Raylan blankly for a moment, as though she did not understand Ashian. She glanced at Reskin when he said her name, and shook herself from her stupor. Yes, of course, she replied as she hurried over to the injured girl. Frisha sat down beside Raylan, laying the girl's head on her lap, and then simply stared at Reskin's retreating form. Without his reassuring presence and protection, she suddenly felt very vulnerable. He was only gone a few moments, but it felt like an eternity to the frightened young women. Raylan was reeling from her experience with the giant. She knew that if Reskin had not arrived when he did, she would be dead. Even with her weapons and training, she had been no match for the mountain of a man. Here she thought she was a warrior, but in her first real battle, she had been pulverized. Her pain and inability to move or even breathe comfortably made her feel all the more exposed and vulnerable, and with Rez's departure, her only source of comfort was Frisha. Frisha kept replaying the images and sensations in her mind. Being dragged from her horse, the crossbow bolts, the ringing of steel, and the blood. Then Raylan engaged the massive bandit, but he threw her around like she was nothing more than a tiny pest. Frisha imagined it was her being beaten and tossed against the tree. She had been terrified watching the woman throttled nearly to death right in front of her, and there had been nothing she could do to stop it. Although she had been practicing with her knives, she had yet to stick one in a target. She threw a few at the brute with shaking hands, but the knife-throwing novice missed completely. More than anything, though, the image that played over and over in her mind was that of Reskin standing over the bandit, poised to strike. When Reskin had beaten the bandit with fist and foot, he had been clearly and understandably full of rage. As the man knelt retching on the ground, something changed. For the briefest of moments, it was as if the world stood still. Several strands of Reskin's hair had slipped from the queue at his neck. They whipped in the wind around his face as his eyes turned to icy steel. When his wicked blade descended, taking the man's life and releasing his soul, Reskin's face and eyes were empty, devoid of all that was human. It was that one brief glimpse that frightened her more than anything. Reskin returned with his horse and a roll of bandages. He pulled Raylan's tunic up to just below her breasts. Frisha sucked in a deep breath. Even she was not sure if her reaction was due to Reskin seeing and touching so much of Raylan's body, or to the deep purple and black bruising that was already setting in over the expanse of the girl's torso. Reskin gripped his metal cup and emptied several packets of herbs into the small vessel. He then stirred in a small amount of water from his water skin. Once the herbs were wet and clumped, he mixed in globs of pungent jelly to form a thick paste. He scooped the paste out with his fingers and spread it gently over Raylan's back and sides. Although he was gentle, his ministrations still elicited small whimpers from the injured young woman. Finally, he wrapped a bandage tightly around the girl's torso several times to keep the ribs from shifting or further cracking. The young warrior healer gathered his things and packed them away in his saddlebags. He shook his head. He had never thought he would need so many herbs and ointments in such short time, and thus far, they had all gone to the women. At this rate, he would need to start scavenging for replacements soon. He made a mental note to watch for the plants as they traveled. As carefully as he could manage, he lifted Raylan in his arms. She released a strangled cry and whimpered. Raylan was so tiny and light, he thought he could probably carry her the few miles to the campsite if necessary. I apologize for your discomfort, but you cannot walk right now. Try to breathe deeply and push away the pain. When we make camp, I will brew a tea that will reduce the pain and help you sleep. Raylan whimpered through her tears and said in a tiny, strained voice, Thank you, Rez. Tam and Jimson were just finishing piling the bodies when Reskin and the women arrived back at the road. Tam's face was ashen, and he looked like he was going to be sick, or maybe he had already been sick, several times. Both men were covered in quite a bit of blood. Lieutenant Jimson's expression was grim until he saw Raylan. His face immediately softened, and he hurried over to Reskin as he wiped his hands on his pants and tunic. Jimson, Reskin said. It was the first time the warrior had used his name in lieu of his title, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the lieutenant. "If you mount up, I will pass Raylan to you, and you can hold her while we head up the road. She cannot ride on her own right now." "Of course, I will be glad to help," Jimson said hurriedly as he scrambled into the saddle. Reskin lifted Raylan up into the lieutenant's waiting arms, eliciting understandable moans and cries from the injured woman. Reskin would not have openly acknowledged such vulnerability, but he recognized that these outworlders had not properly acclimatized themselves to pain. Reskin turned to Frisha and Tam, who were both looking much paler than usual, and asked, "Are you two okay? I did not see any injuries." Frisha shook her head, and Tam swallowed hard. "No, I'm fine. I wasn't injured." Reskin had not seen everything that occurred on the other side of the road, but the haunted look in the young man's eyes told him that Tam had probably taken a life for the first time. The warrior said, "We will talk later." When Tam just nodded, Reskin continued, "We are going up the road to make camp. I would not expect any more trouble, but we must stay on guard. Lieutenant Jimson is preoccupied, so Tam, you take the rear. Stay close, but glance behind you and to the sides frequently. Your eyes should never stop moving. If you see anything at all, even if you think it is just a deer, unless you can say for certain, you let me know." Tam swallowed and nodded again. The travelers made their way along the road slowly for a couple of hours before finally finding a suitable campsite. It was located a few dozen paces from the road and was nestled among dense trees whose low-hanging boughs and surrounding shrubbery would hopefully hide their fire from the casual observer. Reskin scouted the area and found no more signs of bandits. After catching dinner, he returned to the camp and checked on his injured traveling companion. For the rest of the evening, Lieutenant Jimson fretted over Raylan, doing everything he could to make sure she was comfortable. Unfortunately, Raylan only had eyes for Reskin. The fact that the young warrior had saved her life, avenged her, and then treated her wounds had only endeared him to her all the more. Even Reskin could recognize the young woman's drug-induced longing gaze, although he may have been more attuned to the possibility simply because of his previous talk with the lieutenant. He was not sure why it should matter, but it made the young warrior very uncomfortable. Reskin did not want Raylan to desire him. He did not know exactly what his feelings were toward Frisha, if he indeed had any, but he knew he was not interested in Raylan. The young woman was too chaotic, impulsive, and reactive. He knew he would never be comfortable being close to the young woman, much less let his guard down long enough to be any kind of intimate with her. Chapter 14. The first distant view of the capital city, the seat of the king, was unimpressive. The land was completely flat, so all the travelers could see was the massive bridge that spanned the River Stry, and a very tall gray wall. The wall itself was supposed to be 100 feet high, and composed of stone quarried from the Zagaran Mountains. The stone had been transported by ship down the Tremedel River, and supposedly, when the sun was at just the right angle, the walls sparkled. From here, they just looked gray. "Are you sure that's Kybane?" Frisha asked, looking up at the monstrosity. "Maybe we took a wrong turn and ended up at Drenel." Jimson chuckled. "Oh, I'm sure all right. I have been here before, several times in fact. I know it does not look like much from this side, but once we pass through the gate, you will be surprised." Frisha eyed the wall doubtfully. It seemed like the king's seat should be more grandiose. "This wall is more functional than decorative, obviously," Jimson added. "In ages past, when war frequented this land, entire sections of the wall were repeatedly damaged or destroyed. It had to be rebuilt often and quickly. The builders did not have the time or funds to make it attractive. Besides, their hard work would have been for naught as soon as a catapult launched a boulder and shattered their fine work." The bridge spanning the Stry was slightly more impressive. It was massive and built high upon pillars, although not quite high enough to allow passage for most ships sporting a mast. Tam stood at the center of the bridge, looking over the rail down at the rushing water below. "How do they keep the stone up between pillars? It looks like they're floating on air," the young man stated. "They used iron and steel beams and girders to create a frame. It was quite an engineering feat, and the engineers and mages who worked on it were rewarded handsomely," the lieutenant replied. "I just can't wait to get to my uncle's and have a hot bath. I am so tired of being dirty and smelly," Frisha huffed. "I really don't care about the rest of the city at this point." "That reminds me," Jimson said. "Reskin, where will you be staying, and how long until you are ready to leave for Scutton? I have a few messages to deliver, and I need to get the final letter of approval for my leave. Then I will be free to go. How will I reach you?" Just as Reskin opened his mouth to reply, Frisha spoke instead. "He is going to be a guest at my uncle's home. You should have no problem finding it. My uncle is General Markham." Lieutenant Jimson and Raylan, who was in serious pain, but now able to ride her own horse, both whipped their heads around to stare at Frisha. "General Markham is your uncle?" Jimson asked in disbelief. "Yes, on my mother's side," Frisha replied with a slight flush at the attention. Jimson looked over at Reskin, who was sitting as stoic as ever, and realized now why the young warrior had been less than hopeful about his chances with the young lady. Even so, he did not see how the general could even consider rejecting the young man. Despite what Reskin said, Jimson was certain the young man was nobility of some sort. With Reskin's knightly sense of honor, Jimson could not imagine the warrior had done something to be disowned. Most importantly, though, Reskin was a sword-bearer, the highest honor in the kingdom, perhaps all of the kingdoms. He was favored by the king. How could the general argue with that? Reskin noticed Jimson's questioning look and turned to Frisha. "Frisha, I am not sure the general will welcome unexpected guests. General Markham does not know me, and has no reason to trust me in his home. And what about Raylan? We cannot just leave her alone somewhere, especially being injured as she is." Raylan beamed at Reskin's thoughtfulness, but Frisha cast his worries aside. "Don't worry, Reskin. My uncle will be thrilled to have you. You have saved our lives several times over on this journey. Tam and I are well aware that we would not have made it here if it were not for you." Frisha said this last with a dark look of acceptance, typically reserved for those who knew they had done something so foolish they should have been dead from it. Almost belatedly, she gritted through her teeth. "I'm sure Raylan will be welcome to stay as well." Tam nodded vigorously. "It's true, Rez. We both owe you our lives, and I'm sure Frisha's uncle will recognize that. I think he would probably be more upset if he did not have the opportunity to host you. I know my ma and pa would dote on you like you were a long-lost son." "Don't worry about me," piped up Raylan. "I have plans to stay with some people already." "Very well," Reskin sighed. Returning to the lieutenant's original question, Reskin said, "Our departure will depend on how long the general intends to keep us as his guests. How long will it be before your uncle releases you to travel again, Frisha?" Frisha's face flushed. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to convince him first." "Wait, she is going to Scotland too?" Raylan nearly shouted in disbelief. Frisha scowled at the young woman. It was obvious from her reaction that she thought she was going to have a shot at Reskin once she had him away from Frisha. "I'm going too," Tam blurted to everyone's surprise. "I thought you were joining the army," Reskin inquired. "Well, I am. I will, after the tournament," Tam replied. "Oh, come on. Everyone else is going, and it will be exciting. It's not like the army is going anywhere. Besides, who knows when I'll get another chance to see the King's tournament. And I did take an oath of protection for Frisha. Even if she doesn't really need me with you around, Rez, I still must honor my oath." "Your oath ends when we get to my uncle's home, Tam," Frisha remarked. "But I, for one, will be glad of your company." Lieutenant Jimson, ever efficient, brought the conversation back to the point. "When you decide upon our departure, send word to me at the main barracks. Although I look forward to the respite, I hope it will not be more than a few days. It is a long journey to Scotland, and you never know what troubles we may encounter," he stated glumly as he remembered all that had gone awry thus far. After a few moments, Lieutenant Jimson came to a decision and called Reskin aside for a private chat. The two rode side by side, a few good paces out of earshot from the rest of the party. "Reskin, as you know, I was given some messages to deliver upon arrival in Kybane. One of those is addressed to General Markham, and it is regarding you." "Me?" Reskin asked, feigning surprise. "What would it have to say about me? And how do you know what it says?" "Colonel Simmons had me review the letter for accuracy before it was sealed. It is nothing, really. It just explains who you are and describes your actions and assistance in fighting off the bandits back at the River Stry. It does identify you as a sword-bearer, which is why I think the colonel thought the matter should be brought to the general's attention. Neither of us had heard of anyone being granted a Shaolin in a couple of decades, so you showing up with not one but two was odd, especially at your age. I just thought you should know, since you will be staying in the general's home. I did not want things to be too awkward for you. Your actions saved our lives. If not for you, we all would probably be dead, and Raylan." He trailed off, unable to finish the statement. "Well, Just thank you. I will not forget." "I appreciate you letting me know," Reskin replied. "Of course, I would not ask for you to forsake your duty and not deliver the letter, but I will ask that you simply wait a few days. I would like to get to know the man on my own accord before he starts making assumptions based on the fact that I bear these blades." The lieutenant eyed Reskin sideways. He was on unstable ground here. On the one hand, even if he delayed a few days, so long as he delivered the letter, he would still be following orders. On the other, if he did not deliver the missive immediately and something happened to the general as a result of Reskin's actions while he was staying in the man's home, the lieutenant would be in hot water. Jimson did not believe the warrior held any ill intent toward the general, but was he seriously willing to trust his career, maybe his life, to those beliefs? Still, he owed the young man his life at least twice over. Another thought occurred to the lieutenant. Reskin was a sword-bearer of unspecified authority. Reskin could order him not to deliver the message, and no one could legally question the lieutenant in his compliance. Lieutenant Jimson nodded. "Very well. I will deliver the letter to him the day after tomorrow. If he asks why the delay, I will tell him I was acting on your orders," he said with an uncharacteristic, cheeky grin. Entering the city was not a problem. With the lieutenant's credentials, the traveling companions were admitted without a second thought. True to the lieutenant's word, the city was immeasurably more impressive on the inside. Most of the structures were built of stone, but many were constructed of wood. Wide avenues paved with smooth, flat cobblestones crisscrossed and wound around clean walkways and trimmed hedges. At each of the major crossways was a circular intersection in the center of which stood a statue, fountain, or fancy topiary. The main market street did not have the cluttered stalls with shouting merchants that Reskin had experienced in the other cities. Instead, the path was lined with shops residing in stone buildings that had large glass windows along the fronts to display their wares. The lieutenant assured them that the regular merchants' stands could still be found in other parts of the city, but the area along the main thoroughfare was reserved for the more affluent. Lieutenant Jimson guided the travelers through the twists and turns of the upper-class district. The companions gawked at the splendor, breaking their silence with the occasional ooh and ah, or look at that. Gardens and courtyards abounded, and tall spires peeked over the rooftops. The people in this area were dressed in fine silks and lace, and the women carried parasols and rode in fancy two-wheeled carts pulled by running servants. The lieutenant called the carts rickshaws. Once the lieutenant knew he was in the correct area, he stopped to ask a local which estate belonged to the general. The estate was of moderate size compared to some of the ostentatious abodes they passed, but it was still grand. Standing 2 stories high with a white marble facade, the estate's edges and trim were gilded to look like leafy vines and paisleys. Tall white marble pillars supported a balcony over the front entry, which was itself impressive, with massive 10-foot solid Kendlewood doors. The home was set back from the street for privacy, and was surrounded by a bright green lawn dotted with carved topiaries and flowering gardens. Several large oaks provided a respite from the sun and shaded the more delicate flowers from the luminous disk's punishing rays. The entire grounds were surrounded by a stone wall about 8 feet in height, with a heavy stylized iron gate that swung open on well-greased hinges. No one manned the gate, so Reskin assumed it was only locked at night. Lieutenant Jimson took his leave, saying that he would send someone to collect the horses and would call on them in a few days. Raylan insisted on handing her horse over immediately, arguing that she could find her own way to wherever she was staying. Jimson wanted to escort her, but she flatly refused. As a compromise, he purchased a fare on one of the rickshaws for the injured young woman. Raylan had actually been excited to have the opportunity to ride in one, so she did not complain. She claimed she would return in a few days to find out when they were leaving for the tournament. The horses clattered over the cobbled path that ended in a loop wide enough for a carriage or coach to turn around. As the 3 remaining travelers dismounted, the massive front door swung open silently. An older man in dark blue livery awaited their approach. Unsure how to address the weary travelers who were caked in road dust and damp from the summer's heat, the man bowed deferentially. Without meeting the eyes of any one person, he said, "Welcome to House Markham. How may I assist you?" Frisha bounded forward with a grand smile and said, "I am Frisha Suvane. My uncle is expecting me." The steward's eyebrows nearly touched his thinning gray hairline as a friendly smile graced his face. "Ah, Lady Frisha!" he greeted as he bowed even lower. "I am Narus, steward of House Markham. It is my honor to serve you. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Your uncle is not here at the moment, but I will send a runner to inform him of your arrival. Please enter." Frisha and Tam started forward, but Rezkin caught the young woman's arm. Frisha shivered at his touch and looked at him questioningly. Rezkin thumbed over his shoulder, back at the horses. "I should see to Pride first," the observant steward said. "I assure you our stable hands will do a fine job of caring for the horses, Lord—" The statement turned question, hung in the air until Frisha realized she should probably introduce her companions. "Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry. I should have introduced my friends. This is my long-time friend and escort from Cheswick, Tamarin Blackwater, carpenter's apprentice and future recruit of the King's army. And this is Rezkin, a dear friend and protector." Frisha blushed, realizing somehow she still did not know enough about Rezkin to introduce him properly. Steward Narus bowed slightly toward Tam and even lower toward Rezkin and said, "It is my pleasure to meet you both." Then to Rezkin he said, "Lord Rezkin, I will send for someone to care for the horses and retrieve your belongings. It would be best if I tend to Pride myself. He is a trained battle charger and can be quite aggressive," Rezkin explained. "I see," the steward replied, showing not a hint of surprise. "Then I shall send for Stablemaster Finian. He has cared for General Markham's battle charger for many years. He is quite capable of handling the stallion." Rezkin was satisfied and nodded appreciatively. "Very well. I will entrust him to the stablemaster. Let me know if the stubborn mule gives you any trouble. Also, please tell the servants to be careful with my things. Some of them are very sharp, and I would not want anyone injured on my behalf. If they do not feel comfortable with the items, I will retrieve them myself." Narus gave the young lord a gracious smile. It was not every day he met a noble, or anyone for that matter, who was so concerned with the servants' welfare. "I thank you, Lord Rezkin, for your concern and patience. However, I do not think it will be necessary. This is the General's home, and the servants are accustomed to working around sharp things," he said, as he led them into a sitting room and gracefully waved a hand toward the walls around them. Indeed, the walls were filled with sharp things. It was obvious this was the General's sitting room and not that of his wife. Unusual swords, axes, daggers, and bows were artfully displayed on each wall and shelf. Halberds, spears, poleaxes, and other odd, long-handled weapons rested in racks along the walls. A pair of scythes with silk-wrapped black handles and silver blades polished to a mirror shine were mounted in a case. Those were definitely not used for hewing wheat. Beside each weapon was a carved plaque that identified the item and its place of origin. Some even had a note about the people who used such a weapon or how it was obtained. Several plaques indicated that those particular weapons were no longer in use and served only a historical significance. Rezkin had learned about most of these weapons and even knew how to use them, but there were a few that even he had never seen. He was thoroughly impressed with the collection and hoped to spend a little more time examining the items. "Wow, I've never seen so many different kinds of weapons. Do you think the General actually knows how to use all of these?" Tam exclaimed. "The General is very particular about these weapons. They are for display only. He does have a separate armory for functional weapons that I'm sure he will be overjoyed to share. They truly are his pride and joy," replied the steward, stepping back into the room after delivering instructions to the various servants. A few moments later, a young maid entered the room, curtsied, and then whispered to the steward. "The lady of the house will be with you shortly. She is most eager to receive you all. In the meantime, if you would like to follow me to the parlor, some refreshments will be served." This sounded like an excellent idea to all three of the parched travelers, so they enthusiastically followed the steward. The parlor was well lit, having several large windows along two walls. Pale blue curtains framed the windows, which matched the embroidered blue flowers on the pearly white lounge and chairs. Rich cherry tables and cabinets were arranged throughout the room to display a number of porcelain vases and carved statues and busts. Several of the vases contained attractive floral arrangements that cast a sweet scent on the air. All three travelers, covered in road grime, were careful not to track dirt across the intricately woven blue and gray rug that covered the dark wood floor. Two maids delivered tea in small, delicate cups with tiny silver stirring spoons. Sweet cakes, which were served on plates only slightly larger than the saucer, were to be eaten with miniature silver forks. Tam was uncomfortable with the fancy fare, but Reskin called upon his etiquette lessons to sip and stir and nibble with courtly grace. Still, he felt out of place doing so while wearing travel clothes and armor. Not long after the three companions settled themselves in the parlor, the Lady Adelina came sweeping into the room with a brilliant smile.
"Oh, my dear Frisha, I am so glad to see you. You are a sight to behold. My, you look so much like your mother. You have grown so much, and you have her eyes and bone structure,"
Adelina said fondly. Lady Adelina was a tall woman whose womanly grace had not diminished with age. Her dark brown hair, streaked with gray, was wound in a loose bun atop her head, and the fine lines around her eyes and mouth gave her the look of a woman who laughed and smiled often.
"Aunt Adelina, thank you so much for having us. It is good to see you again,"
Frisha returned.
Yes, you must introduce me to your companions,"
the matron said as her gaze finally took in the others in the room. When they landed on Reskin, her eyes widened as though in recognition, but the look was quickly replaced with uncertainty.
"This is my lifelong friend, Tamron Blackwater. We just call him Tam. You might actually remember him from your visits with us when we were children," Frisha remarked. "Oh, yes, Tam,"
Lady Adelina said, taking the young man's hands as though they were family.
"I do remember you. You and Frisha were always getting into some kind of trouble or another. If I remember correctly, you may have been responsible for a frog in my wardrobe."
Tam's face turned bright red, and he tugged at his collar.
"Ah, Lady Adelina, I am truly sorry for that. I was only 7, and—"
Lady Adelina laughed and swatted him playfully.
"No, Tam, dear, no worries. You both were such energetic children, and I enjoyed every minute of it."
A hint of sadness passed over her face, but was gone so quickly one could not be sure it had been there at all. Despite the healer's efforts, General and Lady Markham had not been able to have children of their own. When the lady turned to meet Reskin, her previous look of uncertainty returned, and she became a bit apprehensive.
"This is our good friend Reskin. We met him in Justine."
"Reskin?" she questioned.
"Not Lord Reskin?"
"Just Reskin, my lady," the young man replied with a courtly bow. Now she believed him even less.
"You are from Justine?"
the lady inquired curiously. "No, my lady. I had only arrived in this city that very day, and was enjoying the inn's hospitality when I met the Lady Frisha and Master Tam," Reskin replied formally. Frisha and Tam both looked at Reskin askance. They were reminded suddenly of how proper he had acted that first night they met. After traveling with the man for weeks, living off the land and surviving 2 battles, they had forgotten how gracious and noble he behaved in a more civilized environment. Even in his travel-worn clothes and leather armor, his entire countenance said noble upbringing. Lady Adelina stared up at the gentleman stranger with his strong jawline, chiseled cheekbones, and full lips. His jet-black hair and icy blue eyes would have made anyone look twice, but his imposing figure and stately bearing made her feel like she was looking at someone else from long ago. Frisha's words brought her out of her reverie, and the lady blushed when she realized she had been staring.
"It is entirely because of Reskin that we are even here, Aunt Adelina. It was terrible,"
the young woman complained as she began rambling faster and faster.
"There were brigands and bandits and a sunken ship, and we had to walk for a week in the wild just to get to a city. Oh, Aunt Adelina, there were battles, and people died, and poor Tam had to kill someone, and Reskin too, and Raylan was beaten nearly to death, and the lieutenant saved me from a crossbow bolt, I think, and—"
Lady Adelina's eyes were as wide as saucers as she hurried over to put her arms around her niece, who was now thoroughly sobbing.
"My dear, stop. You are okay now. My goodness. It sounds like you all have been through something terrible."
As the lady stroked Frisha's hair, she turned to Reskin and asked,
"You are all staying here, correct?"
Reskin's brow was furrowed as he looked upon Frisha with concern. She had remained so strong the entire journey, and it seemed now that they had reached her family safely, it was all rushing in on her. He wanted to help her somehow, but did not know what to do. This was not the type of battle he could fight for her. Reskin glanced up at the lady's question and bowed politely. "If you would have me, I would be in your debt." The lady waved away his claim.
"No, I do not know what exactly has happened, but it sounds like it is we who are in your debt. Please, come with me. I will show you to your rooms where you can rest. The servants will prepare baths for each of you. You are our guests, so please, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask." Reskin performed another slight bow and said, "You are most gracious, Lady Adelina. I am honored to partake of your hospitality." Lady Adelina smiled and nodded. The handsome young man was fooling no one if he thought to hide his nobility. She wondered briefly to which house he belonged, but she already had her suspicions. Adelina led the way up the stairs with her arm wrapped around Frisha, whose crying was only slightly more controlled than it had been moments ago. At the top of the stairs, the lady of the house turned to the right. She informed her guests that the rooms to the left of the stairs consisted of the solar, sewing room, and servants' quarters. She nodded to the first room on the left side of the right wing and indicated that it would be Reskin's room. The next room on the right belonged to Tam, and the room at the end of the corridor on the left was for Frisha. The corridor ended at a larger door that she informed them was the master suite. Reskin entered his assigned room. He was glad it was nearest to the stairs. Not only did it allow for a quicker escape in the event of an attack or emergency, it would also enable him to better monitor anyone entering the upper floor at night. The room was spacious, with a sitting area near the door. A large hearth was set into the wall to his right, and two tall bookcases stood to either side like literary sentinels. The furniture and draperies were modest in design, not nearly as ostentatious or feminine as the parlor downstairs. Greens and gold adorned the room with a plush beige carpet laid out before the fireplace. A portrait of some important couple hung above the mantel, probably Frisha's grandparents. He thought he saw a slight resemblance. Beyond the sitting area, a large bed sat upon a dais. The bed had elegantly carved posts and green and gold bed curtains tied back with golden cords. The mound of pillows called to him after such a long time traveling. Reskin noted that his pack and saddlebags were sitting propped against the dais. He checked the contents to confirm that nothing was broken or missing. After verifying everything was in order, he went about checking the room for traps and poisons. He knew it was highly unlikely that anyone in the household would want to harm him at this point, but years of conditioning would not be overridden so easily. A light tapping at the door interrupted him from his perusal. "Enter!" he barked. A heavy-set middle-aged maid and a gangly young man in leathers entered the room carrying a large copper tub. Two younger maids carrying pails of steaming water followed. After setting the heavy tub down opposite the hearth, the older maid dipped a slight curtsy and rasped in a bored tone,
"If you please, my lord, we will prepare your bath."
"Yes, that is most appreciated," Reskin replied. The servants gave him a curious look, bobbed once more, and hurried from the room to collect more buckets of water. The young man knew they were looking at him oddly, because it was not proper protocol for a lord to thank his servants, but Reskin was not attempting to play the part of a lord. He had decided that until it was necessary to play a role, he would just act like himself. Since he did not really know who he was, he just allowed them to think what they wished. Most people seemed to want to believe he was a noble. Since Reskin was not raised to know much about commoners and commoner things, being treated as a noble did make the most sense. He still could not think of himself as a noble, though. In fact, he had a difficult time thinking of himself in the context of any of the social groups or hierarchies. He could not even think of himself as a soldier, since his training and education had gone far above and beyond what any soldier would be expected to know. Luckily, the travelers had arrived around mid-afternoon. That meant that they had a few hours to clean up and rest before they were expected to appear for dinner. General Markham sent word that he was busy taking care of important business, but would be joining them for the evening meal. After soaking in the hot bath and scrubbing the grit and sweat from his hair and body, Reskin took the opportunity to clean his supplies and armor. The young warrior was just settling down beside the hearth to rewrap his axe handle when another tap sounded at the door. Since Reskin was wearing nothing but a drying cloth wrapped around his waist, he called out, "Yes? Who is it?" "It's me, Tam," came the muffled reply. "Enter," Reskin responded. Tam stepped into Reskin's quarters, leaving the door slightly ajar. He found the man sitting practically naked by the hearth, fumbling with an axe. "What are you doing?" Tam inquired. "I am rewrapping this handle. The leather came undone," Reskin answered. "No, I mean, why are you doing it in the nude?" Tam asked with a chuckle. Reskin motioned to the small mound of dirty clothes near the door and said, "Most of my clothes are dirty. I decided to dress closer to the dinner hour so that I do not get the others dirty as well.
I hung them by the window to wear out and hopefully lose some of the wrinkles.
Oh, right. That is why I'm here. Lady Adelina wanted to know if you needed something to wear to dinner tonight, but it seems you have it covered, Tam said, tugging at his new tunic. It was made of fine quality green silk, cut with simple, clean lines and embroidered with white thread. The pants were of finely woven dark brown wool. Reskin nodded approvingly when he noted that Tam had polished his belt and strapped his sword at his hip. Tam noticed Reskin's appraisal and said, "Ah, the lady said it was considered dress-appropriate to wear the sword with formal attire, especially in a soldier's home. She said the general would not be caught dead without his sword. She said that any man of standing keeps his sword on him at all times. It's kind of strange, really. These nobles seem backward. I think my parents would find it offensive if a guest of theirs thought he needed to wear a sword in their home."
Reskin grunted. "You are not a noble. Nobles have different rules than commoners. They have a lot of rules about protocol and propriety, and many of them are functionally pointless or seem to conflict with each other. A man is expected to carry a sword to dinner, but not a dagger. A woman may carry a dagger, but not a sword. Neither weapon is to be used or even drawn lest the man or woman offend the host. Therefore, the swords and daggers are largely decorative as ceremonial. Most nobles would not know how to draw their swords properly if their lives depended on it. Those who do learn do so solely for the purpose of showing off their superior skills to their peers and have absolutely no intention of ever using the skills in battle. You are a carpenter's apprentice. You learn to use a lathe because you need to use it, not so that you can show off your skills to the baker."
"An apt assessment,"
came a deep grumble from behind Tam. The young man nearly jumped out of his skin as he stumbled further into the room. Reskin had heard the heavy footsteps ascend the stairs and knew a man had entered the corridor. The man was close to the same height as Reskin, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He was dressed in a flawless black military uniform covered with flashy gold and silver medallions and insignia. A silver scabbard with a golden jewel-encrusted hilt hung at his hip. Despite the man's age, which Reskin knew to be about 65, he was fit and moved with determination. His hair and short-cropped beard were once dark, but were now mostly gray with streaks of white. Dark brown eyes sparkled with mirth at Tam's antics.
"Hello, young Tamarin. It is good to see you again, son,"
the general said as Tam recovered his wits. Breathing heavily, Tam chuckled and bowed to the older man.
"Greetings, General Markham. It is good to see you again, as well, and thank you for your hospitality."
The lines were perfectly rehearsed and delivered. That was most likely the influence of Tam's mother, or perhaps Frischer's father. The general turned his attention to the young man sitting in the chair by the fire. The stranger looked completely unconcerned with the abrupt appearance of the general of the king's army of Ashai in his bedchamber, particularly considering the young man was wearing nothing but a drying cloth about his waist. The young man rose with fluid grace. It was not his impressive physique or height that caught the general's attention, but his eyes and face. That face was so much like... But it could not be. Or could it? The young man bowed courteously and said, "Greetings, General Markham. I am Reskin. The Lady Adelina has graciously offered your hospitality, and I hope it is not an imposition that I have accepted." This line was delivered with perfect sincerity and courtly grace. The young man might as well have been dressed in the most elegant finery for all the difference his nudity made. The man seemed to find no discomfort or shame in his lack of dress. The general nodded in return.
"Well met. Reskin, is it? And your family name?"
"I have none, sir. I am simply Reskin," the young man answered. The general found that difficult to believe, but did not push the issue.
"Well, if my wife offered you a place here, then you are welcome, I'm sure. I do apologize for intruding, but I overheard your conversation from the hall and thought to put a face to the words. I take it you are not one of those pompous nobles who cannot draw their own swords."
"I assure you, General, I am skilled in all of the weapons I wield," Reskin stated with complete confidence.
"And that axe?"
General Markham asked, nodding toward the axe Reskin left on the floor near the chair. Reskin replied, "I would not bother to own it if I could not use it." The general grunted.
"You are a practical man, then? A soldier?"
Reskin cocked his head in consideration. "I am a warrior, but not a soldier."
"A mercenary?"
asked the general with a hint of disapproval. "Not as such," Reskin stated. "I have taken no payment for any services, and thus far All of my services since I left my training have been given freely to your niece and our friend Tam here." Tam finally perked up at his name and added, "Reskin provided protection and guidance for us both since we met him in Justine. If it were not for him, we would not have made it here. We had some serious trouble on the way."
"Is that so?"
the general queried.
"I will need to hear about this trouble and the services you provided, Reskin. For now, I will let you get on with your business, and I will go greet my wife and niece. I will see you both at dinner."
The general nodded once and departed. Reskin sat back down, picked up his axe, and returned to rewrapping the handle, just as he was before the interruption. "I can't believe you went to meet the general in what amounts to little more than a loincloth," Tam laughed. Reskin shrugged, unconcerned. "I had to meet him sometime." "Yes, but you're naked! Weren't you embarrassed or ashamed?" "I would be," Tam replied. The young warrior shook his head without looking up from his work. "I have nothing of which to be ashamed." "No, I suppose you don't," Tam grumbled under his breath with just a hint of envy. He knew he would never measure up to Reskin's perfect physique. It looked to him like the Maker had personally sculpted Reskin to represent the ideal male form. While women tripped over themselves to get Reskin's attention, they barely even glanced Tam's way. Tam could not fault the warrior, though. He was how he was, and Tam knew Reskin worked hard to remain fit. Even more impressive, Reskin displayed not a hint of superiority or conceit regarding his appearance. Tam had always been fit and strong. He had to be in order to work as a carpenter, but he had never developed chiseled ridges and rippling muscles like Rez. He had to admit, though, that his own body was becoming more tone, and he was filling out since he began training with the warrior. Maybe, given enough time, the ladies would start to notice him as well. Tam shook the thought away. What was he thinking? He was joining the army soon. He would not have time for romance or a family. A couple of hours later, everyone met in the formal dining room to partake of the evening meal. Reskin, dressed in his dark blue silk shirt and black breeches he had been saving for an occasion such as this. His masters had taught him that the clothes said a lot about a man, and Reskin knew it to be true, since he had been taught how to assess a man based on his attire. Master Paters said that to make the greatest impact, he should choose colors that complemented his features. He thought the dark blue and black with silver accents did just that for his smooth black hair and ice blue eyes. Reskin replaced his usual worn belt with a new black one that was embossed with the images of ravens in flight along its length. He mentally chuckled at the sight of the ravens. His scabbards and hilts were polished to a shine. On his feet were polished black boots in a dress military style. His clothes were not the ridiculously frilly garb typical of the courtiers. This was the fine dress style of a practical man of station, a man of power, a man who did not care for the opinions of others but demanded their respect instead. Reskin knew he should not have been, but he was surprised to see Frisha in a gown. It was a deep burgundy that brought out the hidden red highlights in her otherwise brown hair. The neckline was cut low, and her bosom was pushed up as though the two were attempting to switch places. Mounds upon mounds of silky fabric swirled around her legs, which had completely disappeared. Reskin thought she looked lovely as usual, even if the dress was completely impractical. This was the way of nobles, though. He was not the only one who had to practice proper decorum when the situation demanded. The Lady Adelina escorted Reskin to the dining room, and he was seated to her right in the place of honor. This made Reskin a little uncomfortable, since he did not know why he was being treated so. Tam sat to Lady Adelina's left, and Frisha was to the right of the general, next to Tam. After a bit of small talk, the general commented,
"So, Reskin, I take it that is your battle charger in my stable. I went out just before supper to check on my own, and imagine my surprise to find another. Wherever did you get him, might I ask?"
This was a difficult question for Reskin to answer without going into the details of his life at the fortress, something he was not willing to do with the general, considering he had been ordered to kill 15 of the kingdom's strikers. Reskin hedged. "I sort of inherited him from my masters upon completion of my training."
"I see,"
the general commented neutrally.
"And where did you train?"
Frisha perked up at finally having something to share about Rez that she actually knew. "He was raised in a fort by a bunch of soldiers. I'm sorry, Rez. I cannot imagine what it would have been like to have been raised without your family," the young woman said as she looked at Reskin with compassion. Reskin shrugged and replied, "It is simply how things were. I knew no different, so I missed nothing. The general considered the information. If Rezkin was an orphan from an unknown family, it would explain his lack of family name, but then he would have taken the name of the town or region in which he was raised.
What fort was that?
The general questioned with interest. Lady Adelina broke in.
Markham, dear, let the young man eat. You can interrogate him later.
Changing the subject, she said,
Frisha, love, I know things must be so different for you here with us. It will take some time for you to get used to being around the nobility. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask.
Of course, Aunt Adelina, thank you, Frisha replied with relief. I have a question, Tam said cautiously.
Yes, Tamron, dear, what is it?
Lady Adelina asked. Her excitement over getting to share her knowledge was plain to see. Well, my name is Tamron Blackwater. My father's and mother's and brothers and cousins' names are all Blackwater. The general is Markham Jabai, but you are Lady Adelina Markham, and this is House Markham. Why are you not Jabai? Lady Adelina laughed softly.
Oh, I guess that would be a little confusing. You see, only the immediate family of the direct bloodline are called Jabai. Markham's brother Simeon is the oldest son of Jarrand Jabai, and is now the Lord Jabai, Count of Glassbury. Simeon's wife is the Lady Jabai, Countess of Glassbury, and all of his children are Lords and Lady Jabai. Simeon is the head of House Jabai. Markham, being the son of Jarrand, is also a Jabai, but I, as his wife, am simply the Lady Markham, and any of his children, if he had any, would be called Markham after his given name. Therefore, Markham is the head of House Markham. It makes it easy to identify the direct lines of the great houses, but it creates a mess of smaller houses of which one cannot possibly keep track.
Tam thought he understood. So, my father is a Blackwater. I have 3 older brothers. If we were nobles, my eldest brother, Kenneth, would marry and have children who would be called Blackwater. If I married and had children, my children would be Tamarin. With a pleased smile, the lady replied,
Yes, exactly. Although I think it would be so much easier if the nobility followed the common customs in this and just passed down the family name through the male line.
The general grunted.
Yes, well, I think the same can be said for many of the customs of the nobility.
Frisha asked,
What happens if the main bloodline dies? If, the Maker forbid, Uncle Simeon's line failed, then Uncle Markham would inherit, correct? Then would you become a Jabai? Yes, Markham's descendants and I would be Jabai,
Lady Adelina replied. What about the king? Asked Tam. I don't think I've ever heard of his family name. The general grunted and replied,
That is because the line of kings does not carry a family name. Each king rules only by his given name, and his descendants bear no family name as well. They are simply distinguished by their titles of king, queen, prince, or princess. Nieces, nephews, cousins, and such all take on the family name of their other parent, who married into the royal family.
Why would they do that? Asked Tam.
It was King Carolius, over 1,000 years ago, who started the tradition. He said the royal family belonged to all of Ashai, so he would hold no family above his kingdom. That is why he was simply known as King Carolius of Ashai,
answered the general. As a guest, Rezkin knew he was expected to add to the conversation, so he expounded on the general's statement. King Carolius was the first king to unite the lands of Ashai in defense against their common enemy that was, at the time, known as the Jahatan Empire. Before Carolius, all of the lands were governed by independent lords who cared little for any people besides their own. It was purely by his strength of character, powerful bearing, and brilliant mind that he was able to unite the lands and drive off the enemy who would otherwise have decimated the lands. The lords, recognizing their strength and unity, crowned Carolius as their king.
That is correct and well spoken, I might add, replied the general. But how do you know it was the Jahartan Empire that was attacking at that time? None of the official records survived the first rebellion, and none of the other known records of the event at the time actually name the aggressor.
Rezkin nodded and replied, That is so. But Basilius's treatise on a succession of domains, written during the last year of Carolius's reign, describes the attacking empire's soldiers as wearing conical helms and riding great horses out of the desert. One ancient poem, written around 1100 years ago by a Panoyan scholar, refers to the Karasuanej Venuta Koa Jaharta, which roughly translates to the cone heads of Jaharta. The Jahatan military helms were conical in shape. The Collectuae Shu Dueja, which was a text on common merchant practices from the same time period, notes that the large, sleek horses we have today could only be found in Jahata and Galatia at the time. Galatia was a kingdom, and has never been referred to in any of the texts as an empire. It was described as having forested hills and grasses surrounded by mountains to the north and east. Jahata, however, was named an empire, one that attempted to expand its borders numerous times throughout its history. It was also described as being a vast barren desert. Therefore, it stands to reason that the great empire against which Corolius and the allied lands fought was the Jahatan Empire. Everyone was listening to Rezgin with rapt attention. They were equally surprised by Rezgin's thorough knowledge of the subject, and his own confidence in his words left no doubt in their minds that what he said was true.
"That is fascinating," General Markham commented. "Where did you read such a well-researched appraisal? I would be interested to read it myself."
Rezgin shook his head. "I am afraid that argument has yet to be recorded. When I came to the conclusion, I admit I had little time or interest in keeping a record. I actually never considered the possibility that others would care," he added as an afterthought. The general was staggered with disbelief.
"You mean to tell me you came to that conclusion on your own?"
Rezgin cocked his head at the general's unexpected reaction. "Well, it did take quite a bit of time to research. I think I spent a good 3 or 4 weeks poring through the texts and scrolls in the evenings. But that was several years ago, so I suppose it could have been a little more or less."
3 or 4 weeks, the general stated incredulously. "In the evenings?"
Markham leaned forward and narrowed his eyes at Rezgin.
"How old are you? 24? 25?
Rezgin furrowed his brow in confusion. What did his age have to do with the conversation? Why were people always asking about it? So as not to be rude, he answered, "I am 19. The general sat back and tapped his fingers on the table in contemplation. 19. It was much younger than he had guessed. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind, which he dismissed immediately. But maybe... "Well, Rezgin," Lady Adelina said cheerfully, "I, for one, was very impressed with your knowledge, and you express your thoughts very well." Looking around the table, she said, "I think we are all finished. Shall we retire to the study, where we can continue our conversation in comfort?" Everyone thanked the lady hostess for the delicious meal and followed her to the study. It was a warm room filled with hardwoods and sturdy sofas and chairs in deep red fabric. The floor was covered with thick woven rugs, and several portraits and tapestries hung from the walls. A few bookcases and tables were arranged for actual studying in the study. It was obvious that those in House Markham were well read. Books were uncommon and costly, and the modest estate seemed to be full of them. General Markham and Lady Adelina seated themselves in chairs adjacent to each other. It looked as if they were accustomed to sitting just so in the evenings. Tam claimed the remaining chair, which left Rezgin to either sit next to Frisha on the sofa, or on a separate sofa further away, which would have appeared awkward. The young woman smiled pleasantly as he sat next to her. Rezgin adjusted his swords when he sat, and caught the general eyeing them speculatively. The man could not tell from the outward appearance that they were Shaelins, but carrying 2 swords was unusual enough. 2 blades could be awkward in close battle and required more room to maneuver. In addition, keeping track of them was a skill that took an immense amount of time to develop. One had to be an expert in wielding a sword with each hand before blending them together in an altogether new technique. Someone with less than expert skill could do more harm to himself than an opponent. It was generally not a recommended technique because it was so difficult to master, and it was often ridiculed as being foolhardy and showy for amateurs and idiots who wanted to appear more dangerous.
"Thus far," the general thought, "this Rezgin does not seem to be an idiot."
General Markham allowed his eyes to travel over the 3 young people before him as he spoke.
"My wife tells me you had some trouble on your journey here. Please, tell me all about it. Of course, I am concerned as an uncle, but I am also asking as the general."
Tam and Frisha both looked to Rez. Through his role as protector and guide, he had inadvertently become the leader. Rezgin nodded toward Frisha and said, "You go ahead and tell your aunt and uncle. Tam and I will add any additional details to satisfy the general." Markham grunted his approval.
This was a smart young man. I don't really know where to start. Well, Tam and I left Cheswick,
Frisha began, and continued the story through to the end. She left out little from her perspective, but Reskin knew much was still missing, and the general suspected it as well. General Markham followed Frisha's story, becoming angrier by the minute. We have been receiving reports of increased bandit activity along the rivers and roads, but nothing indicated it was as frequent or widespread as this. I will definitely be looking into this Lieutenant Jimson's reports. We should also be receiving reports in a few days from the patrol on the trade route. They should have found the bodies you left unless someone claimed them. I doubt the reports will tell anything you do not already know, though. He finished with his gaze on Reskin. The general returned his attention to his niece and said, Frisha, had I known circumstances were so severe, I would have insisted on an armed escort to bring you here. I know you tried your best, Hamlin, but from what I just heard, there was little you could have done. His eyes landed on Reskin once again. It is truly most fortunate that you were there, Reskin. Tell me, when you met Frisha, did you know she was my niece? Were you seeking my favor by protecting her?
Uncle Markham!
Frisha gasped. Markham held up a hand to stall the young woman's protests as he held the stranger's gaze. Reskin waved away Frisha's protests, indicating he was not upset by the question. I had never seen you or Frisha, and she does not bear your family name, so I could not have known she was your niece. Additionally, I do not require or desire your favor, except in that it pleases Frisha. Almost every man in the kingdom could come up with some reason to want the favor of the general of the army, Markham countered. Reskin shrugged. Be that as it may, I can think of none for myself. Any favor I would ask of you would only be on Frisha's behalf. The general narrowed his eyes at the smooth-talking young man. Did you know why she was coming here? Did you seek to claim her as your wife and thereby acquire my estate upon my death?
Uncle Markham, how could you accuse him of such a thing? I can honestly say that he was genuinely surprised when I told him who you were to me and why I was coming to Kybane. And I did not even tell him until we had already reached Laurelus. He risked his life for us and never asked for anything in return, Frisha declared. The general directed his hard gaze at the young woman and stated firmly, That is what has me concerned, and surprise can be faked. Turning back to Reskin, he waited for a reply. I doubt there is anything I could say to convince you, General, but I will say this now. I do not now, nor have I ever had, any designs on your estate. I do not need your money or influence. My purpose all along was to protect and honor my friends, which I have done to the best of my abilities. If you truly have concerns about my integrity, General, I do not hold that against you, since you do not know me. If you and the lady wish, I will gather my belongings and go elsewhere, Reskin stated dispassionately. Now, Markham, you have offended our guest,
Lady Adelina admonished.
Please, Reskin, forgive my husband. We do not wish you to leave.
Reskin smiled pleasantly at the lady to show he was not upset. Do not fret, Lady Adelina. I am not offended. The General's concerns are understandable, and I appreciate that he is protective of Frisha. I hope that he is just as discriminating when it concerns her actual suitors. I believe that for most of them, if any, her well-being will not be at the forefront of their aspirations. Reskin turned his attention back to the General. And yes, General Markham, Frisha has already made it clear that she intends to select a husband from among your nobles when she is ready. I believe that her dowry has made her valuable enough to desire, but not noble enough to respect. But surely her husband will eventually come to see her as the strong and passionate woman that she is. Reskin finished. General Markham was taken aback by the young man's candidness. While he did not like what Reskin had to say about the nobles and how they would treat Frisha, he grudgingly admitted to himself that it was true. She would never be seen as an equal. The best she could probably hope for was a distant, loveless marriage where she lived in luxury but was otherwise ignored. He had hopes, though, that one of the young men would develop a genuine interest in his niece. Tamrin broke through the General's thoughts. I know it's not really my business, but Frisha is like a sister to me. I don't see what is so wrong with Reskin being with Frisha, even if he was after your estate, which, for the record, I don't believe is the case. These nobles will only want her for your estate also. Sorry, Frisha. At least Reskin has already proven himself capable and willing to put his own life on the line for her protection. And Reskin has proven himself honorable over and again. He lives by this strict code like a knight. I would much rather she be with Reskin than some snotty noble who won't care for her.
Sorry, Lady Adelina. I shouldn't have said that last part.
The general started a retort, and then realized he did not have one. Reskin was sitting back wondering how they had come to a debate about whether or not he should enter into a marriage contract with Frisha. Frisha was sitting next to Reskin, hiding her face in her hands. She was completely mortified that everyone was having this conversation about her, all around her, and she was apparently the only one who had no say. Reskin noticed Frisha hiding herself and instinctively reached out to stroke her hair. It always helped to calm Pride when the stallion was upset. General Markham was watching Reskin. The young man's concern for his niece did seem genuine enough. He still had many concerns about the young man's vague background, though. Nothing seemed to be adding up, and he had a growing suspicion he knew why. Reskin turned his attention back to the lord and lady of the house and stated, "We have had many long days of travel, including this day, and recounting the trials of our journey is upsetting for both Frisha and Tam. If it would not offend you both, I think it is time for us to retire."
Oh, of course, Reskin dear, Lady Adelina replied. You are completely correct. We should not have engaged in such a heated conversation when you are all so weary from your travels and trials. Please, get some rest and feel free to sleep through the morning if you wish. We will not be offended if you do not show for breakfast. I know how draining these things can be.
Reskin stood and bowed politely as he replied, "You are a most gracious hostess, Lady Adelina." Reskin turned and nudged Frisha to stand. Her face was red, and her eyes were puffy with unshed tears. She was trying her best to hold them at bay. The young warrior reached up and stroked her cheek. Looking into her eyes, he said softly, "Do not fret, Frisha. You are safe now." Looking into Reskin's crystal blue eyes and being so close to his calm, reassuring presence, she realized she truly did feel safe.
I know,
she said sincerely. Frisha took a deep breath and caught a whiff of Reskin's clean, masculine scent. Suddenly, the troubles that had plagued her only moments ago were assuaged. Her face and shoulders relaxed, and she smiled. Reskin escorted Frisha up the stairs, but stopped at his door, allowing the young woman to continue down the corridor to her own room. When he entered his own room, he stretched his taut muscles and set about checking the space for traps and poisons. Chapter 15. The next day, Reskin woke early as usual. He made his way to the stables to check on Pride, and then found a clear area at the rear of the property to practice his various fighting forms. He needed to keep his skills honed, and he found that he could not bear the tedium of the languorous outworlder lifestyle. It took much less effort to maintain his skills now that he had mastered each one, but he continued to feel anxious if he did not get enough practice. It was simply another one of those habits that had been conditioned into him throughout his life. The night before, after he had returned to his room, he was agitated and needed to release some of his pent-up energy. Instead of going to sleep right away, he spent a few hours crawling over the estate. He perused the extent of the outer grounds, slinked across the roof, surveyed the cellar, picked every lock and broke into each and every room. When he entered the master suite that night, the general's years of soldiering paid him service. The older man awoke, sensing something was amiss, but after he could not find the source from where he lay, he fell back to sleep. An inspection of the general's office revealed the man kept nothing of political or military interest in his home, and the household accounts and correspondence were typical and of little interest. When Reskin finished his skulking about, he felt much more at ease. The spy mission did more than just expend some of his pent-up energy. It also served to allay some of his concerns about staying in the home of the general of the army for the kingdom against which he might just be a traitor. Now that he had a thorough knowledge of the property, he could formulate a number of escape routes and plan for the best positions of attack and defense. After the young warrior finished his morning routine, he used the hand pump near the kitchen to rinse his body clean of sweat. The sun's first rays were just beginning to breach the horizon, and most of the household was asleep or just beginning to stir. He entered the home through the rear of the kitchens and procured a plate of bacon, eggs, and biscuits from the young maid who assisted the cook. Reskin thanked the young woman, who smiled sweetly and batted her lashes at him, and then he sat down at a small table to one side. Just as he was finishing his meal, the general entered in search of his own breakfast. Reskin stood and performed a slight bow in greeting as the maid cleared away his dishes.
Up early, I see. It looks as if you've already performed your physical training exercises as well,
the general commented. It was his attempt at civility, but not being much of a conversationalist, he stuck to soldier speak. The self-proclaimed warrior did not seem to mind. Reskin nodded once in the affirmative and said, "I have." General Markham grunted.
If only all my soldiers were so motivated, I would have an unbeatable army.
Reskin said nothing in response. He did not want to point out how lacking he found the soldiers. Most of the officers he had seen could hold their own, at least against each other, but the enlisted were little better than farmers whose pitchforks had been swapped for swords. The poor security he had encountered in Laurelus was quite discouraging as well.
So, what are your plans for the day, Reskin?
The general asked casually. His wife had insisted on a long discussion with him about his poor treatment of their guest the night before. The general was still suspicious and uncomfortable having the mysterious and apparently dangerous young man in his home and near his family. Adelina had been horrified when Reskin rightfully questioned his welcome after she accepted him as a guest. Markham received the brunt of her distress and was attempting to behave more amiably this morning, even though his opinions had not changed. The young man replied, "Frisha and Tam will be rising soon, at which time we will conduct their daily weapons training. They expressed a desire to visit some of the shops, so I intend to accompany them afterward. I also need to restock a few of my medical supplies, having used quite a few during the journey."
"You do not appear injured,"
remarked the general. "Indeed, I am not. After the first battle with the bandits, I used quite a few supplies in treating the soldiers. On the second leg of the journey, a couple of incidents resulted in injuries from my companions, the worst of which were incurred during the second bandit attack by Mistress Raylan." Reskin explained.
"You provided all of these treatments yourself?"
the general asked. "Yes," Reskin replied. Knowing the general expected an explanation, Reskin continued. "During my training, I worked with several healers in sort of an apprenticeship. I mastered the healing skills of treating injuries and illness, identifying and procuring healing plants and minerals, and preparing potions, draughts, antidotes, and ointments." Reskin thought it prudent to leave out the fact that he was also a poison master. "I have no innate healing ability, however, so my abilities are limited to the mundane."
"You are a master healer of the mundane, at 19?
the general asked with incredulity. Reskin inclined his head in affirmation. A master healer would also possess innate healing powers like Master Pater, and were rare enough to be extremely costly and in high demand. In fact, many master healers did not bother to learn the mundane healing techniques if their powers were great enough. A master healer of the mundane, uncommon in itself, had all of the skills of a healer without innate powers. Few healers reached the status of master healer, and were simply referred to as healers. Being a skilled master healer of the mundane could be quite lucrative.
"You have papers to prove your claim?"
the general asked. Reskin shook his head. "I have no need of papers. Being a healer is not my purpose in life. A lack of papers will not prevent me from using the skills when I need them." That was absurd. Why would someone spend years mastering such a difficult profession not to use it? The general did not believe Reskin's claim for a moment.
"You said you are a warrior. I have not known many healers to take up the sword. They concern themselves with healing people rather than injuring them,"
the general countered. Reskin shrugged. "I am many things," he said cryptically. The general was a shrewd man. He would have to be to gain the position he held. Usually, Reskin could get around people's suspicions by saying little, but General Markham pressed him for answers. Reskin was saved from additional questions by Tam's arrival. "Good morning," the affable young man said with a broad smile. "Good morning, Tam," Reskin replied with a smile of his own. "Tamarin?" The general nodded in greeting. "Frisha will be down in a moment," Tam supplied. Just as he said this, Frisha shuffled through the door. Tam looked at Reskin apologetically. "I nearly had to drag her from the bed," he said. "You could have slept a bit longer. You both needed the rest after the journey," Reskin remarked. Tam shook his head with a grin. "Your rules, Reskin. Training at dawn. You're not the only one who can follow rules." Frisha gave Tam a sideways look that morphed into a scowl. She was dressed in her tunic and pants and carried her belt and throwing knives in her hand. "What is this?" the general asked, remembering Reskin had said something about weapons training. "What are you three up to?" Tam, still grinning, said, "Rez has been training us to fight. He started teaching us both the sword, but then he switched Frisha to throwing knives. He said something about not wanting her to get close enough to the enemy to use a sword. Plus, she refused to carry one being a woman and all. Not that it stopped Raylan. Frisha scowled at the mention of the young female warrior. Tam continued excitedly. Look at this! He bought us weapons! Lieutenant Jimson said my sword is better than the one the army issued him. The general grunted.
It is not difficult to find a sword better than those. The one the lieutenant carries is probably better than most since he is an officer, but those issued to the enlisted are little better than scrap metal,
he remarked as he examined Tam's blade. Then why do you use them? Tam asked.
If it were up to me, we would not, General Markham answered.
Tam furrowed his brow in confusion. But you're the general of the army. Isn't it up to you? The general shook his head.
I am in charge of the army, not the treasury. They are the best we can afford in bulk for the average soldier, based on the funds I am provided.
So who decides how much money you can spend and what you can spend it on? Asked Tam.
In this case, the king, said the general.
King Bordrin
kept the army supplied well, but since King Cadian was crowned, our funds have been significantly reduced, and in the past few months, our recruitment quota has increased.
The king is building up the army? Reskin asked.
Indeed. Makes one wonder why, does it not?
General Markham commented. You don't know? Asked Tam with surprise. The general scoffed.
Not even I, the general of the army, knows why. I am not sure anyone but the king himself knows.
He handed Tam back his sword.
This is a good sword. I am glad to see you are taking the initiative to learn before you join up. If you perform well enough, you might even someday break through the barrier and become an officer.
Commoners can do that? Tam questioned excitedly.
Markham nodded. It is rare, but it can happen if a soldier proves himself to be a great leader of men. Of course, it generally only happens during times of war. The soldier must not only prove himself in battle, but there must also be a need. In war, enemies will target the officers. If too many fall, the army must look to promote others. It is to our advantage to promote from within the seasoned veterans. Actually, I wish that I could promote all of my officers in such a way. Raising a man as a noble does not make him a soldier.
General Markham turned to Frisha.
Young lady, you are learning knives.
What have you there? The general indicated her belt. Frisha, still not ready to talk so early in the morning, simply nodded and handed the belt with knives to the general. Markham studied the fine quality of the leather and the decorative scrollwork. He examined the small knives and tested their weight and edges.
This is a very nice gift, and an unusual design, I might add. I do not think I've seen the like, he remarked.
I'm still not very good,
Frisha mumbled.
But I can sometimes stick them in the target now, even if they don't hit when I want them to.
General Markham laughed.
Frisha, my dear, do not fret. If you have achieved that, then you are doing well. These things take many years to master.
Looking back to Reskin, he said,
I see that you have taken your promise of protection to the next level, Reskin. From the story I heard last night, I can see that you have done well to protect them. But teaching them to protect themselves and making sure they have decent weapons with which to do so is most commendable.
Reskin bowed at the unexpected compliment and said, It is the best way to ensure their safety. I cannot be with both of them at all times. Lieutenant Jimson has improved as well, and I expect he will make a fine showing in his tier at the tournament.
Is that so? Perhaps there is a promotion in his future, then,
the general commented. Glancing out of the kitchen door and noting the lightening of the sky, General Markham said,
It is time for me to be gone. I have duties to which I must attend. Have a pleasant day.
General Markham strode down the wide lane deep in contemplation. That boy could not possibly be a master healer of the mundane. At his age, he would have had to begin his apprenticeship at the age of 4 or 5. It was absurd. He did not believe Reskin for a moment, but at the same time he was wary of thinking him a liar. It was a contradiction he could not resolve. Perhaps the young man had been duped. Some charlatan could have taken him under his wing for a couple of years, for a price, of course, taught him a few herbs and techniques, and proclaimed Reskin a master. Markham might have been able to convince himself of that if Reskin did not appear to be so intelligent. The young man was cultured, educated, well-mannered, and conducted himself with both courtly grace and the elegance of a skilled warrior. Markham had not yet seen the young man in action, but the way he moved indicated he was either a dancer or practiced fighter. Reskin did not look like a dancer. He was a mystery the general could not solve. Every conclusion seemed to point in a different direction. The only confluence he could find was one he did not wish to consider. Tam and Frisha worked their way through their exercises. Tam's motions grew more fluid as he became comfortable with the weight of the sword and motions of the forms. Reskin always knew exactly when Tam had not performed correctly to the slightest nuance and was sure to correct him. In addition to memorizing the movements of the sword forms, Tam was learning to block. At first, Tam was hit nearly every time, but now he felt a growing sense of pride every time he managed to block a strike. Frisha found that she was better able to clear her mind and focus when Reskin was working with Tam. As soon as she caught the handsome warrior's attention, her concentration shattered, and her blades would fly wide or short of the target. This morning, Frisha was having particular difficulty clearing her mind. It was obvious her uncle did not care for Reskin, and she could not understand why. Reskin was the model of perfection, and had been courteous and exceptionally tolerant of her uncle's accusations the previous night. Frisha had been utterly mortified by the entire turn of events. At first, Frisha was confused that Reskin did not defend his desire to court her, but when he mentioned her intentions to marry one of the nobles, she was distraught. She had thought he understood after their previous conversation about going to the tournament that she really wanted him. Now that she looked back on it, she realized she had never actually expressed her feelings for him. She had only said that she wanted to go to the tournament and that she did not want to marry a noble. She had never said she wouldn't marry a noble, or that she would choose Reskin instead. Reskin, for his part, had not asked for any promises or shows of interest. He had simply accepted her company for what it was and seemed happy with what he could get. On top of that, she knew from the general's reaction to her gifts that Reskin had paid handsomely. Frisha felt terrible. For the rest of the day, the three companions strolled along the streets and gawked at fancy things in expensive shops. Most of the shop owners were opposed to the idea of people perusing their wares without making any purchases, so they relegated themselves to peering through windows. Reskin purchased another fine quality but serviceable tunic to replace the one that had been stained with blood from the battle with the bandits. He saved the herbalist's shop for last, since it was where he would need to procure the most items. Tam and Frisha followed him inside, wrinkling their noses at the strong scents that mingled in the small confines. Their eyes roved over the countless bottles and packets and pouches, labeled with strange names that meant nothing to them. Reskin was talking to the shop owner and seemed miffed. "This is a ridiculous price for sparrywort. I could just go outside the walls and collect bushels of the stuff," Reskin asserted.
But you're paying for the quality. This sparrywort was grown with the freshest water collected from the last winter ice in the light of the afternoon sun. The plant was then snipped with silver shears on the eve of the full moon," the shopkeeper replied. Reskin scoffed. "This herb is used by apothecaries, not alchemists. None of those things matter for its healing properties, and it would be ridiculous for anyone to bother with performing those useless rituals. You most likely had your apprentice go out and gather this from the patch I saw growing near the bridge." The shopkeeper, a sour-faced, middle-aged woman with dull, stringy blonde hair, sputtered. "I assure you, boy, I am a master herbalist, and I know what I'm talking about. I did no such thing."
"Save your lies for someone who cares to hear them," Reskin said with a frown. "There are quite a few things I require, but I will not be purchasing them from you. I will be reporting your business practices to the Healers Guild, so we will see how they feel. Let them deal with you." With that, Reskin motioned Tam and Frisha toward the door. As they exited the shop, the herbalist frantically called out,
"My lord, wait, please! I may have been mistaken. Sparrywort, did you say? My lord?"
She was cut off as the door closed behind them. "What was that all about?" Tam asked. "The woman was a thief and a charlatan. I cannot imagine she always conducts her business in such a way, or she would not have a license to operate. Items always cost more in the city, but everything in that shop was priced at least 3 or 4 times what it should cost. I think she was trying to swindle me because of my age. She probably thought I was some struggling healer's apprentice who knew no better." Frisha gasped.
"That's even worse. That would mean she is stealing money from those who have the least and are just struggling to make something of their lives."
Reskin nodded once. "Exactly. Which is why she needs to be reported."
"I agree," Frisha responded. "Do you think she does that to everyone, or just you for some reason?"
"It is possible she thought I was a noble who could afford it. Reskin replied. Tam looked at him sideways. A lot of people seem to think you're a noble. I can't say I disagree. Reskin shrugged, but said nothing. The trio headed to the Healers Guild to report the herbalist's underhanded business practices. An elderly man with white hair that stuck up all over his head recorded the information Reskin provided. The man was kind enough to give the young people the names of a few shops where they could purchase supplies at a reasonable price. After visiting one of the shops mentioned by the old healer, they returned to the general's estate. By the time they arrived, it was already close to the dinner hour. That evening at dinner, General Markham asked,
"So, Tamarin, when will you be visiting the recruiter's office?"
I've decided to wait until after the tournament. Reskin, Lieutenant Jimson, and Raylan are all going to compete, and I'm going with them,
Tam replied.
"Are you? I did not realize you were a duelist, Reskin,"
General Markham remarked with an underlying hint of disapproval. I am not, Reskin replied, but I am capable.
What? I thought you were a duelist,
Tam replied.
You told Jimson that you duel.
I am proficient with the sport, Reskin replied, but it is not my preference to compete in such a way. It is not a fighting technique that is suited to the battlefield. If you attempted to engage the enemy in such a way, you would be easily cut down. True battles are messy and lack rules of engagement. From your own experiences, I'm sure you can appreciate that enemies, whether soldiers or bandits, will not adhere to any rules. Dueling is a brutal sport, but it is a sport nonetheless. It was designed for the aristocracy to show off their skills in a safe environment.
"I quite agree," stated General Markham. "But that begs the question of why you intend to compete if you feel that way."
Reskin considered how to answer the general's question. Lieutenant Jimson made a few good points regarding the usefulness of such a competition. He said it was the only way he had to measure his progress relative to other duelists, and claimed to have learned several new techniques from watching other combatants. The lieutenant also pointed out that the tournament is the only opportunity he had to observe a swordmaster.
That is all good and well for the lieutenant, but it does not explain why you wish to compete,
the general observed. Seeing that the general was not satisfied with his explanation, Reskin merely shrugged and said, I have my reasons.
"Which are?"
Markham asked. Reskin met the general's eyes and replied, my own. Frisha took that moment to jump into the conversation.
Actually, I have decided to go to this tournament as well.
No, General Markham said flatly.
What?
Frisha asked in surprise.
"I said no. You will not be traveling alone with these men any longer. It is not appropriate. The fact that you had to in order to get here can be excused, but I cannot abide you doing so simply for the adventure."
Frisha raised her chin in defiance and said,
All of my companions are honorable and most excellent protectors, except maybe Raylan,
she remarked with repugnance.
But she is a woman, so that should not matter. One of your own lieutenants will be accompanying us. There is no reason to prevent me from joining them.
Lady Adelina decided to add her opinion to the mix.
Frisha, dear, we are supposed to be preparing you to meet with prospective husbands. We cannot have you running off with other men for extended periods of time. But, Aunt Adelina, I will have my entire life to be married. How many more opportunities might I have to go to the tournament? How many times have you gone? And your husband is the general of the army. Most of the noblemen will be at the competition anyway. It will give me the opportunity to see them compete. Besides, Reskin has offered his protection. I will be safe,
she said with confidence as she crossed her arms. General Markham slammed his fist down on the table, causing the dinnerware to clink.
"I will not allow you to travel halfway across the kingdom with someone I do not know or trust,"
Frisha argued.
There is no reason for you to object. Reskin has been a perfect gentleman. He has comported himself with dignity and respect, and he has protected me and even saved my life at least twice. You know he is capable.
"I know nothing of the sort,"
the general stubbornly responded. Then, more softly, he said,
"It is unseemly, Frisha, for a young woman to go gallivanting across the countryside without a proper escort."
What exactly would you consider a proper escort?
Frisha questioned.
My dear,
Lady Adelina said,
you are among nobles now. There are proper protocols for every occasion, including one such as this. There are only 3 ways an unmarried lady may travel and retain her honor. Otherwise, people will question your virtue, and with your commoner blood already working against you, you really cannot afford that. I am sorry, dear. I mean no offense. It is just a statement of fact.
Frisha nodded in acknowledgement and asked,
And what are those 3 ways?
Well, the first is that you must be accompanied by an adult male blood relative. Since neither your uncle nor father can accompany you, that is not an option. The second is that you would be accompanied by your betrothed, also not an option at this point. The third is usually reserved for necessary travel only. It could still be considered acceptable as far as your reputation is concerned, but it would damage your chances of finding a husband.
Well, what is it?
Frisha asked, not really caring so much about finding a noble husband anymore. She already knew who she wanted, and she doubted he cared about such things.
You would have to enter into a formal prime courtship, and then your prime suitor could accompany you,
Lady Adelina replied.
but it would still be frowned upon by our peers.
Seeing the confusion written across the young woman's face, she continued.
You see, when nobles enter into a marriage, it is quite complex. During a normal courtship, the young woman may court several suitors at a time to give her other potential suitors the opportunity to express their interest, and also so that she can decide which young man she wishes to marry. Once she and her family have decided upon a suitor, a betrothal contract must be signed. The betrothal contract outlines all of the political and financial agreements between the families of the bride and groom. After the betrothal contract is signed, the bride and groom must wait at least 1 year before the wedding can take place. As you probably already know, nobles can be a stubborn and finicky lot, and coming to such agreements can take quite some time. It may take 6 months or more for some of the larger houses to finalize an agreement. Then, they would have to wait an entire year for the actual marriage.
Why a year? Asked Tam. Lady Adelina paused to sip her wine, so Rezkin answered Tam's question.
Some of the betrothal contracts between larger houses can have widespread political and economic ramifications. Waiting a year for the contract to take effect provides enough time for the news to spread and for others to make plans for the impending changes.
Anyone who will be affected by the contract has the opportunity to file a protest, and the contract must then be reviewed by the king. The king has the authority to approve the contract, send it back for revisions, or dissolve it completely.
What is a prime courtship?
Frisha pressed.
A prime courtship was devised for 2 purposes. The first is when it is agreed that a couple will wed, but it will be some time, years, before they can do so. Perhaps one or both of the young people are too young, or one must go away for a time, maybe to study.
Or go on campaign, the general grumbled. Lady Adelina continued.
So forming a betrothal contract can be difficult if the houses do not know what their state of affairs will be when the time comes. This usually applies to the smaller houses, since their finances and political standing tend to fluctuate. The second application is to get around the problem of the long waiting period. A prime courtship is a simple contract that states that the lady has chosen her suitor, and the suitor has agreed to the marriage, but the terms of the betrothal agreement have not yet been agreed upon. The time spent in a prime courtship can be applied to the year-long waiting period. As a condition of entering into a prime courtship, both parties must either stipulate that the terms of their betrothal agreement will have limited effect on outside parties, or they can publish the potential terms so that outside parties can respond appropriately. In that case, the financial or political impact of the published potential terms cannot be increased, only decreased, during future negotiations, Lady Adelina explained.
Frisha's shoulders sagged.
So either way, I cannot go unless I either have a relative or future husband with me.
After dinner, Tam followed Rezkin out to the stables. As the young warrior was checking on his battle charger, Tam decided to broach the delicate subject.
Rez, why don't you enter into a betrothal with Frisha? He asked.
What? Why? Rezkin asked, genuinely bewildered. Oh, come on! You've been courting her for like a month now. Don't act so surprised. Tam chuckled.
I am courting Frisha? Rezkin thought. When did that happen?
It's not like she can stay your girlfriend forever, Rez. Tam huffed in exasperation. Eventually, you will either have to marry her or move on. If you don't marry her, she needs to find someone else to marry. She can't just keep being your girlfriend. Rezkin furrowed his brow. He had not been aware of this stipulation to the position of girlfriend. The hierarchy was more complicated than he initially thought. He attempted to liken it to some other type of relationship hierarchy that he did understand.
What, is it like a promotion?
Rezkin queried in confusion. Tam laughed. If you want to look at it that way. If Frisha were a career officer in the military, she would be expected to work hard and receive promotions. If she were passed over for promotion too many times, she would be dismissed from service. It sounded like Tam was saying that Frisha's responsibility as his girlfriend was to eventually enter into a marriage contract with him. If she failed to meet his standards for such a contract, she would lose her position. Would whoever was in charge of his friends replace Frisha with a different superior female friend until he finally chose one? Reskin did not want a replacement girlfriend. He understood Frisha's strengths and weaknesses and knew that she would not panic in dangerous situations. In addition, he was surprised to admit he trusted her not to stab him in his sleep. These seemed like good qualities to have in a wife, and there was no guarantee that a replacement girlfriend would possess them. Still, Reskin was not ready to enter into a marriage contract. He had just left his training and had no need or desire for heirs at this time. Stryker Farson was still out there somewhere, and Reskin had a rising desire to solve the mystery that was his life. There was also the fact that husbands had certain responsibilities to their wives, or so he understood from his studies. He would be expected to provide Frisha and his heirs with a home in which he spent most of his time, and he would need a socially respectable position to provide a regular income. He doubted being a criminal overlord counted as such. "I am not ready to enter into a marriage contract, Tam, and I cannot provide for a wife and offspring in the obligatory way," Reskin replied. Tam sighed. "But if you don't, then General Markham and Lady Adelina will marry her to someone else. Do you want to lose her? If you aren't ready to get married, then why not enter into one of those prime courtships instead?" Reskin furrowed his brow in irritation. Why did all of this have to come up so quickly? Was it part of his purpose that he finish his training and immediately enter into a marriage contract? What was the point of all of this training? Still, he did not want Frisha to be replaced with a stranger. "I will consider it," Reskin replied. Tam smiled broadly and slapped Rez on the back. Reskin noticed that he did not tense up as much as he usually did when someone made physical contact, and reminded himself not to let his guard down per Rule 24. "It'll be great!" Tam exclaimed. "We'd almost be like brothers." Tam rubbed at his brow and laughed. "If I was actually related to Frisha, I mean." Chapter 16. That night, after everyone was abed, Reskin slipped into the night wearing his dark clothing, black armor, and deep cowl. The criminal element in the city of Kybane was strong, highly influential, and ruthless. Far more dangers resided in this city than just a few simple thieves' guilds, and Reskin intended to add as many of them as possible to his repertoire of resources. First, he had to meet up with the personnel he sent separately from his own traveling party. They were supposed to have left Justine the day after he and his companions departed. The thieves would have encountered the riverboat returning to Justine with the bandit captives and learned of the change in plans. From there, the Diamond Claw members should have continued to Drenel to complete the task he had set for them. After Drenel, they would have continued on to Kybane. A few experienced thieves would have had a relatively easy time of the rough travel and should have made it to Kybane ahead of him. Of course, that was assuming everything went to plan, which rarely was reality. The young warrior traveled the dark streets of the city with efficiency, using the map he held in his mind. On occasion, during his training, Reskin had wondered why he was required to memorize so many maps and floor plans when he was never permitted to leave the immediate area of the fortress. At times, he had been sent on longer treks into the forest and mountains of the north, but never had he ventured into civilization, so the knowledge seemed frivolous at best. Now that he knew he had a purpose, and that purpose was to be undertaken in the outworld, the master's insistence on the memorization made more sense. When he was halfway to the safe house for the Kybanian branch of the Diamond Claw Guild where he would meet his contacts, Reskin decided to change directions. He had made an instantaneous decision to completely overhaul his plans, having realized that he would need the element of surprise to carry out his ambitions. Once he met with his people, news would spread, and the element would be lost. His masters and the strikers had always been pleased with his ability to think quickly and change tactics in an instant. Reskin had learned to follow his instincts, and they had saved him innumerable times. This was one of those times when he just knew he had to adjust his strategy. Reskin did not know where his destination was located, so he needed to find a guide. It would be a toss-up whether he ended up with the Razor's Edges or the Crimson Blades, the city's two other thieves' guilds. While the Diamond Claws had branches in Justine and Kybane, the Razor's Edges would be found in Kybane and Port Manai. The Crimson Blades were purely local, though, having been unable to gain a foothold in the other cities. Because the king's seat had their full attention, their influence within the city was slightly stronger than the other guilds. By now, news had spread to most of Ashai about the takeover of the thieves' guilds in Justine. The Mage Relay would see to that. Guards and security officials had been notified of a major movement in the criminal element of one of the country's capital cities. He doubted anyone took the threat of the disturbance spilling into the seat of the king seriously, though. No one had that kind of influence, surely. Rezkin needed to take advantage of their apathy and misplaced sense of security. No one would be expecting him to be here already, if at all. After dancing across several rooftops and scanning dark alleys near the rowdy taverns and brothels, Rezkin finally found a promising lead. A young man had just stabbed an older man in the gut and grabbed the man's coin purse. The young man darted away quickly before anyone noticed, not that help was likely to come any time soon or that it would do any good. The older man had already expired on the ground in a pool of blood. The knife must have struck something vital, or perhaps the man's heart simply gave out. Rezkin took off in silent, secret pursuit of the young slayer. Eventually, the young man ducked into an abandoned shop that looked to have once held a chandler's workshop, if the globs of wax in the sills and across the exposed floor were any indication. Unconvinced that this was the location of the guild house, Rezkin waited. A couple of jittery young men entered the building a brief time later, but were shoved back out with a shout from the building's other occupants. After about an hour, the young killer finally emerged, looking alert and excited. Dark lines crawled up the back of his neck, lines that had not been there during Rezkin's pursuit. An inker. The young warrior mentally shook his head in disdain. No respectable guild would allow its members to ink. He was about to give up pursuit of the drug addict and find an actual guild member when the young man joined with a small group of equally seedy men. The largest of the men wore clothes that were a bit too small, his trousers and tunic sleeves riding too high on his legs and arms. The guild tattoo on his inner forearm was unmistakable. Two serrated daggers stood in the shape of a V, the pommels nearly touching at the bottom, with the blades facing outward. It was the symbol of the Razor Edges. Finally, he was getting somewhere. Rezkin hoped the man intended to return to the guild house tonight. He did not have much time to get everything done before he needed to leave for the tournament. The tournament was still his best chance at finding out about the strikers, at finding Barson. The men laughed and tossed a small jug around, sharing its contents that Rezkin surmised were most likely of an intoxicating nature. It was a wonder the Razor Edges were successful at all if their members were all drunkards and inkers. Perhaps these were the worst of the lot, or maybe the branch in Port Manai was more proficient. Eventually, an older woman dressed much like the women near the brothel approached the group. She scolded them, and the men ducked their heads in submission. Some of them looked chagrined, others were angry, but no one protested the dressing down. Finally, the group dispersed. Rezkin followed the tall man and his two companions. They turned a corner and descended a set of stone steps leading to the basement level of a slaughterhouse. The warrior nearly cringed in spite of himself. Who would want to live or work beneath a slaughterhouse? The smell alone would be enough to drive one away, not to mention all the fluids and other gore that would drain down into the lower level. In only moments, the men re-emerged, one carrying a heavier purse, and Rezkin was relieved. He had no desire to infiltrate the location, and not just because it was a slaughterhouse. The basement likely had only one entrance, and the enclosed space would make it dangerous to penetrate and escape if necessary. Rezkin followed the men in a winding route, passing through the working district and then the merchant district. Eventually, they entered the back courtyard of a moderate but well-appointed estate house not unlike the general's home. As the young men entered, a couple of others were leaving. One raised his hand in greeting, and his sleeve fell back to expose the guild tattoo. Interesting. It seemed this guildmaster lived lavishly and liked his luxuries. Unfortunately, Rezkin had no information on the current Razor Edge guildmaster. The last information he received about 2 months ago had indicated unrest within the guild. The former guildmaster had been killed, and at the time, no one had been able to hold on to the position. The young warrior wondered who lived here, and if the current resident was the rightful owner. It was not uncommon for criminals to set up shop in an empty home while the owners were away. Perhaps they'd even killed the owner, and anyone had yet to discover the treachery. It was even a possibility that some minor lord or merchant had decided to extend his influence with the darker side of society, not unlike the disgraced Lord Uruk. Reskin could learn only so much from sitting outside in the shadows. He also tired of the inaction. The young warrior dropped from his perch on the low branch of a tree, silently landing within the estate courtyard. He slipped through the shadows to one side of the building that was lacking in doors but had plenty of windows, which were just as good. Actually, Reskin preferred windows. People did not expect anyone to enter through windows, and they were often located in secluded places rather than along corridors that others used for passage. He wondered how people could feel secure at all when their sanctuary was riddled with such vulnerable weaknesses. The intruder casually pulled himself through one such weakness on the first floor. He was a little surprised to encounter a minor ward, probably one intended to discourage entry and alert the homeowner of an intruder. Reskin was unconcerned. This ward was a negligible annoyance compared to the plethora of wards he had encountered in the bank. The room was dark and devoid of people. Although it had been dark outside, he still waited a moment to allow his eyes to adjust to the deeper blackness. The room appeared to be some kind of catch-all workroom with equipment ranging from washboards and basins to files, grinding stones, and whetstones to broken cart axles. The intruder made his way to the door, careful not to upset any of the equipment. From the outside, this side of the house appeared to be quiet and unoccupied, and it seemed his evaluation was correct. The corridor was unlit and empty. As Reskin slinked down the hall, he felt the tingle of mage power slide over his skin from somewhere above. He realized that something of interest must lay up there if someone went to the trouble and expense to have it warded. For him to feel the ward down here meant it was poorly shaped and unfocused. Still, any ward was costly, even a poor one. The silent intruder came to the stairs, but rather than following them all the way up where he might be spotted, he launched himself onto the banister with silent grace, and then leapt up to grasp the balcony railing. His toes touched the second floor without a sound, and he crouched low in case anyone had detected his movement. Just as he was about to stand, a door opened below, and a man's voice echoed through the stairwell.
Yes, Guildmaster, but you know people are talking. It's bad for morale. Half the men want to give in already, and the other half want to kill the first half, the voice argued.
I don't care, replied a woman. We have no reason to believe the Raven will come here. For all we know, this is a scheme cooked up by the authorities to throw us off. They're probably hoping we'll give ourselves away in a panic.
Reskin could not see the two since they were below him, but the woman sounded mature and confident.
But if he does come here demanding our loyalty, what do we do? The man asked in frustration.
Reskin wanted to know the answer to that question as well. Then, more quietly, he added,
They're saying he's not human.
Silence ensued for a moment, and he assumed the woman was contemplating the answer. Finally, she said,
From what we've heard, he only kills people who oppose him. So if he comes, then we just go along with it. We'll let him think we're on board, and when he lets down his guard, we'll take him out. He's only one man.
Fortune favors the bold,
Reskin thought to himself. It was by pure luck he had been present at this precise time and location to overhear their plans. Of course, he would have suspected such deceit anyway, but this way he knew for certain. The man changed the subject, and by the sound of their voices, he knew they were walking toward the stairs. The intruder quickly padded down the walkway until he felt the tingle of the mage ward he had encountered earlier. He pressed past it with a focused will and tested the latch on the door the ward was intended to secure. The door was unlocked. Reskin would never understand why people put such faith in mage wards. The warded room was an office. It contained a plush chaise, a few lounge chairs, and a large desk. Several shelves lined the walls upon which sat record books, stacks of correspondence, and loose parchments. The hearth crackled with flame in the heat of the summer, making the air too warm and stifling. A box of incense placed near the fire suffused the room with a spicy aroma. The intruder quickly crossed to the side table and poured himself a beverage. It smelled strongly of spirits, but he had no intention of actually drinking it. He took a seat at the desk and shuffled through a few papers, noting anything of importance. then leaned back, propping his legs up as Yurik had done. Rezgin wanted to appear confident and unconcerned, and these thieves seemed to appreciate overly dramatic gestures. He held the drink casually, but made sure his cowl hid his features. He did not want these people to recognize him when he went about town with Frisha and Tam. The door opened, and in strode a man and a woman deep in conversation. The man closed the door behind them. He was tall and broad of shoulder, his face and hair clean, and his clothes cut in the style of a servant of high station. The woman was in her early 30s, and was dressed in a fine silk and velvet gown in a mustardy gold color. Layers of petticoats pushed the lower part of the gown out to completely fill the doorway as she entered. The bodice was cut low enough to show ample cleavage, and she had wrapped about her arms a burgundy shawl of crushed velvet. Her shimmering golden locks were piled atop her head in mounds of curls, and glittering jewels dangled from her ears. She might have passed for a lady, if she did not appear to be trying so hard. The woman was halfway across the room before she looked up and gasped, stumbling into the man. The startled man was so preoccupied with catching the woman that he did not notice the cause for her distress.
"Who are you? What are you doing here? How did you get in?"
The woman shrieked into the man's ear. The man flinched at the high-pitched sound, but immediately jerked his head around to see to whom the woman was speaking. Rezgin continued to lounge, casually swirling the amber liquid in his glass. Once the man and woman were straightened out, he said, "Which question should I address first?"
"What?"
came the startled reply.
"I mean, get out of here! Guards!"
the woman shouted. The man finally shook himself from his surprise and pulled an overly long dagger from his pants. The dagger looked far too long to fit comfortably in its hiding place, and Rezgin wondered how the man had accomplished such a feat. He tossed the thought aside for another time and said, "I do not believe your guards will hear you, since the room is surrounded by a soundproofing ward. Although, you should know that, since it is your room." The woman huffed and took a step to turn back toward the door. She stopped abruptly when a small dagger whisked past her shoulder and lodged in the doorframe. "You may, of course, continue to seek assistance, but you will not live long enough to accomplish the task if you do," the intruder stated calmly. Turning back with a pale face, the woman repeated one of her earlier questions.
"Who are you?"
Rezgin smirked and said, "I think you know the answer to that one." The man's fist clenched tighter around his dagger, and he said, "The Raven." The intruder inclined his head and replied, "That is what they call me. I am pleased that my reputation precedes me. It makes this so much easier."
"You want my guild?"
the woman stated in challenge. "Your guild is already mine," Rezgin replied. "You just have not accepted it yet."
"What makes you think I'll give it up so easily?"
the woman countered, her face sour and her lips pursed. "Oh, I know you will not. In fact, I know you intend to betray me when you think I've let my guard down." The woman sucked in a quick breath, and the man groaned. Rezgin grinned, knowing the only part of his face they could see was his mouth. "You should learn not to voice your intentions so loudly, especially when you intend to betray someone." The man looked a bit ill. His face was ashen, and he gulped repeatedly. The woman's face burned with a pink flush that might have been attractive under different circumstances. She shrugged and said,
"What do you expect? It is my duty as guildmaster to look out for the interests of the guild."
"Are you so certain it is in the guild's best interest to defy me?" Rezgin asked, contempt thick and heavy in his voice. Uncertainty slid over the woman's gaze as she replied,
"One does not simply hand over power because a stranger demands it. This is my guild. I have earned my place."
"Perhaps. How exactly did you earn this place?" Rezgin asked with a slight tilt of his head. His tone was knowing, even though he had no idea how the woman had come to be guildmaster. The woman's posture shifted from stiff surprise and antagonism to one of sultry arrogance. She shrugged one shoulder and swayed her hips as she said,
"My late husband did not exactly know what he was getting into."
Ah, the woman was a fraud. She married the poor noble to whom this estate belonged. She had probably duped him into thinking she was a lady, and he had likely overlooked certain flaws for the benefits of her physical attributes. Rezgin recognized that most men would see her as quite alluring, but he saw only the hidden teeth and claws. His one and only experience with a woman had been quite effective in curing him of the fatal weakness men had toward women, especially women like this. Actually, this woman reminded him quite a bit of that other woman. The intruder scoffed. You take a noble house and waste its resources on common thievery. Simple plans for simple minds, he mused. He plucked a parchment off the desk and read the signature at the bottom. Lady Hilleth Gadarand. He performed a quick mental search through the seemingly endless lists of houses he had memorized. Gadarand was a minor offshoot, by several generations, of House Ruald, which held a courtship under the authority of Duke Darning. Gadarand held no lands of its own, but obviously had enough wealth to maintain an estate in the capital city of Kybane, the seat of the king.
I'll have you know it's not easy getting into a noble house, Hilleth replied. Those who recognize true talent commend my accomplishments, she said with a proud lift of her chin.
Rezgin was out of his seat and across the room faster than either could react. He stood before the woman and gripped her jaw firmly in his right hand as he gazed at her from the shadow of his cowl. His left hand held a thin knife, the tip resting just under her partner's ribs. The woman's startled eyes stared back into the shadowed recesses, trying to catch a glimpse of his face and understand what was happening. True talent? The intruder inquired with scorn, his deep, quiet rumble brushing softly over her ears. You are originally from the east, Krellis, perhaps. You eventually moved to Umbral, where you began an apprenticeship with a seamstress. Rezgin recognized the slight nuances in her speech. The tiny lilt at the end of some of her words spoke of an eastern origin, while the slight clip was particular to the river town further to the south. Her long fingers were crisscrossed and dotted with tiny white lines where she had been repeatedly nicked with shears and needles, more so than was typical for a woman who was not employed in such a profession. The woman's eyes widened further in surprise. How? She started, but was cut off by the raven's tight grip. He tilted her head to the side and then back and said, You found yourself in disgrace, hiding away in a brothel. You eventually ended up here in Kybane, where you began looking for an easy mark. He leaned forward, closing the distance between their faces. Hilleth could not mistake his closeness for one of desire. It was completely hostile and domineering. She shivered under his control. Do not mistake a lonely man's willingness to overlook your flaws for a sign of talent. You are easy to read, Hilleth, the raven warned. Of course, he knew her name was not Hilleth. Hilleth was a fictional character, a ruse. The woman blinked several times, holding back unshed tears. The raven's tight grip dug painfully into her jaw, but it was his words that truly stung. You are wrong, she whispered. Rezgin was momentarily taken aback. The last part of his assessment had been mostly conjecture, based on her current profession and the manner in which she comported herself. It was entirely possible that he was wrong, but he doubted it. He loosened his grip slightly to allow the woman to speak. The proximity, the dominance, the taking of liberties in touching her was all strategy, a form of psychological manipulation. Based on his calculated profile of the woman, he felt this tactic would be the most effective. When the raven's fingers loosened, Hilleth took it as a sign that she was permitted to speak. She inhaled deeply and said, It is never a disgrace to bear a child. The woman's eyes glistened as she spoke, revealing a hidden inner turmoil. Rezgin searched deeply in her eyes and made another quick assessment, solely based on instinct. He released her jaw and stepped back, his knife vanishing as though it had never been. She failed to hide the briefest spark of triumph, but it was too late. He had already judged her. You do not fool me, Hilleth. Any child you might have borne was scraped from your womb long before it could take breath. Hilleth's jaw clamped shut, and the flicker of smug satisfaction disappeared along with the false tears. The woman was nothing if not consistent. Once a fraud. Hilleth scowled deeply with burning hatred. What do you know of it? How did you get your information? She spat vindictively. The man next to her took a step back, a plethora of emotions flashing across his face. Rezgin was satisfied he had gotten under the facade to reveal the serpent beneath. I am claiming this guilt, Hilleth, but I am afraid there simply is no place for you. Unfortunately, you are the enemy that cannot be permitted to linger at my back. Tomorrow morning, the city post will report that a robbery occurred this night. Lady Hilleth Gadarand, widow to the late Lord Gadarand, was killed during the home invasion. Having no heirs, Gadarand was survived only by his brother, who will inherit the property and all its wealth. You can't do this! Hilleth screeched.
I am master of this guild. My people will fight you.
Maybe, but it will not matter to you. You will be dead.
Reskin nonchalantly replied as he stepped back behind the desk. Do something, Breck! Kill the bloody gutter rat!
Hilleth ordered, her accent degenerating to that of a common street urchin. Breck's attention was not focused on the intruder, though. He was looking at her in horror.
You said you had a miscarriage.
What?
The woman gasped in consternation.
That's not important! Get rid of him!
She shouted as she jerked her head toward the intruder. Breck shook his head, his complete focus on the woman as though Reskin did not exist.
If you lied about that one, what about ours? Did you kill our child too?
Breck asked, his voice choked but filling with anger.
Don't be absurd. We're not talking about this right now. Priorities, Breck!
Hilleth scolded as she attempted to redirect Breck's attention to the present threat. Breck balled his fists as his face flushed in anger.
No, we are talking about this now. What about our baby, Hilleth?
He shouted as he stomped toward the woman.
You killed him, didn't you? You killed my son!
Hilleth's face flooded with fear as she stumbled back from the furious second.
No,
she shouted.
Stop, Breck, it wasn't like that!
Breck raised a heavy fist as he reached for the woman.
You did! Don't deny it!
No, Breck, you don't understand!
Hilleth shouted as she cowered away.
I couldn't have,
she started, but Breck grabbed her arm and yanked her roughly toward him. Just as he was about to strike the crying woman, she shouted,
There was no baby!
Breck's hand froze midair. All was still and silent, save for their heavy breathing.
What?
The man finally said on a breathy exhale.
I lied,
Hilleth sobbed.
I wanted your support. I needed you on my side.
Breck's hand dropped, and he took several steps back. His face was pale and drawn as he stared uncomprehendingly at the woman.
I've been mourning the loss of a child that never existed. How could you?
He huffed breathlessly, his voice ending on a choked sob. Reskin had returned to the chair behind the desk to watch the unexpected exchange. This behavior amongst Outworlders was strange and foreign. Hilleth held the higher station within the guild and apparently dominated the relationship she had with her second, but the second was obviously the superior fighter. As soon as he felt the bite of betrayal, he reared up to chomp at the weaker woman. Aside from the lie, Reskin did not understand Breck's disquiet. The man seemed truly upset that the woman had not borne him an heir, which made no sense to the young warrior. The two had obviously not entered into a marriage contract, especially since Hilleth was married to the late Lord Gadarand, and their lifestyle was hardly conducive to rearing young. The Raven's smooth, deep voice cut through the thick air when he spoke. You two obviously have much to discuss, but I have no time for it. Breck, do you care to dispose of her, or shall I? Without looking at him, Breck slumped down into a high-backed chair. Staring into the lively, dancing flames of the hearth, he waved a dismissive hand.
Breck!
Hilleth shouted.
You can't be serious! You're just going to sit there while he threatens me. I mean, honestly, Breck, it's not like we can't still have a baby. I could even be pregnant now. If you let him do this, he would be killing me and our baby.
Hilleth desperately pleaded, but her words sounded hollow and crude even to her own ears. Reskin was amazed at his luck. These Outworlders were overrun with emotions to the point that they would turn on one another even without his assistance. Adsden and the Serpent Guild had been angry and resentful of the blackmailing Yorick, while Hilleth had used her womanly wiles to wrap Breck around her finger. It was only a matter of time before the second realized what a monster she truly was. She most likely expected to have a much stronger hold over the guild before that day occurred, probably even to have another susceptible man at her beckoning call by then, someone who would take care of Breck for her. Moving around the desk, the Raven approached with smooth, calculated steps. Hilleth backed away until her back struck the closed door. In a panic, she reached to the side and grabbed at the knife lodged in the frame, but it had sunk deep, and her shaking hand could not get the necessary leverage. She whimpered and cowered. You wouldn't hurt a lady, would you? The woman begged. The Raven huffed his amusement at the statement, and Hilleth swallowed hard, understanding that she would have to use a different tactic. You don't have to do this. I can be of use to you. I have skills that only an experienced woman could have, she pled, attempting to sound seductive but utterly failing in her terror. Crowding her against the door, the raven leaned forward so close she thought for sure she should be able to make out his face, but somehow his features remained elusive. "I am sure you do," he said cryptically. His focus lingered on her as he reached over and easily plucked the knife from the doorframe, secreting it away as he did. The raven's entire demeanor spoke of cool detachment that, combined with his predatory gait and the unnatural blackness beneath his hood, made Breck's earlier assertion that the man was not human seem more plausible. He reached up and softly stroked her cheek with feigned fondness. Hilleth licked her lips salaciously, and just as her muscles began to relax, the assailant suddenly gripped her jaw forcefully once again. The woman whimpered in fear and pain. Her chest heaved in a contained sob, and her eyes watered with impending tears. "Please," she whispered. The raven cocked his head curiously and said, "Perhaps you can be of some use to me." "Yes," she uttered immediately, furiously attempting to nod her head that was trapped in his firm, unyielding grip. "Anything you desire, master," she whispered. Hilleth's eyes flashed with renewed hope and desire? Reskin could see Breck watching them now from the corner of his eye. The man was curious and angry, although Reskin did not know if the man's anger stemmed from jealousy or the fact that Reskin had not yet killed the woman. Hilleth believed she had managed to use her so-called skills to convince the raven to spare her life. In truth, Reskin never intended to kill the woman, not unless she did something truly stupid, like choose to be uncooperative, but allowing her to believe that she had gained even the tiniest hold over him would keep her trying to prove her worth. Even if she did not believe she could defeat him, being the kind of woman that she was, she might believe she had a chance at claiming the raven for herself, thereby attaching herself to a most powerful, albeit terrifying man. Reskin dropped his hand from her jaw and stepped away. Hilleth released a heavy, relieved breath, but her eyes flashed with disappointment. What did she think might happen? That he would take her here and now, right in front of her lover? Yes, she probably did think that, Reskin conceded to himself. He was more familiar with her type than he wished, but he mentally thanked his masters for that particular lesson. It had been a terrible one to learn, but he now recognized the necessity. "I assure you, master," Hilleth said in a rush, "that the Razor Edge Guild will serve you well." "Yes, they will. But that will not be your concern," the raven asserted. "You are no longer guildmaster, Hilleth. I have another task for you. I will give you the opportunity to prove yourself, but make no mistake. If you are found unworthy, you will not enjoy the consequences. In fact, henceforth, there will be little joy to be had in your life." Hilleth raised a manicured brow and said smartly, "As if there ever was." Breck growled and pounded his fist on the arm of his chair, but said nothing. Hilleth turned her attention to the man, her lover. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she lifted her chin and shrugged with one shoulder, as if to say she felt no shame for her actions. Breck turned his face away as he gritted his teeth and bit back any retort he might make. Reskin found the display to be curious. He commended the second for his adherence to Rule 104, meet uncertainty with silence and listen. The man had not complied with many of the other rules, but at least he had this much self-control. Still, he was not sure the man was up to the challenge of taking on the position of guildmaster. While he had managed to attain the position of second, he had the countenance of a follower rather than a leader. Still, if Breck could follow Reskin's lead and still get things accomplished, the arrangement may work. "What of you, Breck? Are you prepared to fill the position of guildmaster?" the raven asked, almost as if he actually cared about the response. Before Breck could utter a word, Hilleth interrupted. "What? You'll make him guildmaster?" Reskin turned back to the flummoxed woman. "You chose him as your second. Surely he is the most skilled and strongest of the guild," he observed wryly. Hilleth shrugged non-committally while avoiding Breck's furious gaze.
"Well, I had other reasons for choosing him."
"Then you are saying he is not worthy of the position with which you honored him?" the raven asked calmly, with unnerving patience. Hilleth risked a look at her former lover, and then lifted her chin and said confidently,
"No, he is not."
"And who would you choose?" the raven asked. Feeling as though she were gaining ground, Hilleth strutted forward.
"Demke, perhaps? Or Triold?"
she said with a pert smile. Again, Breck clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, but said nothing. He glared furiously at the woman, but pulled his eyes away to watch for the raven's response. The raven nodded beneath his hood. Do you know what I think, Hilleth? I think you are worried that the new guildmaster will hold a grudge against you, and you are hoping to secure someone of your choosing in his place, someone you believe you have a chance at seducing to regain a semblance of power. Hilleth's smile fell as Breck's fist unclenched. The man released a pent-up breath. Ah, Reskin thought. The man had been concerned that Hilleth's manipulation had gained a hold over the raven, and Breck had been biding his time until the truth was revealed. It had been a test of sorts. Breck's voice was low and gruff as he said, I am well prepared for the position. It would have been mine had Hilleth not... He did not finish the sentence. They all knew now what Hilleth had done. You will serve me, the raven asked, as though Breck had a choice. He started, and then glanced at Hilleth before looking back. Owe you a debt. I will serve you. You, at least, are forthright and honest in your intentions. It was a dig at the woman, but Hilleth held her head high and shrugged shamelessly. Very well, the raven replied. Here are some instructions to begin with, but I will return several times over the next few days to ensure there is no miscommunication. Do not bother to set a trap. It will fail, and you will die. Breck watched the highly armed shadow warrior carefully. The man's confidence in his threat was so overwhelming that if any thoughts of traps or ambushes had existed in Breck's mind, they had summarily fled. Breck nodded once in affirmation, but made no other move. Reskin was pleased with the man's self-control. What about me? Hilleth asked with a bit of a pout. The raven grinned wolfishly, the firelight highlighting the white of his perfect teeth, so discordant with the black shadows that otherwise concealed his face. Oh, I have a task for you. I suggest you begin making preparations. The Lady Gadarand is going on a trip, and I expect she will be gone for quite some time. Hilleth was struck with the realization that the raven had planned this all along. Chapter 17. The following morning, after all the weapons training was finished, Frisha, Tam, and Reskin decided to partake of the midday meal at a small restaurant Lady Adelina suggested. It was located in the upscale Central Market District, but the lady assured them the prices were reasonable. The quaint restaurant was busy, but not so busy that they had to wait for long to be seated. The table they were assigned was located on a patio that overlooked the busy square. Along the wall of the building ran a trellis with flowering vines that smelled sweet and fresh. The three shared a large salad made with fresh greens and vegetables tossed with a savory marinated grilled fish. The salad was followed by roasted rosemary chicken with seasoned potatoes. Everything tasted superb. As they were eating, Frisha made polite conversation with a couple of young women who were dining at the table next to them. The two ladies, Joselia and Mariana, ostensibly bestowed all of their attention on Frisha, who was surprisingly susceptible to their doting. They complimented her dress and hair, and gossiped about all of the people she was sure to meet. All the while, the two young ladies were surreptitiously batting their lashes and casting eyes at Reskin. Tam even received a brief perusal, but he was obviously a commoner, so neither gave him any additional attention. At the end of the meal, the three were standing to leave when a group of raucous young men walked by, causing a commotion. The young men, who ranged from their late teens to mid-20s, were lavishly attired, the rich sons of nobles who flaunted their wealth with fine clothes and other accoutrements. The young men all laughed at something, and then one of them shoved another a little too hard. The young man tripped over his own feet and stumbled toward Reskin. Ever aware of his surroundings, Reskin sensed the young man's uncontrolled approach and instinctively stepped out of the way. He was unable to stop the imminent collision, however. The flailing man crashed into the table, upsetting the dinnerware and spilling wine over Frisha's fine dress. The other young men laughed hysterically and offered no apologies. Reskin strode over to confront the dominant male who had caused the disruption. You will cease this offensive behavior and apologize to the lady, he demanded. This particular young man looked to be about 24 and nearly matched Reskin's height and breadth. He wore a gold-embroidered cream silk doublet with matching breeches. At his hip was a rapier with an ornate, twisted silver handle. The silver scabbard was embellished with gold accents and gemstones. The young man's eyes traveled the length of Rezkin, sizing up his opponent. Rezkin had dressed in his fine blue silk shirt and black pants for the outing. The lordling snickered when he noticed the two swords at Rezkin's waist. He ran a tanned hand through his gold-blonde hair and grinned. "And why would I do that?" he said haughtily. His friends chuckled beside him, but were decidedly more subdued. Rezkin cocked his head as he stared with icy blue eyes. "Through your negligence, you have upset the lady and ruined her dress. An honorable man would provide recompense and an apology." The young lord scowled. "Are you questioning my honor?" "Are you?" Rezkin retorted. The man's dark blue eyes flickered over Frisha, and he smirked as he said, "I see no harm done. She would look better without the dress anyway." Frisha gasped and flushed bright red. Lady Joselia stomped a foot and said,
Tyrion, you are a cad.
to Frisha, she said,
That is Tyrion, eldest son of the Duke of Wellenban of House Nerys.
"Yes," Tyrion drawled. "You may call me Lord Nerys. If you are very nice, you may call me Lord Tyrion," he said suggestively. "I am about to call you dead," said Rezkin coldly, "if you do not apologize to the lady. I will not stand for you besmirching her honor with your lewd remarks." Rezkin's muscles flexed, and he seemed to expand to fill additional space around him. His icy eyes appeared to barely hold a deep darkness in check. To the young lord's dismay, Tyrion felt a sudden wash of fear. Tyrion was not sure why, but this man's imposing presence had a familiarity that unsettled him. His hand immediately went to his hilt, but stopped short of drawing it. Rezkin subtly shook his head once. "We have already determined you lack honor. Let us not find that you lack intelligence as well. If you draw that sword, you do so with your last breath," he warned dispassionately. It was that cold, emotionless assurance that got to the young lord. Nothing in the imposing man's voice or bearing said bluster. For some reason, Tyrion just knew he did not want to fight this man. It was like staring into the maw of a hungry wolf. Tyrion continued to grasp the hilt of his sword, more for comfort than anything, as he glared at the other man. Rezkin cocked his head curiously as he studied the noble. Tyrion continued to grasp his hilt, but failed to draw the weapon, giving Rezkin ample warning and time to prepare for the imminent strike. Surely a future duke would have greater skill, he thought. Therefore, there must be some other reason for continuing to grip his sword. "I am aware that some blades are enchanted, giving their wielders extra advantage. Perhaps this is why you continue to grip yours. Does it make you more intelligent?" Rezkin inquired with a mixture of condescension and genuine curiosity. Tyrion was not about to let everyone know he had been cowed by this stranger, though. He donned his greatest smile, and with his usual brash, haughty conceit, he said, "Come now, friend. We were just having a bit of fun. Perhaps you could do with some— Who are you? I do not believe we have met." Tyrion thought he had met everyone of importance, but now he was uncertain. "I am Rezkin, and this is my girlfriend, Lady Frisha Markham, and I'm still waiting to hear an apology," Rezkin responded without blinking. He was a stone-cold statue, unmovable, until the right moment. Tyrion's eyes widened. "Markham? Well, that does change things. You must be the general's commoner niece. I had heard that you were coming to Kybane to look for a husband. It seems you work quickly," Tyrion remarked. The young lord's attention turned back to Rezkin. "She is your girlfriend, eh? I can see why you were all bent out of shape then." "The next word out of your mouth had better be an apology, or you will speak no more," Rezkin remarked, his voice low and flat, as though he was simply commenting on the weather. Tyrion maintained his smile, but his eyes spoke of fear as they flicked to Rezkin's gaze. The young noble laughed boisterously and waved his hand around, as if the whole incident was insignificant. Of course, friend Rezkin." His steps were masked with confidence, but inside he was shaking like a leaf. He stood before Frisha and gave an exaggerated courtly bow as he implored, "My Lady Frisha, my most humble apologies for ruining your dress. I will, of course, compensate you for the loss. And I do hope my comments did not offend you. My mouth does tend to run away with me when I am in the presence of such beautiful ladies." This last he said with a total lack of sincerity, as his eyes fell over each of the ladies, who actually were quite lovely. Tyrion considered them all to be insignificant and beneath his station. In an effort to save face and discourage anyone from thinking Rezkin had gotten to him, he performed the same courtly bow to his friend, who had picked himself up off the ground. "My dear friend, Lord Ambry, I do apologize that your feet are so big that you could not keep them under you." Tyrion then walked past Rezkin out into the street and performed a sweeping bow to the first person he saw, stating, "My fellow Ashayan, I do apologize that the sun is so unbearably hot. I will do my best to see that it behaves itself in the future." The young man motioned to his friends, and then walked off, bowing and apologizing for more absurdities to each person he passed. Rezkin watched the discourteous juvenile performance with dark eyes. His immature antics were an attempt to avoid shame in front of his friends. The young warrior was considering plans to hunt the man down tonight in his bedchamber and fix the problem. With his arrogance and massive ego, Tyrion was sure to present himself as a terrible duke. The kingdom would be better off without such a man in power. The warrior would have to check into the age of the current duke and inquire about his health. Given time, the young Tyrion might learn some humility. Rezkin nearly grinned when he thought of all the ways he could teach it to the young lord. Ladies Josiella and Mariana both ran up to Rezkin, each grabbing onto an arm. Rezkin drove off his instincts to throw the women away from him, but kept a close eye on their movements. He did not want to fall victim to a dagger through the ribs.
Rezkin, that was amazing,
said Mariana with fluttering lashes.
I never thought to see Tyrion cowed. I have never seen anyone put him in his place before.
Joselia tittered excitedly. Mariana continued speaking as soon as Joselia took a breath.
I was so scared. I actually thought that you were going to kill him for a minute there.
Shaking off the anxiety of the moments before, Tam laughed and said, "Don't worry about that. Rezkin is harmless. Well, unless he needs to kill someone, I guess." As he said the last, he furrowed his brow at his own contradiction.
Oh?
Mariana said with a thrill.
Have you killed many men?
Rezkin was trying to follow the rush of words coming from the excitable women. "I have killed many," he replied honestly. Joselia's eyes widened.
How many? Were they all bad?
"Of course they were all bad," Tam replied. "They were bandits who attacked us on our journey."
Have you killed any women?
Mariana asked curiously. Rezkin glanced over to see Frisha standing alone and pouting, as though she had been forgotten. She scowled at the two ladies, who were clinging to his arms and hanging on his every word. Extricating himself from the women, Rezkin said, "If you will excuse me, ladies, I believe Lady Frisha would like to return home to change her dress." Rezkin strode over to Frisha and bowed slightly before offering her his arm, as was the proper way to escort a lady. Frisha blushed and smiled coyly. Tam followed several paces behind Rezkin and Frisha, content to let them have some privacy. They walked in silence until Frisha asked,
Why did you call me Frisha Markham? My surname is Sylvain.
"General Markham has named you his heir. You now have the honor of using his family name," Rezkin answered.
Oh,
she said. Frisha finally worked up her courage and remarked,
"You called me your girlfriend."
Rezkin cocked his head as he looked down at her, imploring brown eyes. "Well, you are you not?" he asked. Frisha blushed and bit her lip before answering,
Yes, if you want me to be. Are you sure you would not prefer one of them?"
Rezkin furrowed his brow. "One of whom?"
"Joselia and Mariana,"
she replied, secretly pleased that he had not instantly jumped to thoughts of the other women.
"Actually, they would probably both agree to be your girlfriend. They'd likely be willing to share."
The young man frowned at the idea. Why would he possibly need another girlfriend? Protecting one was difficult enough. Having multiple girlfriends would amount to a lot of work, and so far he had not really seen any gain from the position. Rezkin once again met Frisha's eyes and said, "I cannot possibly think of any reason I would ever want any other girlfriend." He must have said something Frisha liked, because she beamed up at him as though he had just granted her the kingdom. Rezkin glanced behind him at Tam, who had also heard and was grinning ear to ear. As they neared the house, Frisha stopped Rezkin and looked up at him with concern.
You know when you leave in a few days, I won't be able to go with you."
Rezkin frowned, but nodded. "I am not sure that I should go to the tournament if it means leaving you here. I will not be able to protect you, as is my purpose." Frisha's jaw fell.
"You would stay for me?"
she asked breathlessly. "Of course," Rezkin replied. "I cannot fulfill my duties to you if you are not with me. It is complicated, though. Because I have another duty that I must fulfill, and my best chance of furthering that is at the tournament.
No, you should go, Frisha said regretfully. You need to be there. And Tam and Jimson and Raylan are all depending on you. Besides, whether you're here or there will make little difference to my uncle. He said he's been putting together a list of suitors that he would like me to start meeting.
About that, Reskin said, I do not want you to marry another. I do not want to replace you. I cannot think that any other woman would fill your role to my satisfaction, and frankly, I do not care to find out.
My role?
Frisha asked. As my girlfriend, Reskin clarified.
Frisha smiled and nodded her understanding.
She loved hearing Reskin call her his girlfriend.
Reskin took a deep breath and plowed ahead.
Why was this so hard? I am not ready for marriage, Reskin stated. Frisha's heart sank. She had known it was too much to hope for, but could not stop her fantasies. I have only just come to the Outworld, and I have many things I need to do before I think of taking a wife and having offspring. He did not mention that he had been warned against such things. I cannot provide properly for them at this time. Frisha's heart plummeted further. No matter what you decide, he continued, I will always honor and protect you so long as I am permitted, but I hoped you might consider accepting me as your prime suitor. When it is time, I will make sure you have everything you need and anything you desire. Frisha's mouth gaped like a fish a few times. As Frisha stared into Reskin's beautiful topaz eyes, she could see that he meant every word he said. She truly believed that if she asked for it, he would find a way to give her the world. The fact that he promised to be there for her, whether she accepted him or not, told her that he sincerely loved her.
Res, yes, 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 yes. We'll have to convince my uncle, but I don't care what he says. I say yes.
Frisha flung her arms around Reskin's neck, and he did not even tense. He decided that he must have unconsciously anticipated the move. Reskin released a heavy breath he did not realize he had been holding. Now that the issue was out of the way, he no longer had to worry about his friends replacing Frisha, or her uncle marrying her off before he had a chance to promote her to wife status. Reskin thought he should have felt more concerned about entering into a contract of any sort at this point, but he was simply relieved that this was one less problem with which to be concerned. Now that he had a future wife lined up, he had no need to revisit the issue in the future, although he was not certain he would have addressed the issue at all if circumstances had been different. Having a wife and offspring seemed tedious at best. Reskin's instincts went on alert when he noticed Tam was moving in on them quickly. Tam threw his arms around both his friends and squeezed. Congratulations! I'm glad you two finally got that worked out. I thought I'd be an old man by the time you two got through your courtship. It took you nearly a month, Tam teased. Frisha giggled and swatted at him. Reskin did not understand. A month was on the lower end of decent for a courtship that had not been prearranged by family. After a moment, Reskin realized Tam was making an attempt at humor. Reskin was not sure he could pull off laughter at this time. He had not prepared for it, since he was not playing any particular role. He settled for producing his best smile. Chapter 18.
Absolutely not,
barked General Markham.
Last night, you did not even know what a prime courtship was, and now you are ready to enter into one.
Well, I know you did not know, he said to Frisha,
but he knows much more than he wishes us to believe.
The three friends, the General, and Lady Adelina were gathered in the study. Reskin and Frisha had planned to discuss the matter with her family after dinner, but the General returned home early, and Frisha just could not wait. Reskin had approached the General and his wife asking for a word. Tam and Frisha, refusing to be left out, joined them.
You are up to something, Reskin, and I will not let you dupe me or my family,
the General continued as he paced angrily across the floor. Reskin stood stoically, watching the man stomp back and forth. Everyone else was seated, watching with wide eyes. Even the Lady Adelina did not seem inclined to interrupt her husband's tirade. I assure you, General, I have no ulterior motives, Reskin asserted.
Ha! Like I would believe you,
the General remarked. Reskin considered the situation objectively. Besides Markham's general dislike of him, to what aspect was the General most opposed? He seemed most concerned that someone was trying to swindle him out of his estate. Making a quick decision, Reskin offered a concession. General Markham, if your greatest concern is that I am attempting to claim your estate against your wishes, then I would gladly remove it from the terms of the agreement. In fact, I do not require that Frisha come to the agreement with any kind of dowry at all. My only desire is to retain Frisha. General Markham stopped in his pacing and stared at Reskin like he was some fantastical creature. Lady Adelina gasped and covered her mouth with her hand as her eyes darted to her young niece. Frisha had tears in her eyes and was grasping Tam's hand. Tam simply wore the biggest grin he had ever seen. "You do not want the dowry?" the general asked uncertainly. After a moment, he collected himself and his anger returned. "Oh, you are good. You are bluffing, though. You do not really believe I would consider sending my niece out into the world without a dowry. Her father would disembowel me. Besides, I have already named her my heir. You know I will not retract that for your sake." Reskin restrained his frustration before the audience, and, for all appearances, he looked steadfast and earnest with a hint of boredom. He asked, "What exactly would convince you of my sincerity, General?" "To start with, a name," the general barked. "A name?" Reskin asked with confusion. "Yes, your name. Your family name, to be specific. I do not believe for 1 minute that you were raised as some commoner orphan," he stated. "I would gladly give it if I had one to give. I truly do not have a family name. If my parents had one, I would not know, since I never met them," Reskin explained, a bit of his frustration breaking through. "Fine. Then where are you from? Give me the name of this fort in which you were raised," Markham ordered. Reskin rubbed at his jaw in an uncharacteristic outward expression of discomfort. This was going to be more difficult than he thought. "I am afraid it also does not have a name, or if it does, I do not know it." Frisha gasped. "Reskin! Just tell him!" Reskin looked at her apologetically. "A fort with no name," the general stated flatly. He looked over at Frisha in exasperation. "You see? A man with no name from a place with no name." "I have a given name. It is Reskin," the young man replied. The general scowled. "That is not a name. It is a character. A joke." Reskin frowned. "A character?" "I tell you this," the general continued. "None of my forts are without a name, and neither do they take to raising and training orphans." The light tapping at the door sounded like thunder in the booming silence that followed the general's shout. "Enter!" he barked. Steward Norris entered the room and announced, "General Markham, there is a Lieutenant Jimson here to see you." The general paused. He glanced at Reskin and then Tam and Frisha, who had been the lieutenant's traveling companions. "He said he wishes to see me." "Yes, my lord. Shall I show him in?" Norris asked, his tone filled with boredom. "Yes, Norris. Bring him here. Perhaps he can help to straighten out some of this mess," the general muttered. A few moments later, Lieutenant Jimson entered the study, surprised to see such a gathering. Maintaining his attention on the general, a man he never thought to meet in person, he saluted smartly and said, "General Markham, I am Lieutenant Jimson. I have a letter for you from Colonel Simmons of Fort Moneski." The general narrowed his eyes and said, "You carried this message yourself?" "Yes, sir," the lieutenant replied. "You arrived in Kybane more than 2 days ago in the company of my niece, her escort, and this rogue." He motioned toward Reskin with irritation, and Jimson's eyes briefly met those of the man in question with surprise and confusion. The general continued, "And you are just now delivering the message?" "Yes, sir," Jimson replied anxiously, but without a hint of apology. The general huffed. "Just give it to me," he barked. The general had been in a foul mood to begin with, and this was not making it any better. Lieutenant Jimson confidently strode forward, handed the sealed letter to the general, and then backed up a few paces to resume his stance at attention. General Markham checked that the seal had not been tampered with, and then opened the letter from the colonel. As he read, his brows rose higher and higher. At one point, his attention flicked to Reskin's swords, and his hand shook slightly before he steadied them. Once he finished reading the letter, he read it again. After reading it the second time, he took his time folding the parchment, cleared his throat, and, without looking up, quietly said, "You may be at ease, Lieutenant." Lieutenant Jimson relaxed, but remained standing in place. The general's anger had clearly dissipated, and the Lady Adelina was concerned by his reaction. "What is it, dear? Are you unwell?" Markham looked at her as though he did not really comprehend what she asked, and then he finally turned his attention to the warrior he had just been berating for the last 20 minutes. Reskin's icy stare was arresting. The young man reached into a pouch at his waist and pulled out a small silver tube, which he held out for the general. General Markham realized that Reskin knew exactly what was in the letter. Markham took the silver tube and carefully removed the cap and contents. He unfolded the parchment and read. Even without the enchanted seal, he would have known Bordrin's hand. He lowered himself into a chair as he studied the familiar script of his old friend. To Markham, Bordrin had been more than a king. He had been his closest friend and confidant. Markham, being quite a bit older, had known Bordrin all of the man's life. He truly missed the man, and he missed the king. Bordrin had been a king Markham was proud to serve. When Bordrin gave an order, Markham felt confident he could follow it without reserve. Things had not been the same since Bordrin died. Things were not the same with Cadian on the throne. The general finally was able to focus his attention on the content of the parchment, and was shocked that not only did the certificate of authority bequeath the warrior with 2 Shaolin blades, but it also did not specify or limit the young man's authority in any way. The fact that Rezkin's name and description had been written in by a different hand was odd. It seemed absurd that the king would compose a non-retractable certificate of unlimited authority and leave the name of the recipient blank. Anyone could have written any name in the blank and had the authority to do whatever he wanted in the kingdom. No, that was impossible. The mage seal would have prevented it. The other oddity was that Rezkin's name lacked not only a family name and place of origin, but also a title of any sort. By kingdom law, he truly was just Rezkin. He was not lying about that. A sobering thought crossed the general's mind. Still gripping the certificate, he looked up at Rezkin and said, "You could have just claimed her all along." Rezkin cocked his head and thought, and then simply nodded once. "Why did you not?" the general asked. "Or is that why I am receiving this now?" "It was purely coincidence that the lieutenant chose to deliver his message to you at this time, and I would prefer to discuss any other details with you in private," Rezkin stated. "They do not know?" General Markham asked in surprise. "No, and I would prefer to keep it that way for now," Rezkin responded. Tam, Frisha, and Lady Adelina were all astonished and utterly confused by the entire spectacle. Whatever the lieutenant delivered had clearly unnerved the general, and then the note Rezkin handed the man had taken the wind right out of his sails. Now, they were talking about some secret. Tam and Frisha shared a look. A secret they did not know? One about Rez? What could Rezkin be hiding, and how could it be so important as to affect the general of the army in such a way? It had to be important to Markham in his capacity as the general, since the missive came to him via one of his lieutenants from the colonel at Moneski. What did the general mean when he said that Rez could have claimed her all along? Was he talking about Frisha? That made no sense. People could not claim other people. Was he talking about a weapon? Sometimes men refer to their weapons as she. Markham glanced over at Lady Adelina, Frisha, and Tam and said, "If you would all please excuse us. We have some business to discuss." With the strange change of mood and Rezkin's insistence on a private discussion, Frisha decided not to argue. If Rezkin could convince the general to accept him as her prime suitor, then she did not really care what was said. For now, she really wanted to know the secret. What was in those notes? With a questioning backward glance at Rezkin, Frisha followed Tam and Lady Adelina out of the room.
"Lieutenant, will you be staying for a while?" the general asked.
Jimson looked uncertainly at Rezkin.
"I had hoped to visit for a bit. We were to discuss our travel plans."
Rezkin nodded once and said, "The lieutenant may stay. He is already aware of the contents of both of those documents." The general realized he was still holding Rezkin's certificate of authority. With one last perusal, he rolled it back up and replaced it in the metal tube before giving it back to Rezkin. Markham strolled over to his desk, where sat a wine carafe and a set of goblets. He filled 3 of the goblets and then handed 2 of them to Rezkin and the lieutenant.
"Shall we sit?"
The men seated themselves in the 3 high-backed chairs. Rezkin examined his goblet. Under the circumstances, and having seen the general pour the wine, he decided the threat of poison was minimal. Besides, he was aware of only 2 poisons in existence that could dissolve that quickly, and neither were fast-acting. He had antidotes for both in the pouch at his waist, along with several others. A few moments of uncomfortable silence ensued before anyone spoke. The young warrior's certificate of authority was more than just a parchment bestowing the Shaolins upon him. It was an authority that should have been outlined clearly. The general found himself in a quandary. The failure to define that authority meant the young man had both a complete lack of authority and an authority to rival the king. Literally.
I take it you are the reason I did not receive the lieutenant's message on the day of his arrival in Kybane.
The general directed at Rezkin. Yes. I requested that he not deliver the message immediately. The lieutenant felt beholden to oblige. The general eyed the lieutenant, attempting to discern the man's motives. Lieutenant Jimson held his head proudly and met the general's eye. General Markham nodded and said,
Yes, I can see that he did. I understand your difficulty, Lieutenant. We are all in a gray area here. This young man, he indicated Rezkin, has been given the right to enforce his authority within this kingdom, and yet it seems that he is the only one who can determine what that authority is. I cannot imagine what Bordrin was thinking.
But that was not exactly true. He had an idea. Actually, he had two, and he was not sure which was worse. Rezkin said nothing. He had no idea what the old king had been thinking either. He was not even sure the king had meant for the swords to belong to him in the first place. His name had been written in a different hand, and it had not been that long ago, since the description of him was a recent one. 2 years ago, when the old king died, Rezkin had been several inches shorter. Breaking the silence, General Markham continued,
Bordrin died a little over 2 years ago. You claim to be 19, so you would have been 16, maybe 17, when these were bestowed. There was no celebration. There were no announcements. Even I, the general of the army of Ashai, was not told. Whatever it is you did to earn the honor of carrying not one, but 2 Shaylans, was kept in complete secrecy. Does King Cadian even know?
Rezkin cocked his head to the side thoughtfully. I am uncertain. Events have transpired for which I have no explanation. It is for this reason I am going to the tournament. I have no desire to prove myself before the masses, but I do need answers.
Why do you not just go to the palace and ask?
The general questioned. He was not particularly fond of the new king, but Markham was loyal to Ashai. Choosing his words carefully, Rezkin stated, There may be forces in the palace working against me.
A traitor?
The general asked. Rezkin inclined his head, not quite agreeing, but not denying it either. He did not know who was responsible for the massacre at the fortress. It could have been the king for all he knew. If the king found out the strikers were traitors and issued the orders for them to die, then Rezkin had done the king's work. If someone else had ordered the deaths of the strikers, then Rezkin could be the traitor along with whoever issued the orders. With the authority granted him by the old king, though, Rezkin could not be tried openly. He would have to be dealt with in secret. The general cleared his throat.
If a traitor is in the palace, then I must warn the king. Likewise, if he does not know about you already, then he must be told.
Actually, I would prefer you not do that, Rezkin stated firmly. Markham narrowed his eyes at the young man.
And why not?
Rezkin leveled his gaze at the general, willing the man to see his sincerity and authority. We are in the midst of a conspiracy, General. People who are not involved need to remain uninvolved. I assure you, this conspiracy is quite deadly, Rezkin stated ominously as his voice dropped. It was a warning. It held the implication that the king could be in more danger if he knew, and inferred that the general's own life was threatened if he spoke. Jimson's face went pale with Rezkin's threatening words, and the lieutenant was glad that so far he had not been dragged into the conversation. General Markham stiffened.
Surely the king knows by now. Colonel Simmons would have sent a letter to the palace as well.
Rezkin reached into his tunic as he replied. He did. Pulling out a sealed scroll, he waved it in front of the general. This is the letter that was meant to be delivered to the seneschal. General Markham's eyes darted over to the lieutenant.
You gave it to him? That is a letter to the king!
Lieutenant Jimson's jaw dropped as he shook his head vigorously.
No, sir. I have not seen that letter. It was not given to me to deliver. I swear it, sir.
Stuffing the letter back into his inner pocket, Rezkin waved their concerns away. The lieutenant is not at fault, General. I retrieved this before it ever left the colonel's desk. Lieutenant Jimson never received the letter.
When did you see the colonel?
Lieutenant Jimson inquired with disbelief. I did not meet with the colonel. I said I retrieved the letter from his desk, Rezkin stated. He looked back at the general and remarked, You really must improve the security at Fort Monaskey. It was disturbingly easy to break in, go about my business and leave. I barely had to try.
You stole it? The general gasped. Stealing the king's correspondence is an act of treason. Yet Yet you sit here calmly as if it is nothing more than another errand.
Reskin shrugged. What are you going to do about it? The general's jaw dropped.
Well, I will tell the king. I will have you arrested.
Let us dispense with the bluster, General, Reskin replied. Neither you nor the lieutenant will be making any attempts to arrest me. Even if you succeeded, which you would not, you could be tried for failing to comply with the authority of a sword-bearer, among other crimes. After allowing them a moment to contemplate the statement, Reskin continued. Aside from your own safety, you also fear for the safety of the king. Already a part of your mind is wondering what fate could befall the king should he find out about me and the conspiracy in which I am involved, assuming a traitor is in the palace. No, General. You will not arrest me, and you will not inform the king of my existence. In fact, you will speak of me to no one except in the sense that I have been a guest in your home as your niece's friend. The general was quiet as he considered the young man's words. Markham was a riot of emotions. He was furious that this insolent young man would dare to give him orders, that he would finagle his way into the general's own home, that he would dare to bring his niece into this mess. Lieutenant Jimson cleared his throat. Reskin, I have a question, if I may. The young warrior's demeanor relaxed slightly as he turned his immediate attention on the lieutenant. Of course, Lieutenant. You may ask me anything. Jimson released a breath and asked, If you were able to retrieve the letter to the seneschal from the colonel's office, then were you not also able to intercept the one addressed to the general? This caught the general's attention. He had been so wrapped up in his anger that he had not considered that small detail. Of course. I had already read the letter and knew you were carrying it. It was never my intention to conceal my identity from the general for long. I had hoped to get to know you personally, General, before you became aware of my status, Reskin replied, directing his response at both of them. Why? General Markham huffed. 2 reasons, really, Reskin replied. The second was because I needed to study you. I knew, of course, about your military exploits and political maneuverings within the court, of which you have very few, by the way, for a man of your standing. What I did not know is what kind of man you are personally, and where your true loyalties lie. The general scowled. I am the general of the army of Ashai. My loyalties are to the kingdom, of course. I do not doubt that, General, but there are many interpretations of what is best for the kingdom, Reskin remarked. General Markham scoffed. What was the first reason, then? Frisha, Reskin stated. What is your interest in my niece, sword-bearer? Markham asked with hostility. Reskin sighed. I have told you, General, my intentions toward Frisha are pure. She is my friend, and as such, I will protect and honor her. Both Frisha and her father recognize you as her guardian until the time she marries. Therefore, I must respect you as such. I had hoped to give you the opportunity to know me before you received that letter. Unfortunately, it seems your suspicions instilled within you an immediate dislike, which I have been unable to assuage, despite my efforts to put your mind at ease. The general laughed. Of course I am suspicious. Anyone with any intelligence would not believe your story. You claim to be a commoner, but it is obvious you were raised as nobility. If you desire someone's trust, you should start with being honest, or at the very least, become a better liar. Reskin cocked his head and replied, I have never lied to you, General. While there is much I will not disclose, I have always been honest in what I have told you. I assure you that if I wanted to imitate some persona, whether noble or commoner, I could do so flawlessly. I never claimed to be a commoner. I simply stated that I am not a noble. Since I left my home, I have only endeavored to be myself. If you are neither commoner nor noble, then all that is left is royalty, and you are certainly not King Cadian or Prince Thressen, General Markham asserted. But in his mind, the alternatives were sprouting thick roots. Why must I be either? Reskin questioned. Everyone has a place. You must be something, the general remarked. You have seen my papers, General. I am Reskin. Just Reskin, the young man replied. The general grunted. So you are. After a moment's pause, Markham finally said, Let us get to the point, Reskin. What do you want? Reskin pondered the question. I cannot say what I want, but I can say what is necessary. You see, someone in this kingdom has a very dangerous enemy, and I need to know who it is. Who? This someone or the enemy? Asked the general. Oh, I know who the enemy is, Reskin replied. Then who is the enemy? Markham asked. Me, Reskin stated. Explain, the general commanded, as generals are prone to do. Reskin curled his fingers and tapped on the arm of the chair as he thought about how much he should divulge. I was given orders to kill a number of people, which I did, all except for one. One managed to escape while I was dealing with the others. I question now why those particular people had to die. If it had been my choice, I would not have killed them.
Yet you killed them anyway,
The general stated grimly. The truth was finally revealed, and he could see the young man for what he was. He was a killer. He murdered people on command rather than through necessity. The fact that the young man admitted his actions so casually demonstrated his cold and calculating nature. Reskin shrugged. They learned of my orders at the same time as I, and after that, they really gave me no choice. Although in truth, I cannot say I would have done differently at the time, had they not attacked me first. I must follow the rules.
So your rules say you are supposed to kill innocent people?
General Markham asked. Reskin cocked his head as he replied, I did not say they were innocent, General. I am not a cruel man. In fact, if I was given orders to kill the men, then there was most certainly a good reason for it. The problem is, I do not know the reason, nor do I know who issued the orders in the first place. As such, I do not know where I stand. Since I am no longer obligated to follow anyone's orders, I am free to make my own choices. That is with one exception. My last order was to kill those people, and one escaped. I must find him.
So that you can kill him?
Markham accused. Perhaps, Reskin replied honestly. More importantly, I wish to know what he knows. Those men I killed knew much more about my orders than I.
And what of the one who gave you the order in the first place?
Lieutenant Jimson interrupted. Reskin frowned. He is dead. He was killed during the battle, but not by my hand.
Battle? Just how many did you kill?
Lieutenant Jimson nearly shouted in his surprise. There were many, but that is irrelevant. The point is, the kill order would not have originated with the man who issued it. I want to know where the order came from and why it was given. And, Reskin paused as he worked to understand his own thoughts. I want to know if I really must finish the job.
You want to know if you must kill the survivor,
the general stated. Reskin shook his head. Not just him. There may be many more I was intended to kill with that order. It was unclear. I do not know if I was supposed to kill only those present, or all others associated with them. You have seen the authority I was given, General. With my masters dead and that certificate, I am no longer beholden to anyone. Does the order still stand? If so, will someone else finish the job if I do not? What are the consequences for not completing the job? Most importantly, what are the consequences for those deaths for which I am already responsible? What I know right now is that there are at least two sides to this war, and I do not know which side I am on, if any.
You speak of war. You think that what you were involved in is that serious?
The general asked. Believe me, General. Whoever ordered the deaths of the men I killed is fighting nothing less than a war, Reskin replied. General Markham set his empty wine goblet down on the side table and leaned forward. If what you are saying is true, then you have killed some very important people, yet I have received no reports of any high-profile deaths. Something of that magnitude could not have been kept from me unless it was either ordered by the king or is being kept from the king. In order to keep something like that from the king, it would have to be someone very high up indeed. Markham sat back and asked, Just how do you know it was not I who issued your orders? Reskin's lips pulled into a feral grin as he replied, Because, General, then you would have known who I was when we first met, and if you had, I can guarantee you would have not been able to sleep with me under your roof. Despite the general's outward calm, his face paled at least a few shades, and Reskin knew he had achieved the desired effect. It was not that he enjoyed frightening the general of the army. It was purely a strategic maneuver. He wanted to impress upon the general just how serious it was that someone had used him to carry out the deaths of the high-profile targets. As he took a sip of wine, Reskin waved his hand in the air as if to clear away the saturnine mood. He said, Do not be overly concerned, General. If I intended you harm, I would not have had to maneuver my way into your home to do so. In fact, if I intended to kill you, you would never have been aware of my existence. You have my word that as long as you do not take actions against me or interfere with my purpose, no harm will come to you or your family by my hand, so long as I am a guest in your home. Composing himself, the general cleared his throat and said,
That is very reassuring, especially considering the fact that if I were to ask you to leave, you would no longer be a guest in my home and no longer beholden to your oath.
Reskin suddenly felt that strange sense of anger rise up in him, The same anger he felt previously toward Lieutenant Jimson when he questioned Reskin's honor. Really, General, you have had the absolute worst perception of me since we met. I do not go around murdering random people, nor do I take pleasure in the act. You yourself have killed many men by order of the king. In that, you are no different than I, except that you knew by whom your orders were given. Yes, my orders are given by the king. You do not even know who is issuing your orders. It could have been an assassin's guild for all we know, the general acerbically replied. And your orders have always come from the king himself? Reskin turned to Lieutenant Jimson, who was feeling the strongest desire to flee the room. Do you, Lieutenant, receive your orders directly from the king? Well, no. They come through the chain of command, the lieutenant replied cautiously. Reskin nodded once. Exactly. The lieutenant does not always know who originally issued his orders, he said as he redirected his attention to the general. If a superior officer issues a command to the lieutenant, and he carries out that order, is the lieutenant responsible for the outcome? Like you and the lieutenant here, I follow a chain of command. My masters issued the orders, but those orders came from somewhere else. The lieutenant knows his superiors work for the kingdom, Markham countered. You do not seem to know who yours worked for at all. What you say is true. I was raised since infancy to follow the orders of my masters, Rule 258. While I did not question whom my masters served, I have come to believe they too worked for the kingdom. More specifically, it is almost certain they worked for King Bordrin, considering the certificate that you already verified is authentic. But he was not the one to issue my last orders, was he? Who do you suppose replaced him in the chain of command, General? General Markham stilled. If Reskin had worked for King Bordrin, then King Cadian should have seized Bordrin's authority upon his death. But Reskin insisted that he was ordered to kill a number of secret high-profile targets. Was the king killing his own people, or had someone else usurped the authority in his stead? If the king believed the targets to be traitors, it would have been within the king's authority to have them investigated, and the general would have been informed. Reskin could see the general was finally beginning to realize the magnitude of the conspiracy before him. The young warrior released an audible sigh, not because he felt the need, but because he knew it to imply a change of mood in the discussion. I know you are King Bordrin's man, and although I cannot expect you to place your trust in me, I would hope that you could place your trust in him, to believe that he knew what he was doing when he gave me that certificate. I have mastered all of the skills, strictly adhered to the rules, and am dedicated to my purpose. Maintaining eye contact with the general as he spoke, Reskin said, I could accept your unfair judgment when you did not know me, but now we have spoken, and I have been unnecessarily candid with answering your questions. You know of my authority, and therefore know I am not obliged to provide you with any information. I have merely done so out of respect for both your position as General of the Army and as Frisha's uncle. Since we met, you have repeatedly made unfounded accusations against my character and questioned my honor. Quite frankly, General, I am beginning to take offense. The general's brows rose, and he actually barked out a laugh. You are just now taking offense. I have been pushing your limits since you entered my home, and I swear I have never met a man with a more steady countenance. If it had been me at your age, I would have already run me through for such offenses. It was a test, then? Reskin questioned curiously. Markham frowned. Not exactly. I meant what I said. I just simply made no efforts to filter my comments for the sake of common decorum, and neither did I make an attempt to play the role of hospitable host. I knew there was something wrong about you from the beginning, and now I know what it is. Oh, I believe I know what you are, and I do not want it anywhere near Frisha. She deserves better than you. I fail to see how any of the nobles who would not respect her would be better than I, Reskin remarked. What exactly is it about me that offends you? You are a killer, the general spat. So are you, Reskin countered. I have killed in battle. It is terrible but necessary. I am no assassin, the general stated. If the king ordered you to sneak into some lord's home and slit his throat, would you deny your king? Reskin probed. General Markham clenched his jaw and scowled at the young man. King Bordrin would not have issued such an order. King Bordrin did not issue my orders, Reskin countered. Besides, I did not assassinate the men I killed. They were fully armed masters of their respective weapons, and 15 of them came against me alone all at once. My master gave the order for me to kill them when I was standing in the center of them all. You can hardly consider that an assassination attempt, unless you think I was the target of the assassination. Reskin's voice trailed off. That was a point of view he had not considered. 15 masters! Lieutenant Jimson cried. Where the hell do you find 15 masters? And how did you manage to kill them all? Abruptly, Jimson recognized the inappropriateness of his outburst, and with chagrin, calmly said, Pardon me. General Markham frowned. If that is true, which I find difficult to believe, then it sounds to me like your master did not intend for you to survive the impossible encounter. Reskin cocked his head and thought, No, my masters would have been confident in my ability to prevail. I am nearly certain they expected my survival. I suspect that whoever issued the order was either likewise aware that I would succeed, or completely underestimated me and expected that I would die. He paused as he pondered the new perspective. I was not scheduled to complete my training for another 4 or 5 years. I achieved mastery of the skills far ahead of schedule. It is possible that whoever issued the order was unaware of this and truly believed that 15 would be sufficient to end me. I had not previously considered that I could have been the target. It would have been absurd. All of the men I killed were those who trained me for the last 19 years. They were aware of my skills and would have known they could not succeed. I do not believe they were aware of the orders until I received mine. They did look quite shocked. It would explain why the last one ran away as well. If they had followed the rules, more of them might have survived. What do you mean? Asked the general. Rule 245. Retreat when you cannot win, Reskin answered absently as his mind raced through the possibilities. Was it really he who was meant to die? But why would the masters set it up in such a way that he was sure to survive? And why had the masters killed each other? You killed your own trainers? Lieutenant Jimson asked with disdain. Reskin cocked his head as he considered the lieutenant. If I had not killed them, they would have killed me. But they raised you, the lieutenant protested. Reskin felt the tightening in his chest again. It was odd that it always seemed to happen when he thought of the strikers and his masters as people, rather than targets or trainers. They trained me to become a man. If they felt any sentiment toward me, it did not prevent them from trying to kill me in an attempt to protect themselves. But did you not feel anything for killing them? No remorse? Have you no conscience? Lieutenant Jimson questioned, his disgust obvious. Conscience. That was the word associated with Rule 2. He would have to discuss the subject further with Jimson, but now was not the time. Reskin replied, Whether or not I have feelings regarding the deaths is irrelevant. It does not change the fact that they are dead, either directly or indirectly through my actions. They would not have spared my life, Jimson. If you can see it no other way, then at the very least, does a man not have a right to protect himself? But you said they only attacked after you were given orders to kill them. They believed they were protecting themselves from you, the lieutenant argued. That is true, and they were. But, as I said before, it was not my decision. The orders were given in the presence of everyone, at which point nothing could have been done to stop it. Reskin looked to the general and said, 2 forces were against each other. The smaller but deadlier force was surrounded. The commander yelled, Attack! What do you expect to happen? The general nodded solemnly in understanding. Were there others who trained with you? Other boys? He asked. No, there were no boys. I was the only trainee, Reskin answered, wondering what children had to do with anything. Why would children be asked to train? He had read of children. They were the weak and coddled offspring of a union between a man and a woman. He had never seen one, but from what he read, he believed them to look similar to small men and women. He was not exactly sure what made the difference between whether a man and woman produced a child or a small man like himself when he was young. Perhaps only those who had mastered the skills and followed the rules produced small men. These men who trained you, you said they were masters of their respective weapons. How was it that 15 masters gathered to raise and train one boy? The general asked. Actually, there were 17 if you count my masters. And on the occasion that one of my trainers died, he was replaced with a new weapon master. But I cannot answer your question, Reskin replied. The truth was that he did not know the answer, but for some reason, he was hesitant to inform the general that the men had been strikers. Who exactly were these trainers of yours? The general queried. Reskin held the general's gaze for several moments as he considered whether or not to answer. Finally, he said, I do not believe it would be prudent to reveal that at this time. The general was an intelligent man, and Reskin knew the possibilities were limited. Markham could easily figure it out, but Reskin had no desire to confirm his beliefs. The general's suspicions had already grown into a budding tree. He was nearly certain of who and what Reskin was. Of course, it should have been obvious from the beginning. Actually, it was obvious, which is what raised the general's suspicions in the first place. The name alone should have been a dead giveaway. Initially, the idea had been so far-fetched, he had considered it to be a ridiculous flight of fancy, a bit of paranoia. As it became more realistic, he simply did not want to admit to it. Now he could hardly deny it. One thing was for certain, though. He did not want his niece anywhere near Rezgin, whether the man had Bordrin's trust or not. Aside from the king, there was only one person the general truly feared before Rezgin appeared in his life. Now there were two. General Markham cleared his throat and gathered his courage.
Rezgin, despite the disdain with which I have previously treated you, I do recognize both the authority and trust granted you by King Bordrin. I respect you for your honesty and the gentlemanly conduct with which you have comported yourself at all times. However, given what I know about you, I cannot approve your request regarding Frisha. You have said that you recognize me as her guardian, and I hope you will respect my decision as such.
The general cleared his throat and belatedly added,
Please, take no offense.
The deadly young man's icy eyes stared unremittingly at the general, as though they alone could slay him where he sat.
And perhaps they could,
Markham thought darkly. Rezgin appeared as a statue, a silent warrior, seething for the opportunity to step from its pedestal and release its wrath upon its foes, like the vengeful god from which it was conceived. His gaze was that of a lion sizing up its prey, deciding if it was worth the effort it would require to take it down. Just as the general was truly regretting his words, the young man slowly, but silently, nodded once. Lieutenant Jimson watched the silent exchange with apprehension. He did not know what request Rezgin had made regarding Frisha, but he assumed it was of a personal nature. He knew the two had become close on their journey, and had seen how besotted the young woman was with the warrior. Jimson had known Rezgin was dangerous, but he could never have imagined just how dangerous. The man was positively frightful. If he had killed 14 weapon masters in a single battle, then Jimson knew little could defeat Rezgin short of an army. The young man's paranoia with checking for poisons and traps was suddenly understandable. If someone truly wanted to kill him, and it sounded like someone did, then the best way to do so would be via some quiet, underhanded assassination. Anyone challenging him openly was just asking for his own death. After a few tense moments, the general turned his attention to the other occupant in the room.
Captain Jimson, it is time we addressed your involvement in my niece's journey.
Jimson was startled when suddenly addressed, and confused. It is Lieutenant, sir.
I think I know the ranks of my own officers. I believe a promotion is in order. I read the reports from your encounters with the bandits after first hearing of your involvement in my niece's journey. For your bravery and leadership in the face of mortal danger, you are hereby promoted to the rank of captain. The fact that you assisted in preserving the life of my own niece makes me personally beholden to you, and therefore I am inclined to award you with a gift.
Thank you, sir. I am honored, but I must say that they were hardly battles. The first one was only little more than a few dozen. They were nothing like the battles of hundreds or thousands fought during times of war, the lieutenant argued.
General Markham huffed. They were battles nonetheless, and more than most of your peers will have endured during these times of peace. You all could have been as easily killed by those few dozen as you could have by 1,000, considering your few numbers and the need to protect the civilians. Yet you prevailed, and I have my niece here today.
The lieutenant rubbed his neck anxiously. He did not want to argue with the general, but neither did he want to take credit for an accomplishment that was not his to claim. Yes, General, thank you for your recognition, but I think we really have Rezgin to thank for our successes. Without him, we would not have made it out of either situation alive. The general grunted. He was not yet ready to concede anything in Rezgin's favor. The idea that Rezgin and his niece meeting was purely coincidence seemed even more far-fetched now than it did before. Knowing what he thought he did about the young man, he felt that very little of what Rezgin did would ever be left to chance. General Markham stood, and as he did, the two other men gained their feet as well.
Come, Captain. Let us see about that gift.
The general led the two men to the first study that Rezgin had entered upon arriving at the house. It was the one filled with weapons. Captain Jimson's eyes widened at the display, and he released a soft whistle. Selecting a key from the ring in his pocket, Markham marched over to unlock a small display cabinet. He waved the captain over and commanded, "Choose one."
It will be yours.
Captain Jimson's jaw nearly dropped, but he managed to barely maintain his composure. "These are master blades?" he asked uncertainly.
"Several of them are. The others are close enough. They are all excellent weapons, and are a worthy reward for the man who helped save my niece's life."
The captain's eyes unconsciously darted in Reskin's direction. The movement was fleeting, but the general caught it anyway. Markham scowled as he added,
"I have nothing that could rival what he already possesses. Except Frisha,"
Markham's subconscious added sardonically. Captain Jimson cleared his throat and focused his attention on the contents of the display case. His eyes roved over the selection of swords carefully lined up and hanging from pegs. Each was polished to a shine and sharpened to a fine edge. Jimson was familiar with swords, but he was far from an expert. All of the blades before him were beautiful, and he could not decide which he should choose. Hesitantly, he reached out and selected a long sword of similar weight and length to the one he carried. He had not yet purchased the new blade for himself, so he was still carrying the mediocre army-issued officer's blade. It looked like a child's toy compared to the one he held now. He hefted the sword and swung it a few times, but still, he was uncertain as he looked back at the others. Not wanting to anger the general, he tried not to look at his friend, but he could not help the pleading glance aimed at the young warrior. Reskin noted the captain's hesitation and imploring eyes and decided to help him out, despite the general's blatant dislike. Reskin walked over to the captain, who held the blade up questioningly. General Markham stood back and watched the two men. He could see that somewhere along the journey the two had bonded. It was probably best for the captain's sake, as the general doubted Reskin would have left the man alive had he desired to be rid of him. Reskin's kind were cold-blooded killers. Even with the men's apparent friendship, he knew Reskin would not hesitate to kill the captain if it suited him. It was in the young man's nature, or so he believed, now that he was nearly certain of Reskin's identity. Reskin grasped the hilt of the blade the captain proffered and replaced the sword in the display case. He selected a sword that was slightly longer and a bit heavier than that to which the captain was accustomed. Reskin handed the sword over to Jimson and then stepped back, allowing the man to make the decision for himself. Captain Jimson was surprised at Reskin's selection. This sword was larger than the one he typically carried, but he found that he could still easily maneuver the blade. When he sliced the air, he could feel the difference the added weight made in the momentum of his swing. Jimson remembered how difficult his practices had been when he first received his old sword and realized now that he had gained quite a bit of strength since that time. In fact, much of his increased strength was acquired in the past month that he had been traveling with Reskin. General Markham approved of the sword Reskin had selected for the captain. It did indeed appear to be a proper fit for the man. He noted that it was actually one of the better master blades and wondered briefly if the young warrior had chosen it just for spite. He immediately banished the idea, as it was only fair since the general had offered any one of the blades to the captain. The general truly did want to thank the captain for his part in saving his niece's life, and as such, Markham wanted the captain to have the best blade that suited him. Had the captain asked for his advice instead of Reskin's, he might have selected a different blade for the man, but he grudgingly admitted to himself that this one was a better fit. Captain Jimson turned back to the general with eyes filled with gratitude and pride and said, "Thank you, General. This is truly amazing. I cannot express my appreciation."
"The thanks is all mine, Captain,"
Markham said with sincerity. The general stepped forward and pulled out a drawer in the bottom of the display cabinet. The drawer was lined with soft fabric and held several of the scabbards belonging to the swords displayed above. Markham pulled out the scabbard that belonged to the blade the captain had selected and turned it over to the man. The scabbard was lacquered black with red swirls scrolling along its length. A black leather strap with a dangling red silk tassel was used to attach the sword to the belt. It matched the red silk-wrapped hilt of the sword. The hilt had a gold-toned, bar-shaped crossguard and flat gold pommel, which was inset with several small red-black garnets.
"Now I believe it is past time for dinner," General Markham said. "Captain, you will be joining us."
It was a command rather than a request.
"Yes, sir.
"Thank you, sir," Jimson replied. Markham met Reskin's silent gaze with a frown, but said nothing. The young man's persistent silence was unnerving. The general led the way to the dining room. He really did not like having Reskin at his back, but it was unlikely the man would stab him under the circumstances. Besides, Reskin had given his word not to harm the general so long as he remained a guest in the general's home. Markham realized that somewhere along the line he had come to at least trust Reskin at his word, even if the young man did lack any other sense of morality. Adelina, Frisha, and Tam were already patiently waiting in the dining room, although they had yet to be served. As soon as the others arrived, the staff began flooding the room with an aromatic feast. An extra place had been set on Reskin's side of the table, and Reskin took the initiative to move down a chair. This put him closer to the general, but seated Captain Jimson in the place of honor by the hostess. Markham nodded in approval at Lady Adelina's questioning look. After the first course was served, Markham stood and announced Jimson's recent promotion to captain. Everyone cheered and congratulated the captain, except Reskin, who remained silent but nodded meaningfully toward his friend. The rest of the meal was filled with pleasant chatter about the journey and stories from back home for all those at the table except the young warrior, who remained silent throughout the meal. Frisha's curious glances in his direction were only interrupted by the occasional silent plea in Lady Adelina's direction, after which Lady Adelina would glance meaningfully between Markham and Reskin. Tam's eyes kept bouncing between the four, trying to pick up on the unspoken current of conversation taking place beneath the audible pleasantries. Jimson could tell that he was missing something important, but could not quite grasp what was going on around him and felt it was not the time to ask. General Markham stubbornly refused to acknowledge anything abnormal and relentlessly questioned the captain when the others failed to carry the conversation. Once the meal was finished, the lady invited her guests to join her and the general in the sitting room once again. Reskin simply bowed politely toward the general and his wife, and then left through the rear door of the kitchen without a word. Everyone else retired to the sitting room, where they took their places among the chairs and couches. They were in the exact same places as the first night, except that Captain Jimson now sat where Reskin had previously been seated. Frisha chewed at her bottom lip anxiously. When she could not take it any more, she asked, "What's going on?" "Uncle Markham, what did you say to Reskin?" she asked accusingly. General Markham huffed, and Lady Adelina interrupted. "Frisha, dear, this is not the time. We have a guest." "Nonsense! Jimson is our friend, and Reskin's too. He knows how we feel about each other," Frisha asserted. She turned to Jimson and said with a dazzling smile, "Reskin asked to be my prime suitor." Jimson's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He knew the two cared for each other, but he had not known it had become so serious. "Oh," he said before turning his attention to the general. "So that is the request you denied?" The general scowled, and Jimson flushed. He had forgotten himself. It was so easy when surrounded by the general's family, who treated him as a friend, to forget that the man was the general of the army and his superior. "What?" Frisha shouted as she lurched to her feet. You denied it? But why?"
"He is not right for you, Frisha. You deserve better than him. I will not have you bound to one such as he," General Markham barked.
"What are you talking about? Reskin is a good man. He has ever been the gentleman. He took it upon himself to protect us without asking for anything in return," Frisha said.
"Except for you,"
the general interrupted.
"That's not the same, and you know it. It wasn't like he planned to fall for me. Besides, it's more than just the protection. He's brave. He went into that other riverboat all by himself, which I admit I didn't really care for at the time. But he did it, and he came back with the captive. And he cares for people. You should have seen the way he ministered to the injured. And not just me, either. He treated all of the captain's men after the first battle. He also saved Raylan from that huge monster of a man and treated her wounds as easily as a master healer. You should have seen him. You would never think such terrible things if you knew him."
Captain Jimson truly wished he had not been present for this conversation. The general's face was flushed with anger, and never in his life had Jimson thought to see anyone stand up to the man in the way the young Frisha was at this moment. General Markham stood to face the hysterical young woman.
"I do know him, better than you. I will not let you marry such a soulless creature."
Frisha gasped in shock.
"Soulless creature? Is that what those letters told you? That Reskin is a soulless creature?"
Markham scowled.
"Of course not."
"Then what did they say?" "I know they were about Reskin, and it was something important. What was it?"
Frisha asked as she lifted her chin in determination. The general ground his teeth as he glanced at the captain. Jimson sat curiously, wondering what the general would come up with to keep from exposing Reskin's secrets, which he was obliged to conceal since Reskin had asserted his authority on the matter.
"That is none of your business, Frisha."
Frisha stomped a foot and said,
"Like hell's it isn't! If you will deny me my chosen husband, then I have a right to know why."
Lady Adelina gasped.
"Frisha, dear, language."
She looked at her husband and said apologetically, "She does have a point, love." Markham huffed.
Nothing in those letters said anything negative about the man.
"Quite the opposite, really," Captain Jimson supplied. He knew he was playing with fire, but he felt that he owed a great debt to his friend. The general turned his ire on Jimson, but before he could say anything, Frisha perked up.
"Is that so? What did they say, then? How did they not refer to him as a soulless creature?"
she asked flippantly.
"Reskin has asked that I not divulge their contents," the general answered.
"And you are so inclined to do as he asks," Frisha remarked. "Then give me the general idea, since it is obvious they had some profound effect on you."
General Markham growled.
"Fine! Reskin had the trust of King Bordron."
Frisha's mouth dropped, as did Tam's and Adelina's. Jimson smiled slightly. It was a very simplistic summation of the certificate Reskin carried. Frisha grabbed onto the boon with the tenacity of a drowning woman to a lifeline.
If Reskin had the trust of the king, then how can you say that he is a soulless creature? How did he even know the king? If he really had the trust of the king, then how could I do any better than such a man?"
Frisha asked in a frenzy of questions. The multitude of questions flying through her mind was more than she could process at the moment, and she had to stay on task if she was going to make her point.
"There is much more to that man than you know, Frisha. There is more than even I know. But what I do know is not good. I cannot in good conscience give you to that man. I am sorry, Frisha, but it is for your own good,"
General Markham stated firmly.
"For my own good? You have told me absolutely nothing that supports your rejection of him as my prime suitor. If anything, you have made my case for me,"
the young woman yelled.
"He is a killer, Frisha!"
Markham hollered back.
"So are you! And so are Tam and Captain Jimson!"
Frisha shouted in return. Tam winced, but Frisha's attention was solely on her uncle and did not notice.
"This is different, Frisha. He is not like us," the general stated.
"That is enough," a deep voice asserted from the other side of the room. Everyone turned to see Reskin standing in the doorway. Reskin met the general's eyes with an icy glare. He did not like to see Frisha so upset, and he certainly did not care for the general to say more than was permitted. The more his friends knew about him, the more it would place them in danger. "Frisha," he said quietly with a slight bow. "Your uncle is your guardian. He has been charged with finding you a husband by your own father. On your journey here, you made it clear that you accepted this arrangement. General Malcolm has denied my request to be your prime suitor, and by my honor, I have agreed to accept his decision." The young man's face was devoid of emotion, but a dark shadow seemed to pass over his icy eyes.
"Well, I don't accept it," Frisha pouted. "I reject your rejection, uncle. And if you won't change your mind, then I will reject my inheritance as well."
"What?" Markham and Adelina spoke in unison. Frisha raised her chin and said,
"That is right. Res already said he doesn't require a dowry. He wants me either way, so I have no need of the inheritance. Without it, I can choose to marry whomever I please, just like my mother."
She added the last comment for effect. The general had commented on several occasions that he had admired his little sister for following her heart, even if she did marry a commoner. Reskin strode further into the room to stand before the young woman. He did not want to replace Frisha, and he did not like the idea of her marrying some noble who would not appreciate her, but he did not think it fair for him to take her from the family she obviously loved. It was a bond he could not comprehend, but found himself envying in some small way. Besides, he could not see how forcing her into the loss of her inheritance and title could possibly be honoring her. "Frisha, it is my duty to protect and honor you. I cannot see that this is the best way to do that. I cannot ask you to give up your title, wealth, and family for my sake," Reskin stated as he stared into her large brown eyes.
"But I don't care about the title. I never had one before, so why should I care for it now? As for wealth, you have said you can support us and don't need the dowry, so it's not a problem," she argued.
"And your family?" Reskin asked. Frisha scowled over at her uncle as she answered,
"If they cannot accept me and the man I choose, then they are hardly any family of mine."
"Frisha, you do not know what you are saying," Lady Adelina cried.
"I'm sorry, Aunt Adelina, but you heard what Uncle said. How can I accept his decision with absolutely no explanation?"
Frisha inquired earnestly.
"That is true, Markham. You have not given any reason for the denial of Reskin's request," Lady Adelina remarked.
General Markham scowled heatedly at Reskin. He could not give a decent explanation without exposing Reskin's secrets, and he was bound by Reskin's authority not to divulge them. Reskin recognized the general's dilemma. While the argument did work in his favor, he felt it was a dishonorable way to win Frisha's hand. He took Frisha's hand, as he had seen men do to the women they were courting, and looked back into her eyes. "Frisha, the General is honoring my request by not divulging his reasons for denying our courtship. There are things you do not know about me. Until speaking with the General, I had not realized were considered to be undesirable by Outworlders. I have ever endeavored to live my life by the rules, and in doing so felt that I have lived as a worthy and honorable man. I am learning now that the rules seem to be different for most Outworlders. I cannot say that I understand it, but the General does not approve of who I am, and I believe he has your best interest at heart. I disagree with him, because I believe I can provide you with a far more satisfying life than will one of the nobles who will not appreciate you. However, I have many secrets, and these are what concern your uncle. Your uncle has based his decision on what he knows of those secrets. It would be unfair to allow you to make this decision without knowing those secrets as well, and I am afraid I cannot, will not, divulge those secrets to you at this time, and perhaps never will." Frisha's face fell, and tears came to her eyes.
"So that's it? You're just going to forget about me?"
Reskin ran a hand through his hair, pulling a few strands from his queue in an uncharacteristic expression of frustration. Keeping his friends close to him was more difficult than he thought it should be. He thought he had come up with the perfect solution for keeping his current girlfriend with him, and it had failed miserably. Rule 1 was by far the hardest rule he had encountered, except for perhaps Rule 2, which he still could not even understand. "Frisha, I have no intention of replacing you. At least, not unless you choose to marry another. But I cannot marry you without your uncle's consent. It would dishonor you," Reskin explained. Frisha's eyes spilled over as she heaved a heavy sob and ran from the room. Reskin watched her flee and then turned his fiery gaze on the General. He had no idea why the General had rejected him. He had mastered all of his skills far earlier than expected and adhered to all the rules to the best of his ability. He had embraced his purpose, found his friends, and was doing everything possible to keep them together. Based on everything he had been taught, it was an exemplary performance. Yet, the General had rejected his request and seemed to think the worst of him. Reskin had heard Frisha's shouts, which had alerted him to the argument in the first place. He knew the General had called him a soulless creature. It seemed that nothing Reskin could say or do would change the General's mind. Reskin turned and strode from the room with purpose. He needed to work off some of his anger. Captain Jimson waited a moment and then stood. He saluted the General and thanked the lady for her hospitality and then followed Reskin. Tam quickly excused himself and followed as well. Tam and Jimson walked slowly to give Reskin time to cool off. They eventually tracked him to the far back corner of the property that was shaded by massive trees with thick boughs full of fluttering leaves that blocked the direct heat of the setting sun. Reskin had already shed his shirt and was whipping his swords around in a fluid dance so quickly that they looked like shining lights extending from his palms. The young warrior noted his friend's arrival and knew they wanted to speak to him. He was not yet ready to deal with them. He ignored their presence and continued his training. Eventually, the two men drew their own blades and began to practice their own techniques. Tam was working on the newest series of forms Reskin had shown him, and Jimson was getting acquainted with his new blade. He would have to work hard to be completely comfortable with the weight and length before the tournament. Back at the house, Lady Adelina sat with her husband in silence. Eventually, she spoke her thoughts.
"It was good of you to respect the young man's wishes in not divulging his secrets. I know it was difficult for you when Frisha was so upset."
Markham sighed and replied,
"In truth, Addie, I had no choice. Such was the authority given him by the old king."
Adelina's eyes widened.
"What is this? How can the boy have so much power over the general of the army?"
"Yet he does. Say nothing, Addie, to anyone. This is deadly serious,"
he said grimly. He rubbed his face in frustration.
"I should not even have told you."
"Is that what you meant when you said that he could have taken her at any time?"
Adelina asked.
"Yes."
He sighed again.
"If he chose to claim her, there is nothing I could do to stop him."
"And yet, he respects your decision. He could have done so even without exposing his secret, simply by choosing not to speak up in your defense. Since you could not divulge your reasons for denying him, Frisha would never have accepted your decision. Had he said nothing, he could have won her hand anyway,"
Adelina observed.
Markham nodded. "It is true."
Adelina nodded and said softly,
"He is an honorable man, then. I believe what he said about always living by that code of which he often speaks. He is ever courteous and protective of both Frisha's person and her honor. He truly does seem the embodiment of the term noble.
The general scoffed. He is nothing of the sort. He is a killer, Addie.
So are you, dear,
Adelina retorted. It is not the same. I have killed in battle. He kills whomever he is ordered to kill, Markham argued.
Adelina considered Markham's statement and replied, Does a soldier not kill due to orders? If you were not ordered to the battlefield, would you choose to go and kill? And if you did choose to go on your own without orders, would that make you a better man or worse? Is the executioner a terrible man because he is ordered to kill the criminals? If the king asked you to kill a traitor quietly so as not to upset the public, would you do so? Is the king a terrible man for asking you to kill anyone? Was Bordrin a terrible man? Reskin may be a killer, but Bordrin obviously trusted him to give him so much power. The fact that Reskin chooses not to use his power to force your hand says a lot about the young man. I think most young men, given that level of power, would be tyrants. Markham could not argue with his wife. Everything she said was true, and still the general could not let it go. Why could he not let it go? The answer that came to him was not really a surprise. He had known it all along. Fear. He was afraid of the young man. It had been so long since he met anyone who could instill that kind of fear in him that the general did not know how to react except with righteous anger. Markham feared for himself, for his family, and he feared for Frisha. He even feared for his kingdom. That dangerous, mysterious young man would be completely within his rights if he ran rampaging through the kingdom. Adelina was right. A young man his age with that amount of power and authority and his level of training could actually become the soulless creature he had accused Reskin of being. Markham hung his head. He had seen it in the man's eyes, in his bearing, in his noble demeanor. He had seen it in the way he softened toward the lieutenant, even when he was angry with Markham. He had seen it in the way Reskin took Tam under his wing and provided him with a weapon and the knowledge of how to use it. He had seen it with the way Reskin always treated his Adelina with the respect and dignity due the lady of the house, and he had most certainly seen it when Reskin looked at or spoke to Frisha. Reskin was not a tyrant or a soulless creature. He truly did seem genuine in his attentions toward Frisha, and the fact that he was willing to accede to Markham's authority as Frisha's guardian said much about the young man's honor. One floor above, Frisha lay on her bed crying a terrible mess. These were no ladylike tears of sorrow. She was sobbing. Her nose was running, and at one point she developed the hiccups that just would not go away. She knew she was in a terrible state, but she did not care at that moment. How can Reskin do this to me? She thought. I was willing to give up everything for him, and he rejects me for honor. I just cannot believe there is anything so terrible about Reskin that I wouldn't desire him. He is the perfect man, and somehow he even had the trust of the king. How could Uncle Markham reject him knowing that? Chapter 19. A warm breeze caught at the reeds, causing them to clack together in a chaotic, percussive cadence. Liquid silver ripples danced across the black water under the cool light of the full moon, and in the distance, ship hulls creaked and thudded as they knocked against the wooden piers. Reskin pulled his sodden feet from the thick muck of the riverbank, taking care to place them firmly so he would not slip on the muddy tract. This night had been his least favorite since leaving the fortress. Breaking into the bedchamber of the Grand Master of the Assassin's Guild without getting caught and without leaving any trace of his passing was not an easy feat, but in truth, Reskin had relished the challenge. That had not been what made this night so frustrating, though. Earlier that night, after he had worked out his frustrations at the general's home, Reskin met up with his contacts from the Diamond Claw Guild in Justine. They informed him that although the Justine branch of the guild now recognized him as their leader, he was unwelcome in Kybane. Apparently, the guildmaster at the Kybanian branch was just as reluctant to give up power as Martius had been. Reskin was merely irritated because he had been forced to kill another 26 of his more experienced personnel. It seemed the Diamond Claws were particularly stubborn and slow to learn. Before he arrived in the capital city, the Diamond Claws had been the least powerful of the 3 Kybanian thieves' guilds. Now they were barely a guild at all. At least the Razor Edges were in line.
Once the Crimson Blades heard what happened to the others, he hoped they would be as well. He did not relish needlessly exterminating additional resources. The man he placed in charge of the Diamond Claw Guild was not a particularly skilled thief, according to his comrades, but he was quite good with numbers. Reskin did not care whether or not the guildmaster could steal anything. He needed someone who is intelligent and organized. He would have preferred someone more intimidating, but the second he selected could cover that ground. The man was a brute and seemed particularly eager to please the Raven. If the second could keep the guild in line, then the accountant could oversee its workings, and Reskin would receive the resources he required. Already, he had the members of the other guilds keeping an eye out for Striker Farson. Reskin had provided them each with a drawn likeness of the man and a few of his known habits. If every criminal in Ashai was looking for the man, Reskin was bound to find him sooner or later, assuming the striker had not left the kingdom altogether. Taking Pride's reins in hand, he led the horse to a slightly higher embankment with less mud and more pebbles and grass. He shucked his waterlogged clothes and boots and donned a clean, dry set from his saddlebags. He led the horse back to the main road and mounted smoothly despite the pain in his leg. He would never expose an injury or weakness with an unconscious wince or groan. Although he could have walked the short distance from the city, he knew Pride needed the exercise and change of scenery. Battle chargers were not meant to be cooped up in a stable yard. Now he was glad for the horse's service. Reskin considered the plans he had set in motion over the course of the night. He had much to accomplish in the morning, and he would have to do it as quickly as possible if he was to avoid suspicion, especially from an already mistrustful general. After making it clear that the Diamond Claws were now under his authority, Reskin had taken on the more tedious task of setting up his confrontation with the assassins. One could not brutalize and intimidate assassins into cooperating. Men turned to thievery for survival or to improve their stations in life. They did what they did because they wanted to live. Assassins, on the other hand, had a different attitude toward life and death. Although they preferred to keep living, assassins knew there were often times when one was just as good as the other, and they understood that there were occasions when death was preferable. If Reskin simply tried to push his weight around, he would be outnumbered and overpowered. The assassins would have no fear of his threats, warning them against reprisal, and his friends, whom he was sworn to protect, would be in danger. No. If he wanted the assassins to cooperate, he would have to earn their respect and show them that he too could be an asset, that collaboration would be in their best interest. It was to that end that Reskin infiltrated the Assassins' Guild. He needed to show them that he was absolutely a threat, that he had no fear, and that he was a master of the skills. The master assassins, in particular, tended to have a sense of superiority, a firm belief that they were the most skilled men and women in the kingdom. They needed to know that Reskin could get to them at any time and anywhere, and there was nothing they could do to prepare or prevent it. The quarters of the guildmaster, known as the Grand Master, were located in an underground sublevel in the center of the guild house, which the assassins referred to as the Hall, in honor of the halls of the afterlife. Everyone else called it the Black Hall. The entrance to the sublevel was visible from nearly the entire first floor of the hall, and in order to access it, one had to pass through the training area, which was occupied at all times by assassins of varying levels of skill. The Assassin's Guild was not large in numbers when compared to the numerous thieves throughout the cities. In fact, there was only one Assassin's Guild for all of Ashai, and they maintained a few smaller units in other kingdoms that they referred to as chambers. The guild boasted only 3 master assassins in Ashai, including the guildmaster, who they referred to as the Grand Master, and half a dozen assassins, more commonly referred to as slips. The remainder of the residents of the guild house were trainees. At any time, about 24 young men and women were in training, starting as young as 7 or 8 years of age. Only a few would survive long enough to become slips. The hall was located in the hills to the east of the capital city, across the Tremedel River in the northern Fendendril Forest. The location of the hall was not exactly a secret in the upper echelons of society, but neither was it easy to find. The guild existed because corruption and competition amongst the houses demanded it. Therefore, the nobles whose very job it was to oust such a villainous organization were its most lucrative clients. The singular tower, plain and ugly, had no windows up the sides, only a single door at the base, a conical cap of slate for a roof. The tower itself was really just a giant, highly functional gatehouse for the extensive structure below the surface. Getting into the hall had been tense and tedious, but not as difficult as Rezkin had anticipated. He watched and waited. After a few hours of surveillance, one of the slips who emerged from the hall was sufficient to suit the young warrior's purposes. The man was a bit shorter than Rezkin, but his frame was similar, and the dark clothing and long cloak the man wore could conceal the discrepancy. Rezkin had tracked the man away into the forest before finally descending on him. The slip detected Rezkin's presence at the last second, and the man was fast. He ducked the strike intended to render him unconscious and dove to the side. Rezkin spun, kicking out at the man, but only landed a glancing blow to the man's shoulder. As the slip sought to regain his feet, he launched 2 throwing daggers at the young warrior. Rezkin deftly avoided the gleaming projectiles as he jumped to grasp a not-so-low-hanging bough. The slip was surprised by the attacker's agility only for a moment, shaking himself back into action as Rezkin's momentum carried him forward, straight toward the assassin. Rezkin landed steadily on his feet and immediately assaulted the assassin, preventing him from drawing any additional weapons. After a flurry of kicks and punches interrupted intermittently by swift ducks, dodges, and blocks, he finally managed to land a stunning blow to the man's temple. This was quickly followed by a strike to the back of the slip's head, rendering him unconscious. Rezkin had gone easy on the slip. The man was skilled, but not a master. The young warrior could have taken him out quickly with much less effort, but he did not want to kill or permanently damage the assassin. Likely, the hall would not have blamed Rezkin for the death, determining it was the slip's own fault for allowing someone to track him and failing to protect himself. With Rezkin's far superior skills, though, it would have been as dishonorable an act as defeating an unskilled small man. In fact, Rezkin wanted the slip to live, to report back to his comrades and superiors about Rezkin's skill and honorable mercy. Also, the young warrior did not want any blood to get on his clothes. He needed them to get into the hall undetected. Rezkin slumped as much as he could without appearing too awkward, and kept his face hidden beneath the hood. During his training, he learned the silent language of the assassins, a series of hand and body signals used to communicate without words. Properly used signs could not only convey meaning, but also emotional state and feelings, much like the tone and volume of voice when speaking. When questioned with these signals by the sentries, Rezkin answered fluidly and strode forward with confidence. His masters had insisted that if one appeared to belong somewhere, then people would assume he did. Once he was in the main hall, Rezkin could see the full extent of the tower's usefulness. Extending into the flame-lit darkness above were a series of staggered lofts and platforms, each designed for particular training exercises. He observed vague movements and distorted noises coming from a few of the upper platforms, so he knew them to be occupied, probably by older trainees. Rezkin had to find a way to enter the sublevel. He did not want anyone to see him doing so, lest they question his motives. He needed a distraction. As he passed by a couple of trainees, Rezkin reached out and snatched a practice blade from a young man's hand. He smacked the small man in the side of the head, and the young man shouted in alarm. Rezkin's signs expressed agitation as he admonished the stunned small man for his loose grip, lack of focus, and the audible shout and revelation of injury and weakness. The warrior finally instructed the small man to perform a series of physical exercises designed to both punish and push the young man to improve his skills. It was exactly the kind of interaction Rezkin would have expected from his own masters and trainers. One of the slink trainers standing nearby watched the exchange with interest before nodding at Rezkin in acknowledgement. What happened next surprised the young warrior. He had never trained with other small men, so he had not expected the group punishment and training that resulted from his actions. Instead of the single small man running off to accept his punishment as Rezkin had commanded, the entire training class amassed to one end of the training arena and began performing the exercises. The slink trainer stood before them in verbal reproach, listing each of the young man's offenses and reminding them that when one failed, they all failed. While the trainer's attention was focused on the class, Rezkin used the opportunity to slip away and into the underground. It was not the diversion Rezkin had intended. He had planned to use the minor distraction of admonishing the trainee to sabotage some of their equipment. When the equipment failed, he hoped it would create an even larger disruption that would gain the attention of the trainer. The strange behavior of these outworlders had surprised him, but it worked in his favor. He was not certain that punishment of the entire group for the failure of one young man was the most efficient training method. He knew, though, that it was a tactic used by instructors and supervisors over large groups, particularly when they did not have the resources or patience to deal with each student individually. He had learned much of this from his military training. Once he was in the sublevel, Rezkin saw few people scurrying through the dark corridors. Even though he knew the layout, the darkness and solitude of the passages rendered the place a labyrinth seemingly designed to confuse the dead and keep them from escaping. Rezkin had never been the superstitious sort, although many of the soldiers and mercenaries he had met were greatly so, but he was certain that if the spirits of the dead did walk the plane of the living, they would definitely inhabit these walls. After all, ripping spirits from their living bodies was the purpose for which the assassins lived. The Grandmaster's door was unguarded. Who in his right mind would ever consider entering the Grandmaster's chambers uninvited? Rezkin checked the latch and lock for traps, and then set to manipulating the mechanism. Halfway through, he realized the Master Assassin had engaged a synchronic alarm. If the tumblers in the lock shifted into the correct position to disengage, a mechanism within the room would activate and alert the inhabitant, in this case, the Grandmaster of the Assassin's Guild. Rezkin adjusted his tactic as soon as he realized the truth. He focused his mind to picture the inner mechanisms of the lock. Even though no wards were present, his masters had explained that there was always the potential for a ward to exist. As such, a strong enough mind, even one with a lack of talent, could manipulate the potential ward. Rezkin had practiced many hours, perhaps more than all of his other skills, to be able to manipulate potential wards with nothing but his untalented will. The concept was so simple, and yet according to his masters, no one in the outworld practiced the technique. The young warrior wrestled a tiny potential ward into existence, pressing it against the connection to the synchronic alarm. He wrapped the imaginary micro-ward around the connection and then solidified it into place. Now, he could maneuver the locking mechanism without fear of setting off the alarm. The Grandmaster was clever to have employed such a device. Without Rezkin's intense focus, he would have missed the warning signals and alerted the assassin to his presence. Once inside the room, Rezkin stepped over, around, and through various traps. The young warrior was pressed to the extent of his skill to keep from waking the man or stumbling into the camouflaged traps in the dark. The room was organized chaos. Likely, the Grandmaster knew where every item belonged, but anyone else would think the place had been ransacked. Items were placed in illogical and incongruous places, a method sometimes employed for disrupting intruders. While fumbling in the dark, one would not expect a coat rack adorned with pewter eating utensils hung from bale wire to be standing in the center of the room, fishing hooks strung at various heights from the rafters, or a teetering waste basin to be mounted on a pedestal like a prized sculpture directly in front of an open toilet, which was oddly placed at the head of the bed. The young intruder detected several poisons on valuable or desirable items, the kind of items that would draw a thief's attention. It seemed superfluous to the warrior, since no one would be insane enough to simply rob the Grandmaster of the Assassin's Guild. Well, anyone but Rezkin. The Grandmaster's sleep was shallow and alert, as one would expect from a man in his position. The young warrior finally decided on the item he desired, and despite his careful retrieval, he found himself poisoned. At least, he would have been poisoned if he had not been immune to that particular toxin. The Grandmaster had earned his place in truth, and would be a worthy adversary, at least for a time, if the only skills Rezkin had to rely on were those of an assassin. The young warrior slipped from the Grandmaster's chamber, relocking the door and releasing his imaginary ward, allowing it to dissolve back into the potential. Rezkin passed a couple of slips in the corridor with a confident, casual gait, the gait of a man simply going about his business. The two were deep in hushed conversation, and nodded without breaking stride. Back on the main floor, Rezkin immediately made his way to the upper levels, slipping into the shadows as he did so. At one point, he had to duck behind a weapons rack to avoid a stray dart that missed its intended target. The trainee quietly scolded himself for the failure, and collected the dart that had landed only inches from Rezkin's hiding spot. The young man failed to detect the intruder and went back to practicing. His other shots were much more accurate, although not nearly sufficient. The upper level was unoccupied, and beyond that was nothing but a dark recess and empty rafters. The heavy slate roof tiles permitted no access from the roof, which is why Reskin intended to use it as his escape. Eventually, the assassins would figure out how he had entered the hall, but since he would not pass by the sentries at the entrance, they would not be able to figure out how he left. If they realized they had been infiltrated any time before his intended meeting the following day, they would believe him still in their sanctuary. The center of the roof was held up by a central shaft as large as a tree trunk, which Reskin would have to scale. He wrapped his arms and legs around the beam and proceeded to shimmy his way to the top. Once there, he held onto the shaft with his legs while he worked a heavy dagger between the slate tiles at the top. The blade abruptly snapped, but not before he had pried the tiles far enough apart to get a firm grip. He frowned at the useless dagger hilt as he shoved it in a pouch at his waist. It was a cheap dagger he had acquired from one of the bandits during his trek to Kybane. The warrior shoved the tile up and snatched the dagger blade before it could fall the 100 or so feet below, where it would alert the assassins to his presence. Reskin's entire body strained as he gripped the central shaft with his legs and hefted the heavy slate tile up and to the side. He had to maintain a firm grip on that tile that had been resting beneath the top shingle. It was poorly balanced and became loose during his machinations. If the heavy shingle fell, it could start an avalanche of sliding shingles, perhaps even collapsing a large section of the roof. The warrior had to remove the sword and scabbard from his back and place it on the roof, or he would not have been able to squeeze through the hole. The sword-bearer did not carry his own blades, begrudgingly hiding them in the forest. Instead, he carried the assassin's blade, just as the man had, along with the rest of his attire. The young warrior gripped the loose tile in one hand as he used his other to lift himself through the small opening. Once on the roof, Reskin carefully adjusted the two shingles until they once again fit snugly in their intended positions. He collected the sword and then began making his way down the vertical face of the tower. The tower was old, and the handholds and footholds were numerous where the grout had weathered away. Unfortunately, the same natural weathering applied to the stones, some of which were loose. Reskin reached for a handhold and found the stone to be too loose to hold his weight at the same time that the stone beneath his foot crumbled away. Despite all his skills, Reskin was pitched into the air, falling freely into the darkness below. He twisted in midair so that he would strike the ground properly for such a fall. Upon impact, he pitched forward into several somersaults intended to absorb his momentum. The ground at the base of the tower was uneven and on a slight hill. Reskin wrenched his leg and heard an audible snap just before he struck a tree. The impact with the towering fir dislocated his shoulder and caused a searing pain in his chest. The warrior mentally chided himself for his folly as he went about checking his injuries, although he would never give voice to his pain or self-recrimination. Reskin braced himself and then slammed his shoulder into the trunk of the tree, shoving the appendage back into its proper socket. He prodded at his ribs to find at least one was probably broken, although not dislocated. Finally, he pulled up his pant leg and checked the damage to his shin. The bone must have been fractured because he had heard the snap, but he could find no dislocation of that bone either. He was lucky to have such minimal damage, even if it was all on the same side. Holding his arm close to his body helped to keep both the arm and the ribs in place. Reskin limped as he searched for a few strong, straight sticks. He had to use his damaged arm to strap the sticks around his leg. Finally, he traversed the track of his fall, covering up any evidence of his passing. It was dark, but the pain helped the warrior to focus. He had endured much pain in his life, and it was often used as an instructional method in maintaining focus and resisting torture. The warrior slowly made his way back through the woods until he found the assassin he had left behind. The man was gagged and tied, but he did not appear to have regained consciousness in Reskin's absence. Reskin removed the man's clothes and redressed him before lugging the assassin to the bank of the river, not an easy feat with a broken leg and injured shoulder and ribs. He dumped the man in a shallow pool, making sure his head and shoulders were above water. Hopefully, the water would erase any evidence that Reskin had donned the man's clothes or that they had been removed at all. The young warrior made his way quite a ways upstream before attempting to cross. No bridge crossed the massive Tremedel. The river was too vast and deep, and the way needed to be clear for ships. If one wanted to cross, he had to purchase passage on a ferry or other vessel. Rezkin had ridden the ferry across with a group of day workers returning to their camp on the other side of the river, but it was much later now, and any crossing would be notable. Due to the swift current, it was impossible to swim the monstrous river. Rezkin did so anyway. Any boat passage would eventually be tracked by the assassins, and Rezkin wanted to appear as a wraith, untraceable, unstoppable. Rezkin swam the Tremedel in full gear with numerous injuries and still managed to reach the other shore not far from where he had left Pride. The mounted warrior circled the city to enter through the eastern gate. He slept for a few hours amongst some brush as he waited to re-enter the city. An hour before dawn, the guards opened the gate to grant entry to the numerous merchants, farmers, and traders who were lined up outside the gate with their carts and wagons. The warrior steered Pride between two of the larger wagons and huddled beneath a worn brown cloak. The guards were tired and paid little attention as they passed around steaming cups of coffee. Rezkin was already a bit feverish, and he knew he would have to appear whole and hale when he implemented his plan later that day. He needed a healer. Winding his way through the streets was not difficult to top the massive battle charger. People naturally shied away from such a beast and cleared the way. Moving through the city without drawing attention was impossible. He stayed to the smaller side streets as much as possible. When he was within 2 blocks of his destination, Rezkin dismounted and left Pride in a vacant alley. The horse stood patiently, not moving from his spot, as Rezkin turned the corner and limped the short distance. Despite his best efforts to conceal his injuries, the ever-so-slight limp was unavoidable. The average person might not notice, but to anyone with a trained eye, he was obviously lame. Using his one good arm and leg, Rezkin leveraged himself up onto a short wall. From there, he gritted his teeth as he used much of his remaining strength to pull himself onto a second-floor balcony. The young warrior studied the balcony above him. Normally, he would have no problem accessing the simple structure, but his fever had worsened, and he was nearly at a loss for energy. The icy-cold Tremedel had done its best to claim his life, sucking him under and choking him over and again. In the end, he had prevailed, but he had not yet shaken the river's grip. Rezkin let himself into the apartment before him and quickly made his way to the front door. He could hear a man and a woman arguing in the adjacent room. The woman wanted to know where her husband had been all night, and the man was insistent he had simply passed out at the tavern and slept in the common room, alone. Once out of the apartment, Rezkin dragged himself to the next floor. It was absurd that scaling one flight of stairs could be so demanding. He had endured far worse injuries in the past, but he conceded to himself that he had not previously spent an hour drowning and fighting an impassable monster river afterward. Rezkin allowed himself into the third-floor apartment above, which, to his surprise, was not warded. He crossed the room and eased himself into a chair beside a large desk strewn with papers. His eyes begged to close, as his body yearned for sleep, but he forced himself to sit up and appear menacing, which, at the moment, was anything but how he felt. The young warrior nearly lost the battle over the next half-mark that he waited. He roused himself as he heard the first signs of movement from the adjacent room. A young man in skewed gray robes nearly stumbled from the bedroom. His hair was mussed, and he wearily rubbed sleep from his eyes. He dragged his slippered feet over to the small wood-burning stove and brought it to light. He filled an iron kettle with water from a barrel that looked to refill itself from a small pipe that ran through the ceiling to the roof. The young man turned with a massive yawn, and when his tired eyes reopened, they landed on Rezkin. He blinked several times as if to clear away the inharmonious image of a strange, dark warrior sitting in his abode. The young man scratched his head and furrowed his brow before finally asking, "Who are you?" Rezkin lifted one brow. He had to give the man credit for not panicking, but his total lack of concern was disconcerting. Anyone finding Rezkin in his home should surely be terrified. The warrior knew he was not himself, though. He should have checked the other room to make sure of its occupant. This young man was not the one he was here to see. He also realized that since the unexpected resident had appeared, he had been focused on not causing a panic. Rezkin had been willing the young man to feel comfortable and perhaps curious but not frightened. It seemed his will had been appeased. "I am looking for Master Healer Dronidus," Rezkin replied, his voice slightly hoarse. The young man shrugged and then shuffled over to a counter that held a small canister. He scooped tea from the canister as he spoke.
Dronidas is dead. He died 2 weeks ago. Got run over by a spooked cart horse. Nasty business, but nothing could be done.
And you are? Inquired the stranger.
The name's Yurway Dulce. Was Dronidus's apprentice journeyman, but when he died, the guild went ahead and raised me to full healer, Yurway explained.
Apprentice journeyman? Rezkin asked. He did not know if it was his fever, but the term made no sense. Either one was an apprentice or a journeyman, not both. Yurway grumbled in irritation as he waited for his water to heat.
Master Dronidus, he said with scorn, said I would learn more by staying under his tutelage than by finding a position as journeyman. I suppose I did, but only because he never lifted a damned finger to do anything himself. I got stuck with all the work and almost none of the pay.
It was a common enough complaint among apprentices, but this young man looked almost defeated. It seemed that any love he might have had for his life's calling had been beaten from him with endless hours of toil for little gain.
I have need of healing,
Rezkin stated without preamble.
I figured, else you would not be here, the healer replied. Many such as you came through here. They were always showing up at odd hours with mysterious injuries, usually traumatic ones, claiming they occurred in the most mundane of ways. What is your excuse?
I fell after fixing a roof,
Rezkin replied.
The young man snorted. Because every thatcher carries swords and daggers and wears armor.
Rezkin pounded a fist on the desk. His fever and the pain were making him irritable.
I did not say I was a thatcher, but the cause is still the same.
The young healer's face sobered.
Look, I am not Dronidus. Whatever he was involved in, I am not a part of it. I do not treat criminals unless it is requested by the city guard or magistrate.
I can make it worth your while,
Rezkin said, as he plopped a heavy purse on the desk. Yurway glanced at the purse thoughtfully and then shook his head.
No, you need to leave. Find someone else.
Rezkin sighed, his fatigue getting the best of him. He upended the purse on the desk, and gleaming coins spilled out in a small mound. Yurway's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
That's gold,
he exclaimed. Rezkin waited as the young man eyed the small fortune hungrily. It was probably half a year's income for a journeyman, and only slightly less for a new healer.
Damn.
No, I cannot,
the young healer said as he shook his head emphatically.
I do not treat criminals,
he whispered quietly, almost as though it was a mantra he was repeating to convince himself. Rezkin did not have the energy to find another healer. He needed this one.
I am not a criminal, and likely those men Dronidus treated were not either. They were most likely strikers.
What? Yurway exclaimed, meeting Rezkin's fevered gaze once again. The warrior sighed again and said,
The strikers do not visit the healers' wards. Their business and their identities are secret, and only a few select healers would be permitted to know of them. When they are injured, they will go to a healer's safe house, like this one.
He gestured to the room around them. The young healer looked doubtful, so Rezkin continued.
Think back. They were all likely large men, finely built with expensive quality weapons and equipment. They would have shown little or no reaction to the pain they were in, and they would already have evaluated their own wounds prior to arrival. How many criminals would you expect to meet such a standard?
Rezkin did not know if the other strikers had come to Dronidus for healing, but the strikers who had trained him had insisted he memorize this place among many others that he could use if ever he was injured in the outworld. It was likely that if they knew of and had vetted it, then other strikers would have as well. Yurway's eyes were wide and his lips rounded in an O as understanding dawned.
And you?
He trailed off. Rezkin leaned back in his chair.
I am something else,
he said, as he unceremoniously dropped an unsheathed blade sunder onto the desk with a clunk.
A sword-bearer,
Yurway sputtered. The young healer's eyes were riveted to the shiny, swirled blade. A high squeal and hiss sounded loudly from somewhere in the room, and it eventually drew his attention from the fantastical blade.
Oh!
He called, as he grabbed a thick pad and pulled the screeching kettle from the flame. He held the kettle as he glanced back toward the Shaylin, but the stranger had already withdrawn the magnificent weapon. Glancing down, Yurway realized he needed to finish pouring the tea. He filled a second cup as well, and brought it over to the young sword-bearer. The man's face was flushed, and perspiration gathered at his brow. I guess I should check your injuries. Reskin was relieved to see that the man was going to finally cooperate. He appreciated that the healer lived by a moral code, but he did not care for the fact that it had delayed his own healing. My left shoulder was dislocated. I have at least one broken rib on the left side, and my left tibia is fractured. I might also have fluid in my lungs. As the young man came around to check Reskin's injuries, he remarked, "You did not get fluid in your lungs repairing a roof?" "No. After I was injured, I went for a swim," Reskin replied. "Of course you did," the healer muttered as he began the healing process. Chapter 20. The morning had been quiet. Frisha had not left her room, and Lady Adelina ordered the young lady's meals to be delivered to her quarters. Reskin had not been around in the morning for their usual training, so a couple of hours after the midday meal, Tam and Reskin found themselves training in the back lawn. Reskin took pride for a brisk ride around the perimeter several times, so that the spirited stallion could get some exercise. No one knew that Reskin had been out with the horse all night, although the stable master Finian might have noticed. If he had, the man had said nothing. In the late afternoon, Finian strode into the stables, announcing that a guest had arrived. Captain Jimson was not expected until closer to the dinner hour, since he had duties until they left for the tournament. Unfortunately, with all of the drama the night before, the would-be travelers had not had the opportunity to discuss their travel arrangements. Tam and Reskin made their way into the house, only to hear Lady Adelina fussing over someone.
"No, my lady, I had no problem travelling with the men. They were all very respectful. Of course, there was the one incident at the river. Oh, hi, Reskin!"
Raylan beamed as Reskin and Tam entered the parlor. "Raylan," Reskin said with a slight bow in greeting. "It is good to see you again." Reskin was not quite sure of the veracity of the statement, but it was a polite greeting anyway. "Not going to greet me, eh, Raylan?" Tam scoffed.
"Oh, hi, Tam,"
Raylan said with decidedly less enthusiasm.
"I was just talking with Lady Adelina."
"Yes, we heard," Tam said. "Best not go into the river incident. I think it was embarrassing enough for everyone the first time." Raylan's face flushed.
"Oh, right."
Lady Adelina's eyes sparkled as she asserted,
"Oh, no, dear. You cannot leave off now. You have already broached the subject, and now you simply must share."
Raylan flushed again.
"Oh, well, you see, Frisha and I went to bathe upstream, and then, when we were walking back, we came upon Reskin. He was also bathing, but, you know, the water wasn't that deep, and anyway, well, then Frisha and I kind of fell in."
Tam cleared his throat loudly. "If you're going to tell an embarrassing story, you have to tell it right." Raylan's face was bright red as she darted a glance at Reskin, who was standing stoically, waiting to hear the rest of the story. Actually, he had never asked what caused the fight in the first place, although Jimson had mentioned his hypothesis.
"Right. Well, Frisha and I sort of got into a fight, and then we fell into the water and kept fighting. A lot,"
Raylan said, as Lady Adelina gasped.
"Reskin heard one of us scream, so he came running to see what the problem was. Well, you know, he had been bathing, so he was completely naked."
Lady Adelina could not stop the giggle that bubbled up and had to cover her mouth to hide a smile as her eyes wandered over the handsome, well-defined young man.
"So then all of a sudden Tam and Jimson show up, and Jimson thinks Reskin is trying to take advantage of us."
Adelina gasped again.
"No."
Raylan nodded emphatically.
"Well, Reskin did not take kindly to the accusation, and then things weren't so good between him and Jimson for a while. But they didn't fight or anything. When it was all over, Reskin was sweet enough to treat our wounds, and he gave us some herbs that really helped with the pain. We were all really embarrassed. Except Reskin, I think, who was just mad, and Tam, I guess, who didn't do anything."
Lady Adelina grinned and said,
"Frisha did not tell me that story. I think I might have to mention it."
Then her face fell as she said,
"Well, not right away, I suppose."
She waved her hand and said,
"I will let you young people visit while I go check on my dear niece. It was a pleasure to meet you, Raylan." "Likewise, my lady,"
Raylan said, performing an awkward curtsy that just looked strange with her wearing pants and a sword strapped to her hip. As Adelina left, Raylan looked back at Tam and Reskin and asked,
"So what's wrong with Frisha? Is she ill?"
Tam glanced at Reskin, who did not seem inclined to answer, and decided to just tell her and get it over with. Fisher's uncle rejected Reskin's proposal. Raylan's eyes widened.
What?
Her attention darted to Reskin.
You proposed? Marriage? And he rejected you? I can't believe that. Who in their right mind would reject you?
Raylan's mouth snapped shut as she realized what she said, and her face flushed once again. Reskin shook his head. It does not matter now. The decision has been made, and he is not likely to change his mind. Changing the subject, Reskin informed her, Captain Jimson will be here in an hour. We are to discuss our travel plans at that time. I assume that is why you are here.
Captain? He got promoted, huh? That's great. Yes, I came by to see when we were leaving for the tournament, and how we plan to get there, Raylan answered.
Reskin turned to Tam. Perhaps you would like to take Raylan on a tour of the grounds while we await the captain's arrival? Tam scowled at Reskin. He absolutely had no desire to be left alone with the neurotic female, but he replied, Sure, that sounds great. You love it, Raylan. Reskin was glad to be rid of the pair. He really did not like dealing with the awkward looks of mixed confusion and sympathy every time someone brought up his failed proposal. Reskin had never been a prideful man. All of his experiences prior to leaving the fortress had to do with battle and training, which fell under the jurisdiction of Rule 14. Do not revel in success. He had to admit, though, that this rejection stung. The fact that the decision had been made based on the general's opinion of Reskin's character actually caused that increasingly familiar tightness in his chest to return. Reskin wandered into the study that held the multitude of weapons. He retrieved 2 matching ones he had seen in his previous visits. They were identical and meant to be wielded as a set. Each one consisted of a central hardwood shaft about the length of his forearm. A curved, scythe-like blade extended from the tip of each end of the shaft back toward the other end of the shaft, but did not connect. They were most unusual weapons for a Shai, but he had seen them before. They were called sukarai and were used by the nomads of the mountain tribes far to the east. A foreign warrior had been brought to the fortress to train Reskin in the use of the strange weapons, but it had been a while since he had worked with them. The young warrior took one in each hand, placing his palms in the centers of the shafts. Then he began spinning them in his fingers so that each looked like a bladed disc. He walked with them into the center of the room, which was kept clear, presumably for this purpose, and began sweeping through the forms scoured from his memories. As his body fell into the familiar motions, the blades spun faster until they created a whirring sound as they swept through the air. Reskin twisted and spun, all the while keeping the blades in motion. The whirring became a melodic cadence that sounded like the ebb and flow of an enormous locust swarm. When Reskin had completed the final form, the spinning blades came to an abrupt halt, and so did the music. Reskin turned to the wall to replace the weapons as he said, Good afternoon, General. You are home early again. General Markham stood in the doorway in his crisp military uniform, clasping his hands behind his back. He grunted and remarked, I have never actually seen those weapons in use. They were always fascinating to me, but I had a difficult time imagining how they could be effective. I understand now. The man I purchased them from assured me that a true master could make them sing. It seems he was telling the truth. They are surely an interesting weapon, one I had not seen in quite some time, Reskin replied. Markham shook his head and replied, You speak of time, as would a man 2 or 3 times your age. How long has it been since you mastered the sukarai? Reskin cocked his head and thought, Perhaps 3 or 4 years? These were a little awkward when I first picked them up. Yours are slightly larger than those of which I was accustomed. I imagine mine was sized to fit me at the time. It did not appear to be the least bit awkward from my perspective, the general commented. It came back quickly, and I adjusted, Reskin replied. I have practiced with them on occasion since then, just not often. The general grunted as his eyes sought the window where his attention lingered. Reskin glanced out the window and saw nothing of interest. Realizing the general was lost in thought, Reskin cleared his throat in an effort to regain the man's attention. General Markham looked back at the young warrior and said, I have not changed my mind about your proposal, but I have decided to allow Fisher to travel with you to the tournament. There will be some conditions, of course. Propriety must be observed. Why? Reskin asked. Why does it matter to you if she attends the tournament? Because she wishes to go, the general remarked. And it would give her a chance to meet with the other nobles. The astute warrior could tell the general had another reason, but was disinclined to discuss it. Reskin grunted in disbelief. So, you would have me escort her so that she may look for other suitors? General Markham frowned while he ran the conversation through his head again. Realizing that was indeed what it had sounded like, he said, "No, that is not what I meant. I was not referring to the young men. I just meant the other nobles in general. Many of her peers, the young ones especially, will be attending the tournament, and it would be a good social opportunity for her. Plus, as she pointed out, she would get to experience the excitement of the tournament before she settles down." Reskin felt that sudden pang in his chest, and he realized he did not like the idea of Frisha settling down. This time, Reskin glanced away.
"Does that bother you?"
the general asked. "Is that your intent, General? Do you wish to antagonize me?" Reskin asked. General Markham released a heavy sigh. "No, that was not my intent. I just find myself wondering if you are capable of feeling like the rest of us." Reskin frowned. "Perhaps I am, perhaps not. Are you capable of feeling in the same manner Fisher does? I heard her crying most of last night, and she has yet to show herself today. If you are incapable of feeling the way she does that make you less of a person?"
"I acknowledge your point. And it is also not my intent to upset Frisha. When I decided to name her my heir, it was in hopes that I could give her a better life. Not that her life was so terrible in the first place. Her father has been quite successful for a commoner. Ever since she came here, though, I have been regretting my decision. I had not imagined she would encounter so much danger on the trip here, and I certainly did not consider that she might meet the man she wished to marry during the journey. I would never have expected that it would be one such as you, but conversely, if it had not been you, then she likely would not have made it here at all."
Reskin furrowed his brow. "To be honest, I do not know why she is so upset. She has so many other options," he stated as that tightness in his chest returned. "And aside from the protection I've provided, I have given her no evidence of my worth."
"The heart is fickle," the general grumbled. "I spoke with Tam, and from what he says, that girl has wanted you since the moment you met. But," Markham stated as he held up a finger to make a point, "what we want is not always what is best for us."
"What one man believes is best is not always so," Reskin countered.
"There are certain truths throughout society, and what you are, Reskin, is not wholesome," the general stated.
Reskin scoffed. "Name me a noble who is wholesome, General. For every major and minor house I could reveal at least a handful of scandals and hidden skeletons. Men and women alike cheat and steal and even murder on occasion. Some men beat their wives, engage in extramarital affairs, and have a dozen illegitimate children running homeless in the streets. They plot and scheme against each other, always seeking some new morsel of power or wealth. No house is spared, General. Not even your own." General Markham narrowed his eyes at the young man. If Reskin were any other man, he would think the man knew far too much for his own good. But this particular man could handle any problems, and probably knew expertly how to use the information. He wondered just what Reskin knew of the clandestine affairs of his own house. It was just one more thread of power the young man had over him that Reskin refused to use against the general to get his way. Not that Reskin really needed any more power, but it was astonishing that the man could restrain himself from just taking what he wanted. This whole situation with Frisha was obviously upsetting to them both. If it were he in the same situation, Markham knew he would not be so noble. And there it was again. The noble Reskin. Reskin noted the general's concern and waved away the concern. "Do not worry yourself, General. I have no intention of blackmailing you. I have far more efficient ways of getting things done. All I am saying is that if you define your word wholesome by the actions of the nobles, then I want nothing to do with it, and I should think you would prefer Frisha to stay out of it as well." A knock sounded from the front entry, and Stuart Norris shuffled past the open doorway to answer. Reskin said, "That would be Captain Jimson. He is coming by to discuss our travel plans. Since you seem to have some of your own ideas, I suppose you had better join us. If you are not already aware of it, Mistress Raylan has joined us this afternoon as well." General Markham stepped back into the hall, and Reskin followed at a comfortable distance. Tam and Raylan were already greeting Jimson when they arrived. Tam introduced Raylan to the general, who found the young woman to be eccentric and rather uncouth. Markham invited the group into the study where they usually spent the evenings, and a maid served them tea and small cakes. Tam shifted continuously. He had come to hate being in the same room with both the general and Reskin, and he never particularly enjoyed Raylan's company. Jimson also felt awkward. As a lowly lieutenant, he had never dreamed he would be spending so much time in the presence of his general, and his friendship with the general's newest unofficial enemy complicated the issue. It did not help that Raylan was shamelessly flirting and batting her eyes at Reskin. She had apparently taken the general's rejection of Reskin's proposal as a sign that it was time to up her game. General Markham took the opportunity to start the conversation.
I was just telling Reskin that I have decided to allow Frisha to travel to the tournament with you all. However, there are some stipulations.
Tam and Jimson glanced at each other and then at Reskin as the general continued.
As you know, for propriety's sake, I cannot allow a young woman like Frisha to travel such a distance without a proper escort.
General Markham directed a pointed look at Raylan to show his derision for her own traveling choices.
I have found a suitable solution, Markham announced. My brother, the Count of Glassbury, has 2 sons who have expressed an interest in participating in the tournament. As blood relations, they will serve as suitable escorts for Frisha.
The general sighed and said,
I believe my nephews intend to bring a friend along as well. All the talk of Frisha going to the tournament has drawn the interest of their sister, and now she also wishes to attend.
Redirecting his attention to Captain Jimson, the general said,
I am retracting the approval for your leave.
Jimson startled, but settled as Markham continued,
Your assignment is to provide escort for my nephews and nieces to and from the tournament. During the tournament, you are free to do as you please. I will assign you a couple of additional men, and Simeon will be sending a few of his own guard as well.
Jimson quickly stood and saluted, saying,
Yes, sir, as you command,
before reseating himself. The general's mouth pulled into a smirk.
You should be pleased, Captain. This means you will get paid for taking the journey you would have taken otherwise, and I do not really expect you to run into much trouble on the Tremedal. It is too large to blockade in the manner you encountered on the Stry.
General Markham redirected his gaze to take in Tam, Raylan, and Reskin.
How the rest of you travel is up to you, although if Reskin is serious in his desire to protect Frisha, I expect he will wish to escort her as well.
Reskin narrowed his eyes at the general as he said, I did not see you resorting to extortion, General Markham.
Extortion? What are you going on about?
Markham huffed. Considering the amount of trouble we encountered on the journey here, do you really expect me to believe you are willing to place the safety of 2 of your nieces and both of your nephews, the Count's heirs, in the hands of a few soldiers and house guard? Reskin questioned. You expect me to escort this party, and you expect me to do so out of my desire to protect Frisha, despite the fact that you have already rejected my proposal.
You think I am incapable of keeping my family safe without you?
The general sputtered.
Your arrogance knows no bounds.
Not arrogance, General. Reality. If I refuse to provide escort for this party of yours, then how will your plans change? Would you not add at least a half-dozen more men to the guard? Or would you simply deny your nieces the opportunity to travel altogether? Reskin inquired with accusation. No, General. You are counting on me choosing to provide escort once again, with no benefit to myself.
Ah, now we see your true colors. No longer the selfless protector, are we? Very well, Reskin. What is it you want? How much?
Markham spat. Tam and Raylan were both confused. They knew Reskin was a good fighter, but surely he could not be worth more than another soldier. Or maybe 2 if you considered the value of his healing skills. Reskin's voice dropped and came out cold and unnerving. I do not want your money, Markham. I want you to reconsider my proposal. The warrior intentionally left off the general's title. General Markham clenched his jaw.
Are you giving me an order, Reskin?
Do I need to? Reskin replied, with a previously unseen hardness in his icy glare. Tam and Raylan looked at each other in confusion. Why would Reskin be giving the general orders? They both turned questioning eyes on the captain, begging for silent answers, but Jimson was entirely focused on the rug at his feet. The 2 decided it was probably in their best interest to remain as unobtrusive as possible. Markham countered.
And what of you respecting my decision? Have you reneged on your word?
Reskin stood abruptly, his hand clenching his hilt in a clear sign of warning. The motion was quickly followed by General Markham rising to his own feet. I have reached the end of my patience with your questioning my honor and motives, Markham. I have done nothing deserving of your derision, and your choices regarding Frisha are based on your own mental slander against my character. a preconception that is completely unfounded in the scope of reality. If you had a valid reason for your rejection, I would accept it, but as it is, you have none.
And still, my decision stands,
Markham stated stubbornly, as he wondered if Reskin would hold to his word not to do him harm. Reskin released his grip and completely changed his demeanor. He went from frightful and menacing to blasé and unconcerned in the space of a breath. Casually, he asked, "Have you considered, General, that Frisha may no longer wish to attend the tournament? The woman does not even wish to come down for supper. It seems unlikely she would desire to travel all the way to Scutton."
You think she only wanted to go to the tournament for you?
Markham snapped. I think Frisha is an independent young woman with desires of her own. You might want to truly consider those before you go about making important decisions for her, Reskin replied. Captain, Reskin barked, without taking his eyes off the general.
Yes, sir,
Captain Jimson replied as he rose to attention without thinking. A passenger ship, the Luna Mara, has been requisitioned in the general's name, Reskin said, just as the general interrupted him.
I made no such arrangements,
Markham asserted. It will be leaving 2 days hence, Reskin continued. A passenger manifest has already been filed, which you will find includes you and your comrades, Sergeant Millens and Second Lieutenant Draskin, 4 of the Jabai House Guard, Farrell, Gwent, Maris, and Jayet, the General's nephews, Lord Malseus and Pallas, their friend, Lord Brant of House Gerrand, the General's nieces, Lady Frisha and Lady Sheila, Lady Sheila's maid, Mistress Tammy, Master Tamrin, Mistress Raylan, and of course myself, plus 1 battle charger. General Markham's face was pale and his jaw sagged. How could Reskin already know all of his plans? He had only made out the order to his men a few hours ago. Reskin had somehow not only learned of his plans, but had also taken the initiative to make arrangements. How did Reskin make arrangements in Markham's name to begin with? And how did he get the names of the Jabai House Guards? Markham did not even have that information yet. He had only spoken to Simeon last night, and it had not even been confirmed that the Gerrand boy was attending. Reskin gave the general's mind a moment to catch up. Arrangements have been made for lodging in Scutton. 4 rooms have been reserved at the Coral Cove Inn, and another 3 at the Suncoast Inn. The inns are located directly across from one another. You will find that space is limited due to the influx of travelers for the tournament.
I am impressed you were able to get that,
Jimson mumbled under his breath.
You cannot possibly have made arrangements already. It is ridiculous. How would you have gotten word to Scutton, much less received a confirmation?
General Markham scoffed. Reskin cocked his head and replied, I used the maid relay, of course.
What? How did you get access to the maid relay?
Markham shouted. Reskin raised a brow and deadpanned. Really? General Markham scowled.
I want to know exactly how you got your information. Some of what you know is only a few hours old.
No, General, you really do not, Reskin mused, before striding out of the room. The previous night, after following the general to his brother's home and before going to the Diamond Claw Guild and the Assassin's Guild, Reskin had spent a few hours sneaking into houses Jabai and Gerrand to retrieve as much information as he could about their inhabitants. Both houses had decent guards for what they were, and he had been unfamiliar with the layouts of the estates. Slipping through the palace and assessing the general's offer after he left the healer's sanctuary had been less difficult. People were expected to be roaming the halls of the palace at that time, and Reskin was intimately familiar with the layout. The interior of the northern fortress in which he grew up was an exact replica of the interior of the palace. It was a fact of which Reskin had been unaware, but until today had not really considered to be of interest. Now, he had to wonder why that was. The general's office was secured with a mage lock, but Reskin knew ways around those. The key was not to break the locks, but to simply bypass them altogether. Reskin had read the general's correspondence prior to its delivery, and then confirmed the participation of the young Lord Brant. After corroborating the list of individuals with whom he would be journeying, Reskin had gone to the river to make arrangements for the ship. It took little effort once he got there, since he had already forged the documents in the general's hand. Reskin ducked into the mage district after leaving the docks to deliver the second set of forged documents to the mage relay station. Once he received confirmation of the reservations, Reskin found himself back at the Markham estate in time to train with Tam and exercise pride before Raylan's visit. It was surprising how quickly arrangements could be made when people received instructions from the general of the army of Ashai. Reskin wanted the general to know that he would always be a step ahead of the man, But he had made all of the arrangements only in part to make his point. By making the arrangements himself, Rezkin had the power to select the vessel, personnel, and accommodations of his choosing. Over the last few days, Rezkin had already been researching the various vessels and their captains and personnel, so he was already prepared when the time came to make arrangements. The final reason was simply because Rezkin was tired of waiting. He wanted to be gone from the general's home, and his other business was almost concluded.
Captain Jimson, confirm those reservations,
the general ordered distractedly. General Markham was once again furious with a presumptuous young man who was staying as a guest in his home. How Rezkin had gotten his information in such a short amount of time was beyond him. The fact that all of the reservations had already been made was nothing short of sorcery. Markham now knew exactly what he must do. He would find out who Rezkin truly was, and if he was really Bordrin's man. Markham would make contact with his source while the young man was away at the tournament, and hopefully have some answers by the time of his return. It was perhaps the riskiest venture in the general's long career to involve this particular source. If the source turned out to be opposed to Rezkin, it would be like two wildfires meeting with a shy in the center. They may snuff each other out, but everyone and everything caught between them would be destroyed. Maker forbid the two find common ground and become one. "Yes, sir," the captain said, as he marched from the room. Jimson was certain the reservations would be exactly as Rezkin said they would be. He did not doubt the young warrior's abilities, or, surprisingly, his truthfulness. If Rezkin said he did something, then it was a sure thing that he had. While Rezkin kept many secrets, what did come out of his mouth seemed to be the truth. Rezkin had once said that he could pull off any role he chose, so the captain knew the man was capable of lying. But Rezkin had also assured them that he was playing no role at this time. Jimson frowned at his own logic. Could you ever really trust someone who claimed to be able to lie and play a false role like a master performer? Perhaps everything that Rezkin had said and done was a performance in itself. The thought did not sit well with the army captain, and he realized that despite Rezkin's admission of fraud mastery, Jimson still trusted his friend. Rezkin, General Markham, and Captain Jimson had all departed from the sitting room, which left Tam and Raylan sitting in wonder and confusion. They both sat still for several moments in stunned silence. Raylan turned her hazel eyes toward Tam and asked, "What in the world was that?" Tam shook his head. "I really don't understand anything that goes on between those two. General Markham has hated Rezkin since they first met, despite the fact that he seems to agree with him most of the time on pretty much anything that doesn't involve Frisha. He even seems to respect Rezkin for his knowledge and skills, I think. The general has never trusted him, though. Every time they are in a room together, I'm almost certain one of them is going to end up dead." "But didn't you notice? Rez didn't push it. But it seemed like he was the one in charge." "Don't you think that's odd?" Raylan asked. Tam shook his head. "I don't think Rez was actually ordering the general around. I think they were both just being antagonistic. General Markham gives orders and expects people to comply, and Rez just doesn't. He has always been respectful toward the general, but he doesn't recognize the man as having any authority over him." Tam scratched his head and furrowed his brow, which I guess he doesn't, since Rez isn't a soldier. One thing is for sure, though. General Markham knows something about who Rez is that we don't. "Why do you say that?" Raylan questioned with wide eyes. Tam shrugged uncomfortably. It was weird. The general got a letter delivered from the colonel at Fort Moneski, and then Rez handed him another paper, and all of a sudden things changed. The general was really upset, or maybe disturbed. I'm not really sure. When Frisha finally got him to disclose something, General Markham just said that Rezkin had King Baldrin's trust." Raylan gasped. "Seriously?" Tam shook his head. "That's what he said." "How did Rezkin know the king? And why would General Markham hate Rezkin if King Baldrin trusted him?" Raylan questioned. "That's exactly what I've been wondering," Tam replied. "I don't know. Maybe he met him at the fort where he was raised. Maybe King Baldrin knew Rezkin's parents or mentors or something. It's really weird, though, right?" "Sure is." "Do you think he knows King Cadian?" Raylan asked. "I don't know. But I do know that whatever was in those letters, Rez doesn't really want getting around. He doesn't even want Frisha to know," Tam remarked. Tam looked sideways at Raylan and threatened, "So don't tell anyone." Raylan scowled at Tam. "Who am I supposed to tell? Besides, Rez saved my life.
I'm not going to go around telling people about him if it might cause him problems.
Tam shook his head and started to walk away. I'd better go let Frisha know what's going on.
Okay, well, I guess I'll come back tomorrow in case there's new information,
Raylan said. Tam walked Raylan to the door just to make sure she found her way out and did not snag anything that did not belong to her along the way. He still did not trust the girl. He then made his way up to Frisha's room, where he knocked incessantly until she finally opened the door. Frisha's eyes were puffy, her nose was red, and she looked completely worn.
What is it, Tam? I don't really feel like talking.
I know, but I have some news. May I come in? Tam asked, as he shoved his hands in his pockets and ducked his head. Tam did not really know what to do for his childhood friend. He had never had to deal with a broken heart, and he had never seen Frisha so infatuated with a man.
I guess, but keep it down. Aunt Adelina will get upset if she finds out you're in here with me alone, she said sardonically. It just wouldn't be proper.
Tam ducked his head again and closed the door behind him. We just had another one of those meetings with your uncle and Rez, he grumbled.
I bet that was fun,
Frisha moaned.
Did Rez convince him to change his mind? She asked hopefully.
Tam sighed. No, but your uncle is going to let you go to the tournament with us.
Really? How is that going to work? Oh no, he's not planning to marry me off to someone else, is he? It's not you at Jimson, is it?
Frisha asked in a panic. Tam scowled.
No, of course not.
Your cousins are going. Frisha blinked.
My cousins? You mean the Jabais?
Yeah, Tam replied. Lords Malseus and Paulus and Lady Sheila. Frisha groaned.
Oh, I don't even want to go anymore. I really only wanted to go to be with Rez. I wanted to spend more time with him and see him compete in the tournament. I was worried that if he went away, I wouldn't see him again. There's no point now since Uncle Markham rejected our union. It will just be that much more difficult to be around him knowing it can never happen. If my cousins go on the trip, it will just be even more miserable.
Tam shrugged. Rez has already made all of the arrangements, but he did mention to the General that you might have changed your mind. You don't have to go if you don't want to. I was only going because it sounded exciting and I wanted to see Rez and Jimson compete also. Now the whole thing sounds like a lot of trouble.
Frisha kicked a pillow and growled in frustration. Why won't Rez just accept me? I was willing to run off with him and forsake my inheritance, and he said no.
Oh, come on, Frisha. He's trying to do what's best for you, and I respect him for it. I know it hasn't been easy on him either. I don't think he's quite given up on you, Tam replied.
It certainly sounded like it to me. He didn't even fight for me. If he cares so little, then maybe I shouldn't go anyway. I don't even want him anymore,
Frisha huffed. Tam scowled and argued, You should hear some of the stuff he's been saying to the General. For a moment earlier, I thought they were actually going to draw swords.
What?
Frisha gasped.
They wouldn't. Oh no, what if Rezkin gets himself killed? My uncle is a swordmaster, Tam.
Your uncle is old, Frisha, and truth be told, he didn't look so confident when he was faced with Rezkin's anger, Tam replied.
All over me?
Frisha asked. Well, not just you. You know how the General has been treating him. It hasn't gotten any better, and I think Rez's patience is wearing thin, Tam answered. Anyway, like I said, you don't have to go to Scutton. Raylan was here earlier, and she's really excited, especially since she heard about your uncle rejecting Rez. I'm sure she and Lady Sheila will be happy to keep Rez company in your stead. Frisha gaped in righteous indignation. She grabbed the pillow off the ground and lobbed it at Tam's head.
Tamarin Blackwood, I cannot believe you could be so insensitive.
What? You were the one who said you didn't want him. It sounds to me like you're the one giving up too easily, Tam remarked.
Well, shut up. Of course I want him, Frisha huffed. Fine. I'll go. And if Raylan or Sheila even think about stealing him from me, I'll show them just how much I want him.
Tam started laughing at Frisha's expense, and after a moment, Frisha could not help but join him. Chapter 21. Getting into another argument with General Markham was the perfect excuse for leaving the General's home. Rezkin had made the extra effort to spend time practicing with Tam earlier, not only as part of his duty toward his friend, but also as a method of averting suspicion for a conspicuous absence. The family might excuse a few hours here and there, but if he were gone for extended periods of time, people would start asking questions. Rezkin did not care to outright lie to his friends. That did not seem like a good way to honor them. Instead, he used half-truths, redirection, and avoidance to prevent them from learning too much. It was not that Rezkin wanted to mislead his friends, but it was safer if they were not involved in the darker maneuverings of his life. Tam and Frisha were innocent and naive, having been sheltered all their lives by people who cared about them. The warrior thought it was more of a detriment to their well-being to be oblivious to the way the world really worked, but showing them the truth too quickly could break their minds, or at the very least, their trust. They would not understand everything he had to do. Now it was time for his most ambitious plan. Although it was still afternoon, Rezkin donned his night stealth gear, more for disguise and dramatic effect than for stealth. The dark mottled clothing, black armor, and deep cowl would make him more obvious in the daylight, but he did not intend to be seen. Rezkin moved through shadows and alleys and across rooftops. He eventually found himself not too far from the Diamond Claw Guild House. His Justinian contacts awaited him anxiously.
"No, Ash! I told you to put it down!"
Broken snapped as he slapped something out of Ash's hand.
"But it's gross! I wanted to look at it!"
Ash said dejectedly.
"It's supposed to be gross. It's a slug. The Raven will be here soon, and we don't want him thinking we're just a couple of silly kids. He asked for us specifically. Don't you get how important that is?"
The older, small man prodded.
"But he already knows who we are, and he asked for us specifically,"
Ash said, repeating the difficult word used by his older guildmate.
"If he wanted someone else, he would have asked for him. He knows we're kids."
"An astute observation, Ash," Rezkin said as he emerged from the shadows. Both small men jumped with a squeal. These small men were far behind, not only in their skills training, but also in understanding and adhering to the rules. This was not a surprise considering how poorly these Outworlders as a whole complied with the strictures. It was a condition he was working to remedy.
Hello, greetings, Master Raven,"
Broken sputtered, which Ash parroted. "Greetings to you. Where is your chaperone?" the Raven asked.
"Oh, Rom's taking a piss,"
Ash replied.
"He'll be right back."
Rom was, in fact, not taking a piss. Rezkin had observed the man smashing in someone's head in an alley a few blocks from where they stood. The victim was obviously a regular inker. Nearly every inch of his exposed skin was covered in purple-black tattoos. Apparently, the big man desired to keep the small man in the dark about what he was doing, so Rezkin left the matter alone. A moment later, Rom rounded a corner, wiping his hands on a rag that was probably what remained of the inker's shirt. He threw the rag aside and then awkwardly bowed to the Raven. "Greetings, Master Raven," he said, his voice deep and confident. Bowing was not something members of the Thieves' Guilds did, but they had begun developing some unusual habits with regard to the Raven. The Thieves' Guilds across the cities continued to operate independently and competitively, but most of them were now unified under Rezkin's rule, a unity he only enforced for a few specific purposes. Rom reported at their previous meeting that Attica had gained measurable confidence since taking over position of Guildmaster. The knowledge that the Raven favored her went a long way in solidifying her hold on the position, and she had a strong desire to impress the mysterious master. Rezkin surveyed the three thieves before him. In truth, they did not look like thieves. They appeared to be a poor but strong, hard-working man and his two sons. Nodding once, he simply said, "Come." The three thieves followed the shadowy Raven out of the city. He moved swiftly, and they struggled to keep up, but the Raven was considerate enough to slow when one fell behind. Once they neared the long queue of travelers exiting the city gates, he told the thieves to meet him on the other side, and he disappeared. When the patrol passed, Rezkin slipped over the wall and scurried down a thin mage rope. The rope was nearly as thin as thread, but stronger than steel, and it cost 100 times its length in gold. It would never break, slip its knot, or tangle. This was one of the treasures he had taken when he left the fortress, his home. It was a strange thought. He had never really thought of home before, but he supposed the fortress had been his. Once he reached the bottom, he gave the rope a swift tug and imposed his will upon it. The rope released itself from where it was tied at the top, and Rezkin quickly wound it up and placed it back in his pouch. The warrior quickly jogged to the river to check his preparations and found them in order. By the time he jogged back, Rom and the small men were making their way casually up the road. Rezkin stepped into their path, causing them to jump back once again. "This way," he said, and they followed. When the motley group reached the river, they piled into a rowboat large enough for 4 or 5 grown men. Reskin handed each of the thieves a packet of food wrapped in cheesecloth and passed around a water skin. Eat. You will need it. Reskin had already eaten his own meal, having skipped dinner at the general's house. His friends and the Markhams might be a bit offended, but due to his earlier exchange with the general, they would excuse his absence. In Markham's case, appreciate it. The young warrior hated to see how scrawny and underfed the thieves were, even Rom, but he had a feeling the big man's leanness had more to do with him giving away his rations to the younger boys. Reskin instructed Attica and the other guildmasters to provide more food to the younger members, but he had few means of monitoring their compliance at this point. Rom and Reskin rowed the boat, and the big man repeatedly glanced at him questioningly, but did not dare question the master. Reskin finally nodded and asked, "What is it, Rom?"
"If you don't mind me asking, master, where are we going?"
the dutiful second inquired. Reskin smirked and said, "To the Black Hole, of course." Rom's face drained of color, and Broken abruptly stopped eating to stare at the master raven. Ash looked around curiously and asked, "What's the Black Hole?"
"It's death,"
Rom said without thinking. Ash turned to Broken and shook him, saying, "What's he mean, Broke? What's he mean, death?" Broken shoved Ash's hand away and exclaimed in a whispered shout, "It's the Assassin's Guild, twit! Ain't you never listened to the stories?" "But I thought it was just a story," Ash complained. "Are we really going there?" he asked the raven with pleading eyes. "Yes," he plainly answered.
"You, have business with the Slips?"
Rom cautiously asked. "I do, but they have yet to recognize it," Reskin answered.
"Nobody goes to the Black Hole without an invitation,"
protested the second.
"At least, if they do, they don't ever come out."
Reskin shrugged. "Perhaps there have been others, but I know of one who has for certain." Already suspecting the answer, Rom asked anyway.
"Who would that be?"
Reskin grinned in answer. "But do not concern yourself. They are aware we are coming."
"You sent word ahead?"
Rom asked with a tiny measure of relief. Perhaps the Slips would just send them away instead of killing them, since they announced their arrival ahead of time. "Of course," Reskin replied. "The hall is very formal, full of rules and etiquette. It would have been considered rude to show up unannounced. So naturally I sent word informing them that I would be coming to collect their fealty."
"You what?" Rom exclaimed. "You told them you were coming to try to take them over? The Assassin's Guild? You can't be serious,"
the second sputtered, momentarily forgetting to whom he was speaking. "I am completely serious," the raven replied with a dangerous edge to his voice. "I have need of their services and resources, and more importantly, I need to implement some restrictions on their activities." He said this as though he was discussing acquiring a new business.
"They're assassins! They'll kill us all!"
Rom shouted. "If you keep shouting, we will have more to worry about than just assassins," Reskin remarked. A few patrols monitored the city perimeter and along the river in an attempt to help quell the rising number of bandits, but Reskin had little concern for the patrols or bandits. As far as anyone could tell from this distance, they were just 2 men and a couple of small ones in a boat crossing the river. Nothing suspicious, but Reskin did not want to attract anyone's attention. The river was very wide, though, so it was unlikely anyone had heard Rom's shouting.
"Just assassins? Who in the hells is more frightening and dangerous than assassins?"
Rom argued. Reskin cocked his head curiously and stared at the second. Rom finally caught the inference and swallowed hard.
You don't seem too concerned."
The raven smirked and replied, "Despite what you obviously think of me, I am not suicidal. I would not be going into this confrontation if I were not confident in my ability to prevail. That is not to say there will be no danger. There most certainly will be, and the consequences of failure are pain and death. Ash is familiar with such consequences." He looked at the younger small man who smiled hesitantly at the raven's morbid reminder of their first meeting. "I have maneuvered the conditions to my benefit, and I believe I have the skills to prevail. That does not mean I will succeed."
"Just how do you expect us to take on the entire Black Hall?"
Rom asked, praying the raven would say he had an army hidden in the forest, but knowing the prayer would go unanswered. "I expect to walk the gauntlet," the raven replied. The second looked at him questioningly and asked, "The gauntlet?" "A test of sorts, although it is nearly impossible to survive, and more so since I will have you 3 to protect," he replied. "It is a demonstration of both skill and honor," he explained. Ram scoffed.
You keep talking as though assassins have honor. They kill people for no other reason than coin. I may be a thief, but I ain't never killed no one I robbed. They have a right to defend themselves after all, and what I want from them ain't worth their life or mine. Anyone else was in self-defense.
Reskin nodded and said, I have often heard the phrase, there is no honor among thieves. You may find yourself to be the exception rather than the rule. Regardless, respectable folk, those who are not criminals, would say you have no honor for taking what is not yours, for taking something you did not work to earn. You made your own code of honor to justify your actions, and it enables you to live the way you do. Ram shifted uncomfortably, but did not protest. The Raven continued, The assassins are much the same. They live with a terrible burden, stealing away the very breath of life. Without strict order, they would fall into bloodlust and despair. Their code of honor establishes a limit for the depth to which they will descend. It also enables them to continue operating, and lucratively at that. Clients fear the assassins, but place in them a certain level of trust.
I don't see how anyone can trust an assassin,
the second observed with scorn. And yet, you came to Kybane and got into this boat with me. And now we sit together in the middle of the Tremedal, the Raven replied. You must place some level of trust in me. Ram gulped.
Are you one of them?
He asked hesitantly, fearing the answer. The Raven scoffed and said, I am not one of them, nor do I follow their code, but I assure you, I have killed many more people than any one of them, probably more than all of them combined. The three thieves remained silent as Ram and Reskin rowed the rest of the way across the river. When they reached the other bank, Ram told the boys to wait a short distance away. He turned to the Raven and quietly said, Considering where we're going, I don't know whether to be appalled or thankful for your, skills, but I can say for certain that I'm terrified. Why'd you bring me and these boys with you? The Raven calmly answered, You are here as an escort for the young ones and to play witness. If I succeed, I will need others to know of it, not because I am vain, but because they need to know my power. I am sure you can guess my intent toward the small men. But they're just boys, Ram protested, knowing it would do no good. They are small men, wise in the ways of the world, and they are old enough, the Raven replied without a hint of remorse. As the Raven led the thieves through the forest, he explained what was expected of them. Ram, you will take each of their hands and hold them tight. Do not let the small men bolt. You will walk along the path at a steady pace. Do not run. Do not stop. Do not veer from the straight path. No matter what comes at you, do not stop moving and do not let go of their hands. What will you be doing? Broken asked in a voice that reflected his name. I will be disposing of the assassins and protecting you, the Raven replied. Ash released a heavy breath. Oh, good. That will be okay. Broken looked like he wanted to argue with his younger mate, but said nothing, and Ram simply appeared to be resolved to his death. Shouldn't I be helping you or something? Ram asked. No one walks the gauntlet with charges to protect. The very few who survive at all are executed at the end. Your assistance will only ensure that happens, Reskin replied. And how are you going to keep that from happening? The second asked. Perhaps I will tell you after I have prevailed, Reskin replied. The Raven suddenly stopped and gripped Ram's bicep, drawing the big man to a halt. This is important, Ram. Absolutely at no point, for any reason at all, will you get involved. You will not intervene or interfere, even if it looks like the lot of them are bearing down on you and will kill you any second. You do nothing but walk straight and steady. And if you're dead, Ram asked, then you will have nothing to worry about, because you will already be dead. The Raven replied and began walking again. After several minutes of trudging through the underbrush, over stones, dried twigs, and crunchy leaves, Ram began to notice something eerily unnatural. While he and the boys made enough noise to wake his deaf grandmother who had been buried for the last 2 decades, the Raven made no sound, nor did he leave any evidence of his passing. Not a single print or trail was left behind as he swept through the forest, silent as a wraith. A shiver trailed down the second's spine, and for the first time he truly believed he was in the presence of something inhuman. Everything that had happened, and everything the thief learned of the Raven, began to make sense. No human being could have brought down the Justinian Thieves' Guilds in a day, and then repeated the feat in Kybane. The way he moved, the way he spoke, the deep pockets with seemingly limitless coin, the claims of mass murder beyond the scope of any man, much less one so young. They all led to the same conclusion. The raven was a demon. Perhaps the raven was not concerned about death because he was immortal. Or perhaps if he were killed in this life, he would spawn again in Hikajnak, the demon realm. At this point, Ram could not care less about what happened to the raven, except that his and the boys' lives depended on the creature. The boys may be thieves, but they had never really had a chance. They were street orphans with no other way of surviving. Right now, Ram hated the raven for putting the boys in this terrifying situation that was certain to lead to their early deaths. Assassins were not known for their mercy, and he knew they would not stop at killing children. After another hour or so of meandering between trees and bushes and traipsing over rocks and stream beds, the raven held up a fist, bringing the group to a stop. Ash started to say something, but Broken, sensing the tension in the adults, quickly threw a hand over the younger boy's mouth and shook his head. The boy squirmed in an attempt to remove the older boy's hand so that he could stubbornly make his remark, but stopped his protests when a thick, firm hand landed on his shoulder. Turning to Ram, the smaller boy whispered, "I have to go to the bathroom." The big man rolled his eyes with a silent sigh and looked questioningly toward the raven. The hooded demon was surveying their surroundings, and he did not think the man had heard the boy. But the raven abruptly turned and waved the boy over to a bush. The wraith came to stand beside Ram, and he spoke in a quiet voice that could not have carried further than the few inches' distance to Ram's ear. "We are surrounded. From here, the attack could come at any time." "Attack?" Ram asked. "I thought you told them we were coming." "Of course I did. I had to give them the opportunity to arrange the ambush," the raven said matter-of-factly. Ram looked at him askance but found no words to respond. "Take the small man's hands when we continue. Remember my orders. Stay the path no matter what. Do not fight back. Do not stop. And do not run." Ram nodded his understanding, even though he absolutely did not understand. How could the raven think that he would walk into an ambush of assassins who were trying to kill him and the boys and not fight back? But the raven knew much more about the situation than did Ram, and he did not think the demon would go to the trouble of bringing the boys all the way to Kybane just to get them killed. He had plans for these boys. That did not mean the demon's plans extended to Ram, though. For all he knew, the raven considered him to be nothing more than expendable fodder, a sacrificial lamb. When Ash finished his business, Ram took both boys' hands in his and gripped them tightly, reminding the boys not to run from him. The raven led the way forward until they came to a slightly worn path no more remarkable than a simple game trail. It was at this point when the attack came. A glint of steel flashed through the air, but Ram did not see if it hit its mark. His attention was drawn to the shadows suddenly dropping from trees and emerging from the underbrush. For a moment, the big man hesitated, his survival instincts screaming at him to draw a weapon or run or something other than hold on to the two tiny hands in his grip. Ram stumbled as he was shoved from behind. The raven growled, "Go!" as he swept past. The big man pulled the boys forward at a steady pace, at least as steady as his panicky legs would withstand. All of his muscles were tense, and he knew he would feel at any moment the overwhelming agony of a blade impaling him through the back. Deftly dodging the throwing knife that had been aimed at his back, Rezkin bounded to the side and collided with an attacker who landed beside him. At the same time, he noted that Ram stood in stunned stasis. The young warrior rolled backward, coming to his feet behind the thief and shoving him with his back. Rezkin grunted, "Go!" as he lobbed a rock at an assailant's head. The rock struck true, and the slip dropped to his knees, stunned. Ram finally got it together and started forward with the two small men in tow. Broken and Ash were clutching the big guy's arms as they shouted in surprise. Rezkin flowed around the trio as they walked the path toward the hall. Assassins emerged from the forest as they progressed, and each time Rezkin was there to meet the attack, passing in and out of view of the scared thieves like a silent wraith with insubstantial form. His strikes and kicks were solid enough, though, as he swept one assassin's feet out from under him and then stomped on his sternum. The black-clad killer curled up around his injured torso, and the raven kicked him soundly in the head. Then the wraith was gone again. Covering perhaps 4 times the distance of his companions, Rezkin dodged back and forth, making his way around the three. Up and down the trail he sped, always staying close enough to ward off any projectiles the assassins might pitch. A crossbow bolt, launched at Ram's back, was met by an expertly thrown dagger, which, through luck and skill, deflected the deadly instrument. Ash screamed and squirmed, and Rom faltered in his step when one assassin's blade descended toward the small man's neck, but Rezkin was there to meet it. Rezkin was relieved the assassins had elected to allow him to walk the gauntlet. If they had rejected his challenge, they would have attacked all at once instead of smaller numbers along the path. He could not afford an error, or escape would end in failure. Death was not the only possible failure, though. Even if he lived, that did not mean he would succeed in his efforts to advance his influence over the hall. From the darkness of the thicket, two slips suddenly attacked at once. One came for Rezkin, while the other went after his charges. Ducking and dodging a flurry of knife-wielding strikes, Rezkin grabbed the woman by the tunic. The black-clad assassin expected to be pushed away and braced accordingly, but Rezkin yanked her forward, knocking her off balance. At the same time, the young warrior dropped to the ground and rolled onto his back. He thrust his feet into the slip's midsection and launched her into the air over his head. The woman collided with her cohort, just as the man prepared to strike at Rom. Rezkin continued with his momentum into a backward roll and bounded to his feet. He spun and ran full speed at the attackers, intercepting them just as they were untangling themselves to regain their feet. After blocking a punch, the warrior smacked the male assassin in the head with a steel-reinforced vambrace, and then brought his clenched fist down on the back of the man's head. As the slip crumpled to the ground, the woman kicked out to the side in an attempt to strike at Rezkin while he was distracted. He caught the extended leg and brought an elbow down into the side of her knee with an audible crunch. To her credit, the woman did not cry out with the pain she was obviously experiencing. Instead, she managed a half cartwheel as she reclaimed her damaged leg to bring herself back around to face him. She braced on one leg as stormy gray eyes filled with unshed tears. The woman drew a curved sword reminiscent of a very small scimitar and swung at the hooded warrior with the icy blue eyes. It was difficult to get a good view of the man's face while he was fighting under the cowl, but his eyes were inescapable. The man's gaze was cold and unflinching. It held nothing but hard ice and winter's stroke of death, as though the mind behind the gaze had never experienced a single ray of light. If the eyes were the windows to the soul, then naught but darkness resided in this man. Rezkin did not have time to deal with the woman. Others were emerging along the path, and Rom and the small men had already progressed a dozen steps further than Rezkin would have preferred. The slip swung at him with the curved blade. The warrior spun into the woman's defenses, grabbed the sword hilt, and used his considerable strength to yank the weapon from her grasp. At the same time, he smashed the back of his head into her face, and then brought the weapon around to strike the side of her head with the flat of the blade. The slip fell to the ground atop her comrade, and Rezkin dropped the ill-gotten blade. The entire exchange between the warrior and the two slips had taken less than 2 minutes. The Raven caught up with the thieves just in time to fend off another wave of attacks from a couple of sword-wielders and half a dozen throwing stars. That had been an interesting choice, since not many people in Ashai used the small spinning blades. He doubted anyone even made or sold the weapons anywhere in Ashai. The star thrower, like the miniature scimitar-wielding assassin, had been wearing an unusual style of dress and armor uncharacteristic of the slips of the hall. Likewise, their faces had been covered up to the eyes, also not typical of Ashayan assassins. Together, it was evidence of an altogether different group, which would also explain the numbers. As they neared the end of the gauntlet, Rezkin and the three thieves experienced an increase in attacks from all sides. Rezkin tightened his circle around his companions, and while several times he used throwing knives to deflect projectiles, not once did he draw his swords or any other weapon on an opponent. Still, they fell. One by one, the ground was littered with black-clad bodies until finally they reached the steps of the hall. "Halt!" the Raven said, and Rom and the boys abruptly stopped. Rom managed to keep his shaking under control as he stood in the center of a cobbled yard surrounded by motionless bodies and an unscathed demon who looked no worse for wear. The demon was not even breathing heavily. The experienced thief felt only relief once again that he had stood with Attica and opted not to attack the creature on that fateful day when first they met. He gripped the boys' hands tightly with sweaty palms, but neither boy seemed anxious for release as they clung to his sides. Of all he had witnessed this day, nothing frightened the big thief more than the astonishing, brutal skill and undeniable inhuman speed of the Raven. The Raven walked forward to stand before the small group assembled at the top of the steps leading into the hall. At the forefront stood a striking man of average height, with regal bearing. His stark white hair was pulled back into a slick queue. His black clothes and armor fit perfectly upon his solid frame, and his face, although lined with age, looked as though carved from stone. Straight planes and sharp edges defined his visage, and the hard look in his dark eyes was nearly enough to rival the coldness of the raven. The man's eyes flicked over the thieves, but having found the trio to be of little note, he focused on the true threat.
"You have walked the gauntlet,"
he stated succinctly in a calm but commanding voice.
"You not only survived, but you brought guests through as well."
The observation was saturated with scorn and disgust. The raven inclined his head and simply stated, "It is so."
"My men?"
the Grand Master asked. "Will live," the raven replied. The Grand Master's eyes flicked to one of his men who came limping across the courtyard, if it could be called such. The man nodded once in affirmation and made a few nearly imperceptible hand gestures as he moved to stand at the foot of the steps facing the visitors. The stony face slipped for merely a moment as surprise caught in his eyes. While the slips were surely trying to kill him and the thieves, Rezkin was not permitted to kill even one of the assassins, lest he fail the gauntlet. Had that occurred, the full might of the guild would have descended on him until he was dead. Rezkin could possibly escape the encounter with his life, but the other three would surely be lost.
"You did not draw even once. Such was beyond the requirements of the test. It was only necessary to preserve their lives,"
the Grand Master stated. "I might have drawn if I felt it necessary," the raven remarked, as though the task had been effortless.
"Men do not survive the gauntlet. Men do not bring along friends,"
he drawled disdainfully as his eyes flicked to the thieves again.
"Men certainly do not feel it unnecessary to draw a weapon."
"I am the weapon," the raven immediately responded, partially out of habit. "And still, here I stand," he said, spreading his hands toward the ground. With the slight motion, a number of slips who had gathered around the perimeter flinched and drew their weapons. The ravens smirked at their overreactions, none of which went unnoticed by the Grand Master. "But this was not the usual gauntlet," the raven commented offhandedly. "Your numbers were too great."
"And yet they failed to stop you,"
the Grand Master observed. With only the slightest tilt of his head, he indicated the woman who stood a slight distance from him.
"We have visitors."
The woman was clad in black like her comrades, the ones Rezkin had encountered during the walk, except that she wore a scarlet mask that not only covered her lower face up to her eyes, but also wrapped around her neck and over her head like a hood.
Adana Ro,
the raven stated, affecting a perfect Forelli accent.
Dogrela Secrele,
he said with a slight bow in the woman's direction. Her dark eyes flashed with interest, and she inclined her head in acknowledgement of the formal greeting. The Scarlet Hood identified her as a Secrele, one of the leaders of her sect. The Grand Master did not question how the raven knew anything about the hall's numbers, and if he was surprised the man knew of the Adana Ro, he did not show it.
"They wished to participate,"
the Grand Master said.
"When they arrived this morning, and news of your infamous deeds reached their ears, they volunteered to enhance your experience on the gauntlet."
"Enhance," the man had said. Leave it to assassins to find spirituality in a deadly test of skill and fortitude, which is exactly how they viewed it. The gauntlet was supposed to be not only a test of the body against an indomitable foe, but also a spiritual awakening that could be appreciated in one's death. "I am honored by the Adana Ro, and by the whole, that you should see me as such a worthy opponent," the raven replied with more than a hint of sarcasm. His words were appropriate and respectful, but his tone conveyed that he did not believe the excuse for a moment. If they had truly approved of him walking the gauntlet, they would not have permitted outside interference. In truth, he knew the Grand Master desired his death all along, but since Rezkin had prevailed and done so in excess of the rules, there was nothing to be done except see it through. "You did not arrive without incident," the Secrele commented in a Cheyenne laced with a heavy, curling accent. Her eyes flicked to the red-fletched dart protruding from the warrior's shoulder. Without bothering a glance, the raven reached up and plucked the dart from his arm. He sniffed it once, and then flicked it aside. The red fletching and the scent of Cerasius poison both indicated the dart belonged to an Adana Ro. Reskin had noticed the dart earlier, but did not bother to remove it since he needed a moment to study the tiny but deadly weapon. He would have to mentally review the battle later to determine when he had acquired the accessory. Since he seemed to have missed it the first time, a major failure on his part. It was no matter. He was immune to Serasius poison. A minor inconvenience, not worth the effort of avoidance, the Ravens said with a wink and a cheeky grin. A charismatic show of confidence effected after hours of practice in the mirror. It was like watching an opponent's feet, shoulders, and eyes in a battle, his masters had said. Wars could be won by attitude and expression alone. Although he could not see her face, the Secrele's eyes seemed to flash with humor.
"You seek to challenge me?"
questioned the Grand Master in a flat tone. He might as well have been asking if the Raven wanted a cup of water. Actually, Reskin would have appreciated a cup of water, but it would be poisoned. The Raven cocked his head curiously and said, "If I must." He waited until the Grand Master opened his mouth to speak and said, "However, I propose a trade before we begin, as a show of good faith, of course." The Grand Master was once again surprised. The Raven's stoic demeanor in the face of the gauntlet and resulting challenge were unprecedented. Even when he had walked the gauntlet long ago to acquire the position of Grand Master, he had not had such unwavering fortitude.
"A trade? What could you have that I should desire?"
"Only this," the Raven replied, as he launched a dagger at the Grand Master. The Grand Master snatched the dagger from the air and called, "Halt!" before any of his people returned the volley. The Grand Master examined the black and blue silk-wrapped hilt and silvery blade etched with a raven in flight.
"Why would I desire this?"
he asked derisively. A blade magically appeared in the Raven's grasp. He held the dagger by the tip, its blade and hilt standing erect for all to see. The hilt was wrapped in scarlet silk, and a giant ruby gleamed within the golden pommel. Along the blade was etched a stylized fox chasing a serpent. It was the Grand Master's dagger, a symbol of his station. "In trade for this," Reskin announced. The Grand Master's chin dropped just enough to leave his lips parted in surprise.
"How did you get that?"
he asked, but he already knew the answer, for he never allowed the blade to leave his person. "I took it from beneath your pillow while you slept," the Raven remarked. The Secrele's head whipped around as she practically gaped at the Grand Master with her eyes. "When did this occur?" she asked in her thickly accented Ashian.
"Last night,"
replied the Grand Master.
"The dagger was missing when I awoke. It must have been someone in my house,"
the man grumbled. The Raven shook his head and said in a somber, sonorous voice, "I am not sure which is more disconcerting, Grandmaster. That a perfect stranger could break into the black hole, into your very bedchamber, and steal your dagger from beneath your pillow while you slumbered, no less, and then leave again without anyone ever suspecting, or that one of your own, a lifelong member of the Hall, was not only capable of the same feat, but betrayed you to a complete stranger." "I would have to agree with the Raven, Grandmaster," the Secrele remarked as the Grandmaster's eyes swept over the potential betrayers in his courtyard. "I will put your mind at ease, Grandmaster, and give you my solemn word that I did, in fact, commit the offense, and that none of your people were involved. Although one of your men may have been rendered unconscious for a time after an unfortunate encounter with a stranger in the forest," Reskin added.
"Yuratel, is this the man?"
the Grandmaster barked. A man stepped forward from the crowd of onlookers. He held his arm close to his body, and from the awkward angle, it appeared to be either broken or dislocated. He studied the Raven critically, and then bowed stiffly toward the Grandmaster. "I cannot be certain, Grandmaster. It was dark and I did not get a good look, but the techniques and skill I have witnessed this day are much like my assailant last night." The Grandmaster's jaw clenched before he replied,
"Very well. You were excused for last night's failure, Yuratel. It is now obvious that you were confronted by a far superior opponent,"
he said, his words clipped with irritation. Yuratel bowed again and then nodded in respect toward the Raven. No resentment or anger resided in the man's gaze, only acceptance. He was probably just thankful that Reskin had left him alive and whole during both of their encounters. "What is it to be, Grandmaster? Shall we settle this?" the Raven inquired. His voice seemed but a whisper, yet it carried to all.
"If you seek leadership of the Hall, then it must be so,"
the Grandmaster stoically replied. "I do not challenge you for your place as Grandmaster. I have no time or patience for mundane operations. The Grandmaster narrowed his eyes at the stranger, no doubt taking offense to the idea that his position as the head of the entire Assassin's Guild could be called mundane. The Raven continued. I have bested your slips on the gauntlet, even with your numbers swollen by a queret of the Adonaro, the Raven said as he bowed once again to the scarlet-hooded woman. Queret, which translated to court in Ashayan, was the Forelli term used by the Adonaro for a unit of their members who were sent out on special assignment. It usually consisted of 4 to 8 members, depending on the task. In this one, Rezkin had identified 6, including the Secrele.
Then what do you seek, Raven? Your message said you would come to claim the guild,
the Grandmaster replied.
So I do,
Rezkin answered.
I do not seek to own your place. I seek to own the whole. I want for no less than the fealty of the Black Hole. I seek the fealty of the Riel Shang, the Raven stated with authority.
The Grandmaster's eyes widened.
Few know this name, even amongst our own members. You may not seek my position, but you would have us serve you. The Black Hole serves no one but those we choose to serve for profit.
Then profit under my rule by keeping your lives,
the Raven responded.
Then the challenge must be met. Do any here besides the Raven seek to challenge me?
The Grandmaster asked the gathering. Although the slips were fairly beat at this point, a challenge for position would not be carried out until all parties were hale. No one stepped forward, though. From what Rezkin had gleaned, none of the other slips were even close to the Grandmaster's skills, and only one of the Masters might have challenged him. But anyone challenging the Grandmaster at this point would then have to meet Rezkin's challenge, and no one seemed eager to do so.
None within the hall challenge me, the Grandmaster stated. All present recognize my authority. You have walked the gauntlet and prevailed. I accept your challenge, Raven, and the outcome will determine if the Riel Shang will answer to you or if you will be dead.
The Grandmaster descended the few steps to the courtyard. A couple of slips came forward to usher Ram and the small men to the perimeter. Ram appeared to be gripping the young ones so tight Rezkin was concerned they would lose circulation in their hands. Neither was struggling against the big man, though, so they must have been fine. They were all 3 staring wide-eyed and anxious at the proceedings. After all, the outcome of this battle would determine whether they lived or died as well. Now that Ram believed the Raven to be a demon, though, he was not sure if he should root for the Grandmaster to dispatch the creature back to Hikajnak. It would be forfeiting his and the boys' lives, but their sacrifice would save the world from a demon incarnate. In the end, Ram admitted to himself that he was not so altruistic, and decided he would rather live. The Grandmaster unsheathed the longsword at his side. It was of similar design to the dagger Rezkin had acquired from the Grandmaster's chambers, a matching set. It was gold and jewels, the flashy kind of sword used as a show of elevated station, not to be used in stealthy dispatching of contracted hits. Flashy or not, it was a magnificent master blade that was every bit fit to be wielded by the Grandmaster Assassin or a warrior king. As far as Rezkin knew, the blade had been used by every Grandmaster since the guild's inception. Rezkin allowed his hood to fall back, but he kept his will focused. His masters had always purported the power of mind over matter, even in those without the talent. They pressed him to always stay focused on the image he wanted others to remember of him, whether it be noble or street sweep. In this case, the young warrior did not want to be remembered at all, so he focused his will on appearing average and unassuming. It was not enough to want others to believe it so, especially with individuals who had trained most of their lives to recognize faces, even of those attempting disguise. He had to believe it as well, and now Rezkin knew he looked no different than any other man in Asshai. A few flicks of his wrists assured that no one was focused on his visage anyway. The wicked but graceful blue swirls of the Shaylin blades reflected the amber rays of the setting sun. Audible gasps escaped the observers, and the Grandmaster paused in astonishment and shocked admiration.
"Swordbearer,"
he whispered. The man's surprise was quickly replaced with disbelief and then anger.
"Where did you get those? You are no true sword-bearer. We would have known had a new bearer been raised."
Interesting. Rezkin was certain that if anyone in Asshai besides the king, the strikers, or the general of the army were to have known anything about his blades, it would have been the Grandmaster of the Riel Shang. But the man's surprise and scorn were genuine. He knew nothing.
They must have come from the outside, the Socrene commented. He knows of the Adana Row. He is obviously well-traveled.
She huffed a mirthless laugh, and Rezgin thought he saw a smirk behind the mask.
Only a man with his skills could retain 2 Shaolin blades.
Rezgin inclined his head in appreciation of the remark. He knew it was meant to be a compliment, even if it was a simple statement of fact. The Grandmaster shook his head.
It does not matter. We will see how well he uses them.
One did not have to be a swordmaster to be an assassin. In fact, many assassins did not use swords at all, although the masters were trained in many weapons, including swords. Rezgin knew the Grandmaster was a swordmaster, though. Not only that, but the older man had spent time training with masters in both Cheneria and Sandia in order to master multiple techniques. The sword battle began in earnest with no additional preamble. The blades clashed and sang as they whipped through the air. It was not a duel with rules and bounds, rather it was an outright fight to the death. Rezgin spun as the Grandmaster's blade sliced through the hood that hung from his back. The man was fast and determined. The young warrior dropped to the ground to avoid another swing aimed at his head. He popped back to his feet and sliced at the Grandmaster's legs, barely nicking the man's thigh as he pulled back his leg. Rezgin had scored first blood, but it was only last blood that mattered. Rezgin thrust his body forward to ram the assassin, but the man was too fast and swept out of the way. The young warrior tucked into a roll and came to his feet. Kingslayer in his right hand, whipping over his body to intercept the swipe from behind that might have separated his head from his shoulders. As the blades clashed, he twisted his form, bringing blade sunder across the Grandmaster's midsection. The blade gouged into the man's leather armor, but did not pierce his flesh as the swordmaster darted aside. The Grandmaster lobbed a dagger at the raven, which the young warrior deftly deflected with a flick of his blade. Rezgin ran at the older man, catching him in a flurry of strikes and thrusts, which the Grandmaster met with determination. Ultimately, the older man was unable to contend with the speed, agility, and dual-blade techniques employed by the young warrior. In fact, many of the techniques and combinations he had never before seen. At times, the raven did not seem to have any technique at all, switching between beautiful, sensuous sword forms one moment, and then becoming an uncouth brawler the next. The Grandmaster observed steps and stances reminiscent of nearly every kingdom the assassin had seen, and yet he could not put a name to the style. The raven was completely unpredictable, and that was the Grandmaster's undoing. The Grandmaster lunged, expecting the raven to parry or dodge, but he did neither. In an unprecedented flash of speed, the warrior slapped one of his blades on either side of the Grandmaster's, grasped both hilts in one hand, and then shoved the Grandmaster's sword aside, forcing him to either let go or cross his arm over his body. Opting for the latter, the Grandmaster's arm was trapped when the younger man lunged forward and enwrapped the Grandmaster in an iron embrace. Rezgin shifted his grip to drop one of the swords and brought the pommel of the other around into the Grandmaster's temple. He struck the man with enough force to split the skin, but not so hard as to knock him out completely. The Grandmaster slumped to the ground where he lay on his back in a daze as he gazed up at the darkening sky. The first stars appeared as he blinked blood out of his vision. The man lay for a minute or two as he regained his senses, during which time no one moved and some barely dared to breathe. When the Grandmaster finally managed to sit up, he saw the raven standing several paces from where he lay. The Shaolins were sheathed at his back, and the young man held the sword of the Grandmaster in a loose grip at his side, as though it were just another practice blade. He supposed some might even see the magnificent master blade as such when compared to a Shaolin.
"You have not finished the challenge,"
the Grandmaster bit out as he spit a bit of bile. The raven clenched the gold and red hilt, and then loosened his grip. "I have bested you thrice now, Grandmaster. Once in stealth, an invasion of the hall to retrieve a symbol of your office from beneath your sleeping head. Once in battle against your army, sent to defeat me on the gauntlet. And once in rightful challenge, held in the court of the hall before your guild, and witnessed by the Adana Row. Do you deny it?" The Grandmaster wiped blood from his eye and said,
"I do not."
"Then as acknowledged and unchallenged Grandmaster of the Hall, swear to me the fealty of the Riel Shang," the raven commanded, and then he tossed the magnificent sword to the Grandmaster as though the sword and all it represented were truly beneath him. The Grandmaster caught the sword before it clattered to the ground. He gazed at it with reverence before he drew himself to his knees. As the Grandmaster knelt, so too did the other assassins. He held the heavy sword before him, the hilt in both hands above his head, the tip pointed at the ground, but not touching.
As Grandmaster of the Real Sheng, I recognize thee, Raven, as the superior strength, the superior skill, and the superior honor. I plead to thee for mercy upon this hall, such that we, the Real Sheng, may serve thee in life and death.
The Grandmaster's next words were chorused by all of the assassins who were present.
We grant unto thee our fealty. To thee we offer our vessels, our minds, our souls to use as you please. Thine will is our will.
When the oath was spoken, Rezgin restrained a shiver. He did not care for anyone to offer him his or her soul, but such was the oath of the Riel Sheng. It was an oath they had all sworn upon indoctrination to the hall. Now they swore it to him. He had to accept the oath they offered, or all was for naught. I accept the fealty of the Riel Sheng. I accept the fealty of the hall, Rezgin said as he surveyed the gathered assassins who knelt around him. He returned his attention to the Grandmaster and said, I recognize your defeat, Grandmaster, and honor you as a worthy opponent by granting you mercy. Not the mercy of an assassin, which would allow you a quick death, but the mercy of a liege lord, which grants you life. I would have you continue to serve as Grandmaster under my reign, and lead my hall by my command. The Grandmaster lifted the sword so that it rested flat in both hands and raised it high. Had the Raven ordered it so, he would have instead plunged it into his own abdomen to prove his fealty, even in death.
I humbly accept your appointment, Riel Gesh, Raven.
Rezgin cocked his head curiously at the title. Riel Sheng translated to Giver of Death, and was the honored and ancient name for the Assassin's Guild, known before now only by the upper echelons of the guild. Riel Gesh, by contrast, meant Giver of Life. And ironically, for the Assassin's Guild, was a higher honor. It meant that his power, skill, and honor were so great that he could afford to grant life to those who would threaten him, but of course, he could retract that gift at his leisure. See to your wounds, Grandmaster. We have much to discuss and little time, Rezgin replied. The Grandmaster took a few moments to clean and patch his wounds. They were not serious, but head wounds tended to bleed profusely. The older man eyed the young warrior who had so easily bested him.
You were unscathed during our battle, he observed.
You damaged my attire. It was a challenge, Rezgin replied. The Grandmaster could not help but respond with scorn.
A challenge for what? To survive? I think not. To remain unharmed? Perhaps. To remain unruffled? More like. You look as though the gauntlet and the challenge were nothing more than a heated practice session.
Rezgin threw the Grandmaster a sideways glance as he motioned Ram and the small men over to join them. The rest of the assassins had already dispersed at his command, but they did not stray far. Everyone wanted to witness these unprecedented events. I have endured worse, he replied. The Grandmaster scoffed.
Worse than the gauntlet. We have lost more of our greatest members to the gauntlet than any other way. Only one will survive every few decades to become Grandmaster. I expected Briesh to be the next, but he has shown no interest in walking the gauntlet. Although, truth be told, I think that he is not quite ready.
Perhaps he simply has no desire to kill you, Grandmaster, the Raven argued. The Grandmaster huffed humorlessly.
He has no love for me. Grudging respect, perhaps, but no love.
I doubt any of you are capable of such a sentiment, Rezgin observed.
Are you?
The Grandmaster shot back.
I recognize your authority, Riel Gesh, but I am an old man and you are young. You should not be so quick to dismiss a man's soul. Even a hard man who bathes in blood can love.
The Grandmaster's eyes grew distant in remembrance, as though he spoke from experience, before he finally shook himself and continued.
Now, I think Briesh does not care to take on the responsibility of Grandmaster when there is someone else to do it. Perhaps when I have grown too old to hold my sword aloft, he will acquiesce and honor me with a worthy death.
One can hope, Rezgin responded. But you are still of use. It was a strange wish, to desire one's life to end in slaughter, while others dreamed of dying in their sleep or surrounded by loved ones. It was a dream carried by many a warrior, and it was one Rezgin thought he would experience sooner rather than later. Few warriors lived to old age, and even fewer desired it. Rezgin did not care either way, except that if he were too old to perform his skills or adhere to the rules, then he would be of little use to anyone, especially if he lost his mind and knowledge with it, as many of the elderly did. It would be a waste of resources to continue to support his useless life. Rezgin felt 3 sets of eyes boring into him. He turned his attention to the 3 thieves that stood clutching each other beside him. When he met Ram's eyes, the big man quickly glanced away. The warrior motioned to Broken and Ash and said, "The small men are yours. They are to master their skills. They are sadly deficient of training, and I would see them succeed." Broken's mouth dropped, and he exclaimed, "Wait! We're supposed to become assassins?" Rezgin frowned at the young man, who seemed rather upset. They should be thankful that Rezgin was making the effort to see to their education, since no one else had. The assassins did not possess all of the necessary skills, and they were unfamiliar with many of the rules, but they were better than anyone else, except perhaps the strikers. He replied, "If need be, but that is not my purpose in bringing you here. You must learn the skills the hall has to offer. In time, you may be transferred elsewhere to learn other skills. I do not have the time to teach you myself. This is the only way I have at the moment to ensure you become proper grown men." What about Cracker?" the small man whimpered as his lip wobbled. "Your guildmate does not possess the countenance for this skill set. He will be taught others more suited to his personality and abilities," the Raven responded. Rum furrowed his brow and had to ask, "You mean you're just trying to make sure they get a chance in life? Are you sure this is the only way? I mean no offense, Master Raven, but I care about these boys. Maybe they could apprentice with a carpenter or something. You know, something respectable." The Raven's face darkened, and he replied, "Are you saying a warrior is undeserving of respect?" No, of course not, Master. Nothing of the sort," Ram sputtered. Rezgin shook his head. "What is it with carpenters?" "I know a carpenter's apprentice, and he wishes to be a warrior. I am trying to make these small men into warriors, and you wish them to be carpenters." He was just about to make a comment about the nonsensical ways of Outworlders when Ash interrupted. "We're going to be warriors?" the small man asked as he bounced on his toes. "Are we going to be like you?" Rezgin looked at the small man and recalled what he had been doing, and how much he knew by the time he had reached the same number of years. He shook his head and said, "No, not like me. But you will succeed to the best of your abilities, or you will not succeed at all." The small man furrowed his brow in confusion, and pondered this statement as the grown men talked. Eventually, the Raven and the Grandmaster walked away to discuss matters in private. "When did the Adonaro leave, Rielgesh?" the Grandmaster inquired. "I am afraid my head was not clear enough to notice." "Directly after your oath," the Raven replied. "Why were they here?" The Grandmaster nodded in acceptance. He was not ashamed of his loss. It had been an honorable challenge, and no one who had witnessed it could argue the fact that the Grandmaster had been outmatched by a man with inhuman skill. "They have been hoping for a pact for many years, but we have never been able to come to agreement," he answered, not even attempting to hide his frustration. "They do not approve of our ways, nor do we care to live by theirs. I cannot speak to their specific purpose for this visit. We did not have the opportunity to discuss the details before your arrival. The 2 groups possess conflicting dogmas. I find it odd that they would seek a pact at all," the Raven commented. "You seem quite familiar with the elusive Adonaro," the Grandmaster commented. The Raven gave no response. After discussing all of their other business, Rezgin finally said, "There is one last issue we must discuss, and this is most important." "What is it, Rielgesh?" asked the Grandmaster. "Markham Jabai, General of the Army of Ashai," the Rielgesh replied. Chapter 22. The sun had finally completed its daily quest across the heavens, and Rezgin only hoped he had been as successful. The assassins upheld their strange version of honor, but they were still assassins. He truly hoped he would not have to return to the hall and make his point again any time soon. He hated redundancy, especially when it was for the sake of wounded pride. Rezgin left Ram at the entrance to the city. The big man was sullen, and the warrior knew he was upset over what he deemed the loss of the small men. The thief simply could not see the truth of the matter. Rezgin wanted the small men to become successful big men, grown men, and in order to do that, they needed to learn the skills. Rezgin had already washed his body and belongings in the river and changed into acceptable garb when he finally entered the Markham estate. The young warrior followed the sounds of chatter and laughter to the dining room. The General and Lady Adelina sat in their usual places and were joined by Frisha and Tam as expected. Captain Jimson sat to the lady's right, and, interestingly, Raylan was on Jimson's other side. The young blonde had been awkwardly stuffed into a gown that did not quite fit properly on her petite but curvy frame. Her face flamed scarlet when she spied Reskin in the doorway. Jimson noticed the young woman's reaction and followed her eyes to the source. His smile fell just a bit when he realized what had flustered his love interest, but his greeting was friendly and genuine. "Reskin, it is good to see you," Jimson exclaimed. He was met with similar greetings from Tam, Frisha, and Raylan. Markham was unsurprisingly silent as he narrowed his eyes at the young warrior.
"Oh, my dear,"
said Lady Adelina.
"I am afraid we just finished our dessert, but I'm sure there is more in the kitchen if you like. Naris did inform us that you would not be here for dinner. I do hope you were able to finish all of your arrangements."
Reskin bowed slightly to the lady of the house and said, "My thanks, Lady Adelina, but I could not possibly eat another bite. And yes, I believe everything is in order so that we may travel without concern on the morrow."
"Did you find out anything about that friend of yours? Comrade?"
Frisha asked with a sweet smile. General Markham and Captain Jimson visibly tensed at the reference to the elusive Striker Farson. Only they knew that Reskin was hunting the man with intents on interrogation and possibly execution. Reskin smiled cordially and said, "No, Frisha, I am afraid there has been no progress on that front. I am glad to see you are feeling better, though." The young woman blushed slightly and graced him with a smile. "Well," Markham barked as he wadded his napkin and tossed it on the table. He stood and said, "Now that you are here, we have some important business to discuss before you leave."
"Just you and Reskin?"
the lady asked, with more than a hint of anxiety. Most likely everyone was just waiting for the moment when the hostile truce would collapse, and the two men would attempt to send each other to the hells. Markham scowled at the implication that he could not have a civil conversation with the young man, but replied, "No, this concerns all of our young travelers. Let us retire to the study." When they entered the study, Lady Adelina took her seat in her regular chair, and Tam immediately claimed the only other lone chair besides Markham's. Frisha resumed her usual seat on one of the couches, and then Markham, in his infinite obstinacy, politely asked the captain to have a seat next to his niece. This left Reskin to sit beside Raylan, whose arms had disappeared into the too long sleeves of the gown, while her generous bosom was practically spilling into his lap as she turned and leaned closer to him. She was a strange contradiction, as she appeared to be trying to hide the fact that she was wearing a dress and emphasize her exposed assets at the same time. Jimson, who felt both cursed and blessed to be included in the general's personal sphere for the time being, kept his eyes on the floor and refused to watch Raylan's shameless flirting. Frisha, on the other hand, did not reserve her glares only for Raylan. For some reason, Reskin received a fair share of his own, and he could not fathom the reason. It would have been obvious to a blind man that Frisha was jealous, but Reskin had not encouraged Raylan in any way. In fact, the abundance of cleavage the young woman was displaying only put Reskin on edge. In his experience, women used such assets to distract men from the women's true purposes, like drawing a weapon or poisoning his drink or leading him into an ambush. The young man had no idea why Lady Adelina had insisted Raylan wear the dress to dinner, and he was certain it was Adelina's influence. He wondered if the lady regretted her decision now that she could see the mounting tension between the companions. A glance in her direction told Reskin that no, she was not regretting it, and she seemed to find the entire scenario to be quite amusing. Of course. Raylan might be oblivious to the ulterior motive, but the lady was definitely using the young woman's assets for a purpose. Reskin wondered what she planned. Markham turned to speak to his niece, but immediately noted the young woman's flushed cheeks, furrowed brow, and pursed lips, along with the furious glare she was directing at the young woman on the other couch. He turned his attention to the distasteful blonde, and saw that she sat moon-eyed halfway into Reskin's lap. Reskin, to his credit, leaned far from the young woman, and his attention was on the general's own wife. It was not an appreciative gaze, but one of calculation. Markham repressed a shiver and looked to see what was so interesting about his wife to the young man. Adelina was watching the captain with a small, satisfied smile, and Jimson kept his eyes uncomfortably focused on the rug. although Markham did catch the man's involuntary glance at the blonde woman and the subsequent clenching of the jaw as his eyes returned to studiously examining the pattern of the carpet. Tamarin was the only one not caught in the web, and he looked as though he was ready to bolt from his chair to stop Frisha from doing something rash. What a mess. And half of it is your own making, Markham thought to himself. Clearing his throat loudly, Markham abruptly asked, Riskin, would you mind pouring us some wine? The young man raised a questioning brow, and then practically leapt from his seat. Of course, General. The agile young man skillfully maneuvered so that he did not have to make physical contact with the fawning woman, but she shamelessly watched his backside as he crossed the room. At least Frisha had been distracted by the sudden, almost cordial exchange between the young man and the general. Reskin poured wine into goblets and passed them around the room. The general's niece was so preoccupied with watching Reskin's graceful stride and notable physique that she failed to notice the petite blonde doing the same. Jimson continued to shift uncomfortably, but he smiled and thanked Reskin for his glass. The captain did not seem to hold it against Reskin that the young woman he fancied was infatuated with the enigmatic warrior. Truly, Jimson seemed like a good man. Markham wondered if he could redirect the captain's interest to Frisha. The general glanced back at the menacing sword-bearer and reconsidered that notion. Such an endeavor probably would not be good for the captain's health. Reskin handed a goblet to the general and then took up position standing at Frisha's side, his hand resting on the back of the sofa. His fingers barely brushed her exposed neck, and she settled with a smug look in Raylan's direction. Raylan shrugged and leaned forward ever so slightly. Now that Reskin was facing her from across the room, he would have a better look, and so did everyone else. Markham lifted the goblet to his lips and then paused. Gazing into the glass, he subtly sniffed, but his actions did not go unnoticed. Really, Markham, do you think I would stoop to poisoning you, and in front of your family, no less? A swordmaster of your accomplishment should at least have the honor of dying on a blade, should he not? Reskin asked, as though in jest, but his eyes spoke a darker meaning. Markham cleared his throat uncomfortably. The seemingly benign questions were both a promise and a threat. It was a promise that should Reskin decide to challenge the general, he would do so with honor, face-to-face in combat. It was also a reminder that should that happen, the younger man would probably win. Frisha laughed. Oh, Uncle, that's absurd. You know Reskin would never do something like that. And why should he? I know you two don't get along, but I'm confident you can resolve your differences, she said with pleading eyes. Besides, where would Reskin get poison anyway? Everyone just stared at the young woman, including Reskin. At this point, even Markham could not believe that his niece could be so oblivious. Everything about Reskin said danger, darkness, and death. All Frisha saw was an honorable knight in shining armor. The answer came from Raylan, of all places. Oh, please, Frisha. Even I could get poison. Besides, Reskin has healing skills. He probably knows how to make one himself. Oh, Frisha said. I hadn't thought of that. She was embarrassed to have that pointed out, especially by Raylan, of all people. She shrugged and brushed it off, saying, Well, he wouldn't do that anyway. He's not a murderer. The young woman gave her uncle a pointed look, as if to challenge him to claim otherwise. Markham scowled, but did not take the bait. He knew Frisha wanted to know more about the secrets he held in confidence.
That is not why I called you all here. What I have to tell you is very serious.
That caught everyone's attention.
For the past few weeks, reports have been flooding in from all over northern Ashai. As you know, trouble was brewing with the local thieves' guilds in Justine while you were there. Apparently, they were overtaken by a new criminal overlord.
Captain Jimson leaned forward at the general's pause.
Which guilds?
Markham captured Jimson with a pointed look and said, All of them. Sighing loudly, he continued.
Apparently, he took the first two in the span of a single day and then used them to destroy the third. You may remember the news of bodies lined up along the riverbank.
Frisha, Tam, and Jimson all nodded acknowledgement, but this was news to Raylan, who had not joined them until Laurelus.
Well, that was just the first wave. The badness did not stop in Justine. It has spread to all of the larger cities in the north. Caradon, Drenel, Umbrel. There are even whispers of his name as far east as Krellis.
That was news to Reskin. He had not specifically ordered anyone to Krellis. Actually, the general's news was much more up-to-date than what he had gathered, since Markham received the most recent news through the mage relay. While Reskin could gain access and make use of the mage relay, his contacts could not, so he depended on messengers and information attained by his new spies in official channels. "Cheswick?" Tam asked anxiously. Markham nodded. "Cheswick, too. Reports claim there was some resistance in Caradon, but now any who live swear loyalty to the Raven."
The Raven? Frisha asked with wide eyes. He sounds ominous, she said with a shiver. Reskin idly squeezed her shoulder for comfort, and she reached up to stroke his fingers with her daintier ones.
"It is, Frisha. It most certainly is. He has even made his presence known here in Kybane. I have received multiple reports today that the Kybanian thieves' guilds have fallen to the Raven. Bodies already line the riverbank, all marked with a raven upon their brows. We know he cannot be in all of these places at once, and it has been difficult to pinpoint his location. But this being the seat of the king, I think there is a good chance he is here."
"I've never heard of such a thing," Captain Jimson remarked. "How can one man commandeer half a kingdom worth of criminals? The greatest advantage we have for keeping them in check is the fact that they are so greedy and unscrupulous that they will never unite. Their guild wars alone keep their numbers at bay."
"Yes, well, with the state of the kingdom the way it is, more people are turning to crime. You have already experienced the results of the rising number of countryside bandits. The city's thieves' guilds are growing their numbers as well. Additionally, I do not believe this Raven intends to stop with the North."
"You think he will claim the other cities as well?" Jimson asked with concern.
"They are calling him the King of Thieves. I think he intends to claim every criminal guild in Ashai," Markham stated. "Look, there are other happenings too. Kingdom business that I am not privy to discuss with you all. This is one of the reasons I convinced Simeon to let his sons and daughter go to Scutton, and why I have decided to allow Frisha to attend. This city may not be safe. The Raven has changed the way the guilds are working. Astonishingly, the everyday crime against commoners has dropped to almost nil, but wealthier houses are being targeted. In fact,"
Markham sighed. He hated to tell them, but he needed to emphasize the threat.
"the Golden Trust Bank in Justine was robbed."
"What?" everyone shouted at once. "That's impossible," Tam said. "It's never been robbed. Even I know that. And I couldn't even afford anything worth keeping there, much less afford an account." "How much was stolen?" Frisha asked with wide eyes.
"That is the strange part. Only 2 items were stolen from the safe deposit boxes. The money and treasures were not touched. It had to be the Raven, but I cannot imagine why he would go through so much trouble to break into the second most secure bank in the kingdom and not take a fortune."
"How did he get in?" Tam asked excitedly. It reminded Frisha of his excitement over those books he would read as a kid. Still read.
"They still have no idea how he did it. Even the mages are clueless. There was absolutely no evidence of him having been there except the fact that the 2 items were missing."
Markham ran a frustrated hand through his hair.
"We assume it was him, since he was in Justine at the time, and it would have to be someone of inconceivable skill. Some are saying he did it just to prove he could. Others are saying those 2 items had to be worth a king's ransom. One thing is for certain. News of the accomplishment has significantly aided his cause. Thieves tend to flock to either the strongest, most skilled leader or the fiercest. They are all terrified of the Raven, and they respect him."
"What is the king doing about it?" Jimson asked. Markham flicked a glance at the captain, but looked away when he said,
"Nothing."
Jimson's jaw dropped. "Nothing?" he asked in disbelief. On the one hand, Reskin was glad to hear that the king and his forces would not be interfering with his plans. On the other, it was disturbing that the monarch responsible for the welfare of the kingdom would not concern himself with the rise of a criminal overlord, whose kingdom-wide influence could undermine and destabilize the reigning institutional power structure, and ultimately result in the development of an insidious demagogical paradigm that could infiltrate and overturn the entire monarchy. The general grumbled under his breath and said,
"The king has other things to worry about right now. He is not concerned with a lowly gutter rat who leads nothing but other lowly gutter rats."
"Markham!" Lady Adelina gasped at her husband's use of the foul language in mixed company.
"Not my words, Adelina,"
Markham barked. Everyone was shocked that the king would say such a thing.
"Listen to me," he said, as he met their gazes. "Go to Scutton. Get out of this city for a while. Maybe the Raven's influence will not cross the sea. By the time you return, hopefully things will have settled down.
Reskin thought it interesting to watch the reactions and conjectures of the Outworlders toward his actions. They made it seem like he had devised some master plan to create a criminal empire. In fact, taking over that first guild had been an impulse. Taking over the second became necessary in order to prevent the first from becoming completely decimated, and he wanted all of the small men and women to have better lives. By then, he had decided that the thieves' guilds would serve as a decent information network, which he needed since he could no longer depend on the strikers at the fortress. Thoughts of the fortress and its now deceased inhabitants caused that odd tightening in his chest again. Reskin thought perhaps he had developed some sort of psychological disorder related to the fortress. He would have to work to negate the weakness. The news of the criminal overlord had been a heavy weight on the group, and the party split up shortly thereafter. Raylan accepted Lady Adelina's offer to stay the night, since they would be leaving so early in the morning. The young woman already carried her pack with her, so it was no trouble. Besides, no one really wanted her to leave in the dark, especially with the Raven skulking about, as Lady Adelina put it. Captain Jimson returned to the barracks, where he would meet up with the other 2 soldiers the general assigned to their detail. He was to meet back at the estate for a final briefing over breakfast in the morning. The lady had requested breakfast be served an hour before dawn, far earlier than usual, but she wanted to send them off with full stomachs and a fond farewell. When they all gathered at the table the next morning, General Markham was pale and worn, and he had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. As they were finishing the last bites of their meal and talking amiably, he rapped his knuckles on the table.
Something happened last night,
he trailed off before resuming.
Something happened that normally I would not share, but I feel I must for your own safety. I have no desire to cause you alarm, but you must understand the potential dangers we are facing. I received confidential information during the night. I would share it with you, but I expect none of you to speak of it.
Oh, dear Markham, if the king ordered you not to speak of it, perhaps you should not, Adelina offered.
Markham scowled. The king gave no such order. He is not yet aware of this information. It is my prerogative to speak of it with whom I please.
Oh, my apologies, dear, Adelina acquiesced.
As I was saying, something occurred yesterday. Something impossible. The Black Hall fell to the Raven.
The room was completely silent as every jaw dropped. Everyone knew the rumors of the Black Hall. Bards sang the tales. Authors designed fantastical thrillers around it and its inhabitants, and little boys wrapped black cloths around their faces and tumbled around with sticks in their hands playing slips. Tam was the first to work his mouth properly. I thought the Black Hole was just a story, Markham grumbled.
No. The Black Hole is very real. Every assassin in Ashai, and some outside of it, now owe fealty to the Raven.
He is taking over the entire Ashine underworld, Jimson remarked. No king of thieves. King of the underworld, more like. I'm curious, General, Reskin interjected. How did you get your information? Markham gripped the edge of the table and then sighed as he released his hold.
That is the second piece of information I need to tell you. A slip came to me last night while I was returning from the stable.
Even Reskin was surprised. He had expressly ordered the slips to stay away from Markham. Lady Adelina gasped and swayed, and Captain Jimson reached out to steady the woman. What did he want, Markham? The lady asked, her voice shaking.
Be well, Addie, I am not dead. The slip did not bring dark tidings this time. The opposite, really. The Raven claims to have business with me, or so he told the Black Hall.
Do you? Adelina interrupted.
Not as far as I'm aware. I have no idea who he is, so I could not say for sure. I have dealings with people all over the kingdom, as is my job as General of the Army. This slip said the Raven decreed that he would take care of me himself if necessary, and that the Black Hole was to accept no contracts against me or my family,
Markham informed them with a pointed look at his wife and niece.
But after the Raven left the Black Hole, the slips received just such a request.
Now, that was news to Reskin. He had just spoken with the Grand Master about the General, and then someone suddenly showed up with a kill order. Impeccable timing. Markham continued.
The slip was here to warn me about the hit.
What? Why would they do that? Adelina gasped.
He said the Black Hole did not want to anger the Raven. Since they could not get in contact with him so quickly, the Grand Master made the decision to break with tradition and warn the intended target, me, that someone was trying to have me killed. The slip said it was to show the Raven that they were attempting in good faith to abide by his wishes, even if it meant overstepping by warning me.
Going so far as to warn the general was a surprising response from the guild with regard to Reskin's directive not to harm Markham and his family. Reskin told the guild he had business with the general and would take care of the man himself, simply because he did not want them thinking he had a personal interest in the general's welfare when he told them not to assassinate the man. Reskin preferred to reserve assassinations for those who were deserving of it, and although the general hated Reskin, Markham was still a good man and a great general. The young warrior also wanted to protect Frisha from the potential heartache of something untoward happening to her beloved aunt and uncle.
You are saying that this Raven even has the Black Hall quaking in their boots? Jimson inquired incredulously.
Markham nodded once.
Yes. In fact, the slip called him Riel Gesh. If they have truly declared the man Riel Gesh, then everyone is in serious danger.
Why? What's Riel Gesh? Tam asked with more enthusiasm than the circumstances warranted.
Riel Gesh means giver of life, Markham stated.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound too bad,
Frisha commented.
Markham shook his head. You have to remember, Frisha, this is a title issued by assassins. It means they believe this new leader as indomitable. They believe that no one can defeat him. He is so skilled and deadly that he can afford to allow his enemies to live. He has the ultimate power to grant life where others would require death, solely because he has no reason to fear. He is practically a god in their eyes.
The general paused to gather his thoughts and then continued.
The Assassin's Guild is just that, a guild. It is a commercial enterprise comprised of individuals selling their services for a profit. The members work for the common good of the guild. If they feel the Grand Master is failing to work toward the good of the guild, they will remove him. However, assassins have a strict set of rules and beliefs by which they live and operate. It is almost a religion in itself. By declaring the Raven Riel Gesh, they are essentially admitting defeat and declaring fealty to him. This changes the way they operate. Now, they function more like a cult. They will do whatever he commands of them, regardless of the outcome. He could order them to kill every man, woman, and child in Ashai, or he could order them to fall on their own blades, and it would be so. More so. Riel Gesh is a term recognized by assassins in every kingdom. Other assassins' guilds may not recognize him as Riel Gesh, but they will acknowledge that the Ashayan Guild does. He will be honored as such, but he will also be tested. I am no expert in matters of assassins, but to my knowledge, no one has ever actually held the position. For men and women who value such abilities, it was more of a theoretical or spiritual belief in a higher being, an individual with inhuman skills. They do not take the declaration of Riel Gesh lightly.
So, Riel Gesh is like the assassin's version of the stories of demigods? Tam asked with interest. Like the heroes who have godlike strength or speed and go on great adventures battling beasts of myth and toppling evil armies and empires?
Something like that, the general conceded. Only this one is a villain.
Reskin had an academic understanding of the significance of the title of Riel Gesh, but had not actually considered the reality of his newfound power. The young warrior did not care for power simply for the sake of power. He only cared that he had the resources to do what was necessary. He needed to protect and honor his friends, and he needed to find Striker Farson. Beyond that, he cared little about the Assassin's Guild. Reskin was a little miffed that the general referred to him as a villain. Reskin's personnel might be criminals, but all of the policies he had instituted had been for the betterment of society. He protected more people than he hurt, and the ones he did hurt were criminals in their own right. The thieves and assassins simply were not aware of his ulterior motives. He had to satisfy himself with the knowledge that the general did not know this either.
It sounds like he may have some serious trouble if assassins from other kingdoms will seek to test him, Jimson observed.
Indeed. But I doubt they will concern themselves with him so long as he remains in Ashai,
Markham replied.
And the king will do nothing about him?
The captain asked cautiously.
I do not know. I will try to meet with him today, but there is no guarantee he will even grant me an audience.
Markham sighed. At their questioning looks, he explained,
King Kadian keeps to himself these days when he is not holding court, and he holds court less and less. If he seeks counsel, he does not do so from me, but I will see what I can do."
"Perhaps it would be wise not to mention it to the king just yet," Reskin interrupted. Markham frowned.
"Why would that be?"
"For one thing, the king may wonder exactly what business you have with the Raven," Reskin said.
"I told you I have none," Markham argued.
"I might be inclined to believe that you believe you have none, but will the king?" the young man asked. Markham narrowed his eyes. "It appears this Raven has granted you protection, or at least immunity from the slip's designs. The king may wonder how you gained the favor of such a man."
"No one said I was in his favor. He said he would take care of me himself if it was necessary. That does not imply favor. It means he wants something from me, and whatever it is, I will not be inclined to grant it," Markham asserted.
Reskin glanced meaningfully at Adelina and Frisha and remarked, "Perhaps the king will believe you are compromised. At the very least, it would appear suspicious. If the rumors of Cadian's mad paranoia are true, he may not see reason. There is also the matter of who paid to have you killed. It is a great risk to place a target on the general of the army. It seems such a man would require a good amount of wealth, and even more reason to want such a high-profile target dead. It could even be someone in the palace itself." Markham's eyes widened, and he said,
"The traitor."
Reskin inclined his head and said, "Perhaps. But you might think twice about letting such a person know that you are aware of the plot, and that not only has it failed, but you are in the Black Hall's confidence."
"I see your point."
Markham glanced around at the wide-eyed stairs.
"Do not worry. I did not get to be the general of the army for nothing, and it would not be the first time I have faced an unseen enemy. Again, I remind you to speak of this to no one. Your lives could be in danger. I want you all out of Kybane and away from this Raven and the Black Hall."
Markham had considered at one point that Reskin could be the Raven. The general dismissed the idea when he realized the young man could not possibly have had enough time to take over the city's thieves' guilds and the Black Hall in the brief absences when Reskin had not been in the presence of Markham or his family. Reskin had been gone from the general's home for only a few hours the previous evening. It would have taken an immeasurable amount of time and planning to pull off such feats, and no one could topple the Black Hall in only a couple of hours. In addition, the young man did not have a mark on him, and anyone going up against the combined might of the assassins could not possibly walk away unharmed. While Markham knew Reskin was probably a formidable warrior, he doubted the 19-year-old had such inhuman abilities as were purported to belong to the Raven. Markham absolutely hated what he had to say next, but he was somewhat relieved that it was even an option. He held Frisha's gaze as he said,
"If things go badly, I want you to stay with Reskin, no matter what."
"What? But you hate Reskin,"
she blurted without thinking. Markham sighed.
"Listen to me. This is important. Absolutely, no matter what, you stay with Reskin. Understood?"
At the girl's confused nod, he said,
"Reskin will keep you safe."
She and Tam looked even more perplexed at that comment. From his peripheral, Markham could see the young warrior eyeing him speculatively. He finally met the young man's icy gaze and added,
"No, I am not above using you to keep my niece safe. I doubt you will protest, though."
Reskin inclined his head in acknowledgement, but said nothing. He could not help but ponder the irony that the general was attempting to keep his niece far away and safe from the Raven when he was sending her off in the safekeeping of the very man. Markham turned his attention to the captain and asked,
"Are we clear?"
"Yes, sir," Captain Jimson replied with a fist over his heart. Releasing a heavy breath, Markham said,
"Then safe travels, and good luck at the King's Tournament."
This is the end of Book 1, but the story continues with Reign of Madness, King's Dark Tidings, Book 2. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to Free the Darkness, King's Dark Tidings, Book 1, produced by Greg Lawrence. Executive producers James Ton and Greg Lawrence. Text copyright 2015 by Kel Cade. Production copyright 2016 by Podium Publishing. All rights reserved. Prologue. King's Dark Tidings. In the darkness with no ember, cold coals bear no flaming tinder. All the shadows man resemble, in the darkness wise men tremble. Prodigious foes made thee for pointless sake of prosaic power. Visited upon thyself no vestige of vision by late night's hour. In the stillness of normal eve, in longing for the night's reprieve, in air and earth arise a faint and subtle shift, 'tis folly's gift. With tremulous breath whisper faintly from thy spirit's tower, woe to me, thy soul says, cometh nigh the res. No, not the source of sudden searching, terrorizing inner lurching, not of fallen feet on fitted floors, or creaks and sways of distant doors. Know ye cometh darkness, 'tis this oath of righteous rain's foul reaping. In the silent stillness plead thy heart doth Circe's salient streaking. But why within the heated rush, when without all's well and hush? Be this morning mists of magnanimous Maker, the soul's taker? Calls thy soul from madness, distant mind, a fear-filled keeping. Forsaken I am, thy mind says, cometh nigh the res. Whether merchant, sword, or money-taker, son of lord or common baker, none escape when cursed with night, fall thee all by morning light. By thy virtue, desirous dissidents, drawn ye an inexorable imperious ire. Cleanse thy soul with steel or poison, drown in pool or blaze in fire. Never hear the slip of blade, never spy foul form or ghostly shade. Never taste the tincture's tasteless tinge on tongue, cook's praises sung. Nightly wakeful, walking midst the walls and anxious dreams turn dire. Maker save me, thy prayer says, cometh nigh the res. Field of foe or father's breaker, never slip beyond the taker. Gracious court and pristine ball, in Maker's house and saintly hall, bulwarks burden, breadth of boundary, lock and bar and solid door. Talents of a warded wielder, whispered prayers from ancient lore. Wealth and title, promise paid, a sultry seduction, no hand is stayed. Never bar nor divert passage of thy regal call, await thy fall. Penance paid by blood, thy witness righteous ravens raising sore. Gone be thee, thy voice says, cometh nigh the res. At the hour on the morrow, not with certain sadness, woe, or sorrow. Pray ye never see him coming, never feel thy heart's hard thrumming. May ye never mind the missive, forbidden song unsung in writings. In dark and devilish dirge, come I to thee with king's dark tidings. Fall to dream, thy breath deceased, dance with sylph, a soul released. But 'twas day, with bright and luminous halls, no shadowed walls. Night of shadows, ruler's summons, ride thee swiftly, bear no sightings. Kingdom calls, yon mark says, cometh nigh the res. Chapter 1. The young travelers left General Markham's estate in a mixture of excitement and apprehension. After an uninterrupted trek through the city, they met up on the docks near the Luna Mara. Frisha's cousins and their entourage had yet to arrive. Captain Jimson was standing to one side going over the paperwork with the dockmaster and ship's captain. Frisha stood huddled next to Tam, and both were staring at Reskin, who was tending to Pride several yards away. He was dressed in the most ostentatious finery they had ever seen on their companion. He wore a fine silk doublet in charcoal and silver brocade, over a silver silk shirt and dark charcoal breeches. About his waist was a shiny embossed black belt with a large silver buckle embedded with several large emeralds and sapphires. From his belt hung his two swords, whose scabbards were now clamped within cages of silver filigree inset with a number of sapphires. Hanging from each were dark blue silk tassels that swung as he strutted about in a manner they had never seen from their friend. His high boots were made of high-quality, soft black leather. Reskin's hair was not pulled back into the usual queue, but rather was plaited past his shoulders and tied with a silver silk ribbon whose ends hung halfway down the man's back. Reskin was a picture of perfection if one were painting an idealized haughty noble. Raylan had only just arrived at the docks and was leaning over Frisha and Tam's shoulders as she asked,
What is Rez wearing, and why is he acting like that?
Frisha shook her head and said,
I have no idea. He changed after breakfast and told us to just go with it. I can't imagine how he could even afford all that, much less why he would want to.
Raylan's eyes roved over the young warrior, and she said,
It looks good on him, though.
Releasing a wistful sigh, Frisha said,
It really does. He looks so dashing. He's exactly how I imagine the heroic prince would look as he sweeps the princess off her feet.
Tam laughed and commented, I'm pretty sure you both said the same thing when you saw him wearing nothing at all. Both girls' faces flushed, and they simultaneously took to pummeling Tam. Rezkin glanced over at the raucous group with a questioning lift of his brow. The girls flushed again as they composed themselves. Just then, 2 fine coaches drew up at the end of the dock. The second coach was unoccupied, but was filled to capacity with numerous bags and trunks. From the first coach stepped Frisha's cousins and their friend, Lord Brant. Every one of them was dressed just as grandly as Rezkin. All 3 men were wearing fancy doublets and breeches with gaudy accessories, and their hair was plaited in the same manner as Rezkin's. Sheila fussed with her lavender gown that fell in waves of layer upon layer of silks and laces. Her dark brown hair was pulled over one shoulder and was curled and wound about itself within a fine lace netting. She wore short, white lace gloves and grasped a parasol that matched her gown, which she immediately opened upon stepping out of the coach. Several servants had been crammed atop the coaches with the drivers. 2 of the male servants were directing the deckhands to the luggage, while another assisted a petite, timid woman in a drab servant's smock to the ground. The tiny woman promptly began patting down Sheila's gown, ensuring no wrinkles could be seen. Once the 4 young nobles were satisfied that their attire had survived the short coach ride through the city, they began making their way down the dock. The servants and a number of dock workers began unloading the luggage coach, and were already passing by the strutting nobles. Sheila, who seemed to be in the lead, stopped a few paces short of Frisha and her companions. She stuck her nose in the air and sniffed disdainfully as she eyed Frisha's sensible tunic and pants.
Frisha,
she said.
Cousin, it is a pleasure to see you again, I'm sure.
Her tone made it seem like it was anything but a pleasure. Lords Malseus and Paulus next greeted their cousin with little more than a slight bow. They even neglected to introduce their friend. Well, Frisha would not be so rude.
Malseus, Paulus, Sheila, this is my friend Tamarin Blackwater, and this is Raylan DeVos,
Frisha announced. All 3 nodded vaguely and mumbled something that sounded like pleasure without actually acknowledging the presence of Frisha's companions. At that moment, Rezkin chose to make an appearance. He strode up to the group with a broad smile and overly loud, cheery voice. Greetings! It is a pleasure to finally meet you all. Ah, you must be Lord Malseus, Rezkin said as he clasped forearms with the young man in a familiar greeting between close friends and peers. Malseus and Paulus both had the dark brown hair that ran in the Jabai family, but while Paulus's eyes matched the warm brown of Frisha's, Malseus's were a soft gray like his mother's. The older brother had broad shoulders and was slightly taller, about 6 feet, while the younger brother had a leaner, wiry build. Malseus grinned and greeted Rezkin with just as much enthusiasm. And you must be Lord Rezkin. I heard you would be traveling with us. Our uncle spoke highly of you. Frisha and Tam shared a surprised glance, both thinking the same thing. Please, allow me to introduce my companions. This is my brother Paulus. The warrior turned noble, clasped arms with Pallas, and exchanged pleasantries. Malseus motioned to the young woman and said, And this is our sister, Sheila. Rezkin bowed and intoned, Lady Sheila, it is most gracious of you to bless us with your stunning presence. He gave her his best smile, the one that women seem to prefer. Sheila blushed as Rezkin brushed a soft kiss across her hand.
Oh, Lord Rezkin, the pleasure is mine, I am sure.
The way she spoke most definitely made it sound like a pleasure.
You are one fine gentleman.
Rezkin bowed slightly again and said, Thank you, Lady Sheila. That means much coming from a lovely lady such as you. Sheila actually giggled as she fanned her face with a lacy hand. Malseus grinned and continued, And this is our good friend, Lord Brant, of House Jarrand. Not having a direct connection to Lord Brant, Rezkin gave him a more formal bow in greeting rather than the familiar one he had used with the Jabais. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Brant, Rezkin stated. If I might be so bold, I would just like to say that I have always admired your mother's artistry." Brandt's brows rose in surprise.
You are familiar with my mother's work?
Of course. Lady Jarrand has a way of capturing the light with a softness that makes one feel as if he is looking upon a dream. It is quite easy to forget that underneath the fantasy lies simple paint and canvas, Reskin remarked.
I'd never really thought of it that way, but you are correct. I can see it now. Which is your favorite?
Brandt asked curiously. I once had the pleasure of looking upon the lilies of the lake. Reskin shifted his gaze to Sheila, and grinned as he mock-lowered his voice conspiratorially. If I did not know any better, I could swear that fairies lived among them, he confided with a wink. Sheila giggled and blushed as she batted her lashes. Raylan, who was standing behind the stunned Frisha and Tam, leaned forward and whispered, "Oh, he's good. I didn't know the tough warrior had that in him."
"Say, Lord Reskin,"
Malcius spoke up.
"is that your magnificent beast?"
Malcius waved a manicured hand toward Pride, who was standing further down the dock. The reins hung limply, brushing the ground in a silent command for the horse to remain where he was. Pride was nearly as opulent as Reskin today. The stallion's black coat was clean and brushed to a shine. The embossed black saddle and black and silver bridle were polished as well. The horse's mane and tail were braided and woven with silver ribbons in a parade style. Why, yes, he is. But please, you may dispense with the title. I am quite sure none of you will forget who I am. Just call me Reskin, although my friends sometimes prefer to call me Rez," the young man said with such confidence it was infectious.
"Yes, quite right, Reskin. Rez, it would please me if you called me Malcius as well,"
the noble replied. Frisha's jaw dropped. Her egotistical cousin never dropped his title, for anyone. No doubt Malcius thought he would look weak and insecure if he insisted on continuing to use his title after Rez's speech. The announcement was followed by a round of permissions by all to dispense with the titles. In only a matter of moments, Reskin had completely disarmed the nobles of their pretentious snobbery, at least as far as he was concerned. "You were speaking of the horse?" Sheila prompted demurely as she batted her lashes. "Yes. Tell us about the stallion," Pallas piped up. "It is massive. I have not seen the like. The only horse I have seen that comes close is Uncle Markham's." "What breed is it? Is it of the Chronolis stock?" asked Brandt. Reskin grinned like he was holding all of the candy. "No, Pallas is quite right. He is a purebred battle charger of the Augmarian line. I call him Pride." The men's jaws were slack as glances darted back and forth between Reskin and the horse.
"But that is the king's stock,"
protested Malcius. Reskin grinned broader as he placed his hands loosely in his pockets and rocked back on his heels in an uncharacteristic display of pride. "Indeed," was all he said. "Speaking of which, it is time I get him rigged so they can haul him aboard. You had best keep your distance. He tends to maim or kill anyone but me." The three male lordlings followed Reskin, but kept their distance, whispering between themselves as he removed the saddle and tack and strapped the horse into the harnesses, readying him to be hoisted aboard the ship. The lords looked like children drooling over their new best friend's amazing toy. Sheila's eyes never left Reskin, and every once in a while he would bend or stoop and her face would flush. Frisha had no idea what Reskin was up to, but if he thought for 1 second that she was going to lose him to Sheila, then he had another thing coming. Once everyone was aboard, they received their berth assignments. Reskin already knew the assignments because he had made them himself. The young warrior assigned himself to share a room with Malcius, while Pallas and Brandt shared a second. For strategic reasons, Reskin would have preferred to place Tam with Brandt, but it would have been considered unseemly for the young lord to share a room with a commoner who was not his manservant. Frisha, Raylan, Sheila, and Sheila's maid Tammy were assigned to share a 4-person berth. Reskin could get away with placing Raylan in the room, since she was the only other female on board. As both officers and nobility, Captain Jimson and Lieutenant Draskin shared a berth, and Tam was left to bunk with Sergeant Millens as commoners. The 4 Jabai house guards shared another 4-person room, while the other servants were placed with the crew. The rooms were small and cramped, since 2 or 3 of the berths could possibly fit into a single average room at an inn. When it came to the confines of a ship, it seemed the nobles preferred privacy over space. Malcius looked around and wondered, "Where are the rest of my belongings?" Reskin laughed. a sound that would have seemed unnatural to anyone who knew him, but sounded genuine and effortless to the unsuspecting lord. I don't know about you, but I would prefer not to sleep on a trunk. Reskin waved a dismissive hand at the two trunks that had been placed at the ends of their respective beds. I believe we only need one in here at a time. The rest are stored in the hold below. If you require something, I'm sure one of those crewmen will be delighted to retrieve it for you. In order to keep up appearances, Reskin was also traveling with several trunks. It would have looked odd for a noble of his unspecified but presumably high standing to be traveling with nothing more than a single pack and saddlebags. So far, no one was willing to risk offending him by questioning his place within the ranks of the nobility. Since the crew had situated their belongings and Reskin had already seen to pride, there was little to do. He and the other passengers found themselves standing on the deck, waiting to depart. The women approached the huddle of young men. All three wore sour expressions, but Frisha and Raylan stood back as Sheila sidled up in exasperation. Malcius grinned and said, "Ah, sister, so nice of you to join us." Sheila batted her lashes at Reskin, to whom she directed her answer.
"Nothing could keep me away,"
she said with syrupy sweetness. Reskin bowed slightly and inquired with a pleasant smile, "Lady Sheila, how do you find your accommodations?" Sheila's composure slipped as she fanned her face with a lacy hand and fluttered her eyes with overly dramatic distress.
"Well, I am sure that little can be done, but it is most disconcerting to be sharing a room with a bunch of commoners."
The disdain with which she said the word commoners made it sound as if she had been assigned a room filled with livestock. Reskin's smile dropped, and he directed an uncertain and disapproving frown in Malcius's direction, while flicking a glance at Frisha. Malcius flushed at the unspoken rebuke. As General Markham's heir, Frisha was due all the respect of the nobility, and to demean her publicly was unbecoming behavior for a lady. Reskin's comportment as a nobleman of the highest standard encouraged Malcius to uphold the standard as well. Malcius cleared his throat as he gave his sister a penetrating look.
"Sister, I'm sure you misspoke."
Sheila was startled by the reprimand and glanced over to see Reskin's disapproving stare. She blushed slightly and replied,
"Oh, yes, I meant a couple of commoners and our dear cousin. Forgive me, Frisha, I meant no offense,"
she said with feigned regret. Frisha rolled her eyes and crossed her arms.
"I'm sure you didn't," she remarked. "I must say, Sheila, I find myself greatly concerned for your well-being," she said,
her brow furrowed with worry. Sheila's eyes widened in trepidation of some unidentified threat.
"Why is that?" "I had not realized your constitution was so delicate that the mere presence of other human beings could render you so senseless,"
Frisha remarked fretfully.
"I worry that this journey could cause you an inordinate amount of stress. Perhaps you should reconsider attending."
Raylan snickered behind her hand as she held back a giggle, but Pallas and Brant burst out laughing. Even Malcius wore a sly grin, which immediately fell when Sheila scowled in his direction. Sheila's face reddened, and she turned her attention to Reskin. He observed the young lady with a somber face, but a glint of laughter in his eyes. Sheila knew the handsome nobleman was watching to see how she would react. The heat slipped from her cheeks as she grinned wickedly. She sidled up to Reskin and wrapped her arms around one of his muscular biceps as she turned to face Frisha. She then gazed up at the young warrior with doe eyes and said sweetly,
"I am sure, dear cousin, that I will be quite well during the trip. From what Uncle Markham said, Reskin here is quite capable. I will be in good hands."
Reskin lifted a brow and cast a feral grin down at the young woman. Frisha was fuming, but felt a shiver crawl up her spine at the look. Reskin appeared as a lion that had just sighted his next prey, and not in a good way. Sheila interpreted the look as a different kind of hunger and smiled suggestively. Malcius cleared his throat just as another sound reached their ears.
"Do not drop that now, and hurry up! We do not have all day, you know,"
said a familiar voice. Frisha and Tam's eyes widened as the late arrivals stomped onto the deck.
"Ah, I did not realize I would have the company of House Jabai. What is this? House Gerrand, too, I see."
Malcius bowed low, as did Pallas and Brant. "Lord Tyrion," Malcius intoned, "I did not know we would be traveling with such esteemed company." His eyes glanced at Reskin, who was mostly blocked by the others. He was pointedly not bowing. Malcius added, "Or rather, additional esteemed company, I should say."
"Additional?"
Tyrion queried with a furrowed brow. His eyes fell on Reskin as the young warrior stepped from behind the other young men. Tyrion's face paled, and his jaw dropped slightly.
"Oh, I see. Lord Reskin,"
he sputtered as he bowed slightly in greeting.
"It is, good to see you again."
Malcius glanced between the two, his interest piqued by the superior lord's strange behavior.
You two already know each other?
He immediately thought better of his question and waved it off.
"Of course you do. Introductions are not necessary."
Reskin greeted Lord Tyrion, wearing the same feral smile from a moment ago, only it looked decidedly more dangerous when directed at the Duke's eldest son. His other prey had arrived. Reskin had seen the Duke's request for passage for his son and had taken it upon himself to assign the young man to their ship. He had also sent a missive to the Duke, in the general's name, explaining the security that was already assigned to the vessel, so Tyrion had not come with his own guard. Since the Duke already had a number of men assigned to the tournament, Tyrion's personal guard would be pooled from them upon his arrival in Scutton. Tyrion and his manservant were to share the final room. It was not inappropriate for a manservant to share quarters with his master when traveling, and contrary to popular belief, many of those who served the upper houses were of lesser nobility. Tyrion's manservant was the fifth son of a minor landless noble. Tyrion gulped as he received the full brunt of Reskin's heated gaze. While Reskin played the amiable, upstanding noble for the others, he kept Tyrion firmly in his place through fear.
"So, Lord Reskin, does this mean your lovely girlfriend is around here as well?"
Reskin's grin lost its edge, and suddenly became as bright and pleasant as it had with the others. He brushed off Sheila's grasp and turned abruptly. With a sweeping motion, he presented Frisha. "Yes, you are quite right. My sweet lady Frisha is attending the tournament as well, escorted by her cousins, of course." All eyes turned to the startled young woman, and she blushed at Reskin's recognition of her as his girlfriend once again. Sheila's jaw dropped.
"She's your girlfriend?"
The young lady's shocked inquiry was accentuated by a shrill whistle and the sudden rocking of the ship as it began drifting away from the dock. On sure feet, Reskin strode over to the stunned Frisha and took her in his arms as he gazed longingly into her eyes. Somehow, the performance did not seem as difficult as he thought it would be. Reskin had spent some of his time in Kybane studying the interactions between men and women. He even attended a few stage performances during the night that were classified as romances. The exchanges seemed strange and foreign, but he was practiced at mimicking behavior, so he was confident he could pull it off. How could I not be completely besotted by this stunning woman? She is a brilliant diamond in the rough. He paused theatrically. Well, I suppose it is not that rough, considering her father is a shrewd and extremely successful businessman. I'm quite sure his acquired wealth exceeds many of the smaller houses, in fact. Not to mention, she is the heir of Lord Markham Jabai. Reskin intentionally referred to the general as Lord and added his family name for emphasis. Tyrion furrowed his brow.
"Really? A commoner has been so successful?"
"Quite," Reskin remarked. "We must not forget, gentlemen and ladies," Reskin said as he bowed slightly toward Sheila and Frisha, "that while the nobility serve as the mind and voice of the kingdom, the commoners are the kingdom's blood. Without them, the kingdom would cease to function." Reskin then grinned smugly. "And I, for one, prefer my blood rich and plentiful." The Duke's son narrowed his eyes suspiciously.
"Yet you would choose to bind yourself to one of common blood?"
Reskin laughed heartily. Frisha and Tam jumped. It was the first time they had heard him laugh, and to their ears it did not quite sound genuine. "Oh, please, Tyrion," Reskin said, waving off the Lord's concern while intentionally dropping his title. "Is noble blood so weak as to be defeated by one commoner parent? Both the Count and General are as strong as any noble can be," he remarked as Malcius and Pallas straightened proudly. "Do not doubt that Lady Teresa is just as formidable and respectable." Frisha jerked her head to stare at Reskin. What did he know of her mother? Reskin stroked his jaw as he mused. "Considering her father's intelligence and success, I would not be surprised to find that he was actually the remnant of a forgotten line from a minor house." Frisha frowned. She knew full well her father did not belong to any noble house, and she was sure Reskin knew it too. All the nobles looked at Frisha appraisingly, as if seeing her for the first time. Reskin was pleased as he observed their contemplations and lightly remarked, It is a shame I have not been able to convince the general to accept my proposal. Sheila's jaw dropped.
You proposed? For Frisha?
She questioned with scorn and disbelief. The young men all scoured Reskin's appearance, trying to process the information. Why would Uncle Markham reject your proposal? Pallas finally asked. He speaks so highly of you. Alas, you have struck on the conundrum that has become the bane of my existence, he said dramatically with a heavy sigh. He shook his head and continued. I can tell you for certain that Markham definitely recognizes his niece's worth. Perhaps he is holding out for someone more active in the court. Perhaps a duke, he mentioned offhandedly, as he waved in Tyrann's direction. The young man shifted uncomfortably, and Frisha blushed furiously. For all I know, he could be holding out for a prince. What I do know is that despite my promises of wealth and power and protection, he continues to deny me. His face fell, and he looked away in heartfelt shame. Frisha placed a hand on his arm as she gazed at him sympathetically with tears in her eyes. She knew that much of what Reskin was saying and doing was an act, but she could see his sincere distress over his rejection. Even Sheila's face softened at the young romantic's plight. Malcius shifted uncomfortably before he remarked, The general is a cunning man, Res. Perhaps he only hopes to test your resolve. Sheila scowled at her brother as she elbowed him in the ribs. Prompted by his aggressive sister, he continued, I'm positive it has nothing to do with you personally, and I'm sure that any house would be elated to join with you. Sheila gave her brother a pointed look, and he added casually, My own included. Frisha sent Malcius a dark look, and he winced as Sheila smiled smugly. Reskin turned back to the group as he gathered his composure. He pretended not to catch Malcius's implication. Yes, you are probably correct, Malcius. He straightened proudly and gripped his doublet over his heart as he said, I shall remain steadfast and determined. The general may yet change his mind. Reskin glanced over at Captain Jimson, who had been standing not far away eavesdropping on the conversation, while presumably reviewing paperwork. The warrior had not informed Jimson of his plans, and Jimson really had no idea what Reskin was up to with this whole charade. The captain recognized a signal when he saw one, though. Reskin's look was his cue to interrupt the conversation. Lords, ladies, now that we are underway, the ship's captain asks that we all meet on the quarterdeck for instructions in safety and ship's protocol. If you would please follow me, Jimson said as he turned and led the way. Captain Krausen spent nearly an hour explaining the layout of the ship, a bit of sailing terminology, and what everyone should do in the case of an emergency. To the men he explained where they should take up positions if the ship came under attack. Being a passenger ship rather than a warship, the Carrack had little in the way of defenses. Most of the space that would be used for weaponry had been designed as quarters for the crew and passengers. The captain explained that there had been no attacks for as long as he had been sailing the Tremedal, but he wanted to be thorough. During his speech, the captain also made it quite clear exactly who was in charge while they were on the ship. Tyrann and Malcius sniffed in disdain, but Reskin piped in with exuberance, assuring the captain that everyone understood the need for certain protocols when on the vessel. Chastened, the young men nodded their assurances as well. In the short time Reskin had been in the presence of the nobles, he had effectively manipulated them into viewing him as the leader. He left open the implication that he was of very high standing without ever divulging his house affiliation, not a small feat among nobles. General Markham's assurances had gone a long way in generating that trust with the Jabais. Reskin wondered just how hard the general choked on his words when he issued such praise. Reskin had successfully cowed the Duke's son through fear during their previous encounter, but the Jabai's assumption of Reskin's superior status encouraged Tyrann to believe the same. Tyrann simply assumed the Jabais knew with whom they were traveling. Gaining control over the traveling party was only one part of Reskin's plan, though. He could have done so through a number of different methods. The easiest would have been to simply state that the general had placed him in command and left them to wonder as to his status in the hierarchy of the kingdom. That would have done nothing to further his second goal, though, which was to aid Frisha. If Reskin could rewrite the opinions of the young nobles of houses Jabai, Gerrand, and especially Nearus, then Frisha would have a much higher chance of being accepted as an equal in high society. If Reskin could not keep Frisha for himself, then he could at least help her make a smooth entrance into society and hopefully have a happier life. Reskin's third goal was to create an acceptable persona for himself. The general was a prime example of how suspicion and fear could turn others against him, and people feared what they did not understand. If Reskin acted as himself, the others on this voyage would be distrustful and could turn against him. He could have played the role of a commoner and been effectively invisible, but then he would have had a difficult time guiding events according to his plans. Most people seemed to want to believe he was a noble, so he decided to let them believe as they wished. Surprisingly, allowing people to believe he had the utmost power and authority was the path of least resistance. Besides, the young warrior would need a strongly defined and accepted persona if his plans for the tournament were to succeed. For the rest of the day, people mingled and chatted. The nobles gossiped about court and courtships. They even invited Frisha to join them when Reskin was not present. Captain Jimson spent some time getting to know his comrades, and the House Jabai Guard kept to themselves playing dice or bones. Tam found a secluded spot near the poop deck to read his book. He was feeling out of sorts. His friends all seemed to fit into some niche, and he did not belong with any of them. Only Raylan was in a similar position, and he was not yet desperate enough to suffer her. Tam knew that Reskin was playing a role, although he still did not understand why. The problem was that Tam was unable to discern how much of what Reskin said was simple acting and how much was truth. Reskin's speech about commoners was both complimentary and patronizing, and Tam did not know how to feel about it. On the surface, Reskin's affable and joyous conduct seemed normal for a sociable noble, but the excessive jubilance and decorum seemed almost neurotic for Reskin. The warrior was typically defined by a solid, stoic presence that incited feelings of safety and stability. When Reskin was around, Tam always felt like everything was under control, even when they were in the midst of chaos. The Lord Reskin simply did not fill him with the same sense of assurance, even though he knew it lay just below the surface. Reskin's almost passionate behavior somehow disturbed him. Raylan was just as aloof as Tam. She seemed particularly uncomfortable around the other women. Frisha had gained points with Raylan when she snubbed Sheila, but now Frisha was spending more time with the nobles, as was Reskin. Raylan was astonished by Reskin's behavior. Never had she imagined he was capable of pulling off such a flamboyant persona. It made her wonder about Reskin's other capabilities, and why he was such a skilled fraudster. Just who was Reskin, really, and could he be useful? Raylan still was not happy that Reskin proposed to Frisha, but she was encouraged by the fact that the deal had failed. She did feel bad for him, but he was a strong man, and he would get over it. Frisha was too weak for a man like Reskin. Raylan could tell that he was put off by women like Sheila, and thought that she, as a warrior, had a much better chance with such a man. If only she could get him away from Frisha long enough for him to see her. Reskin disappeared for a while as he secretly scrambled about the ship. He snuck about the captain's quarters, since the captain was busy on deck. He had already been there before, but he wanted to make sure there was nothing new of which he should be aware. There was not, so he continued with his search. He snuck into each of the guests' rooms and rifled through their trunks, and then went through the mound of useless necessities in the cargo hold. Nothing of immediate import stood out, but he did find a few tidbits that he would file away for later use. 2 of the Jabai house guards had gambling debts they were to pay off by performing some unspecified service while in Scutton. The future Duke, Tyrion, was to attend a clandestine meeting on behalf of his father with a man whose name Reskin did not recognize. Tyrion's manservant, Colton, had a secret lover who Reskin was nearly certain was a man. Sheila was not as innocent as she would have her family believe. She had in her possession 6 parting letters from potential suitors, moaning about how much they would miss her, and 2 actually pleaded for her to meet them for a private rendezvous while at the tournament. When Reskin rejoined the nobles, everyone wanted to know what he had been up to, and how he managed to disappear for so long on a ship. Reskin laughed and said, well, you see, I do enjoy a good voyage as much as the rest of you, but we did have to rise hours before dawn this morning." Frisha arched a brow. She knew full well that Reskin always rose long before dawn. The man was incessantly restless when he was not moving in some fashion. Malcius snickered. "You snuck off to take a nap." Reskin heaved an overly dramatic sigh and uttered, "You may have seen the truth, and I concede. I feel no shame for my absence." Sheila, not deterred by Reskin's intentions toward Frisha, said,
"Oh, I wish you had said so earlier. I might have felt inclined to take a nap as well."
She fluttered her lashes and eyed him suggestively. Malcius scowled.
Sheila, know you no shame?
Brant chuckled.
Whatever vessel held her shame grew so full it shattered. She is no longer capable of carrying any. What would you know of shame, Brant?
Sheila scoffed.
You are a cad.
Better a cad than a—
Ow!
Brant shouted as Malcius stomped his foot under the table. Yes, well, Reskin cleared his throat. It is probably best I found myself in seclusion. Tam tells me I snore quite loudly. Malcius groaned.
And I am to bunk with you?
Reskin shrugged and grinned. Every man must have at least one fault, no?
If that is your only fault, then you are a better man than the rest of us,
Malcius muttered.
Speak for yourself,
said Brant.
I am at a perfection,
he remarked facetiously as he ran a hand through his long, silky hair. Pallas punched Brant in the arm and replied,
Yeah, perfect for using as a practice dummy.
Brant sniffed and said,
You laugh now, but I'm going to beat you in the tournament.
Pallas barked a laugh and said,
You would be lucky to make it into the same tier as me. I placed high enough in the spring tournament,
Brant defended.
Only because most of us were stuck at the field training our uncle insisted upon,
Pallas remarked. Reskin arched a brow. Field training? Brant rolled his eyes and answered,
The general got it in his head that we should all know how to survive in the wild, just in case. Luckily, I got to leave early to participate in the tournament.
Malcius added.
It was supposed to be survival training for young lords, but try telling a bunch of nobles to leave their finery at home. Everyone had massive tents and soft cots, wine and bread and cheese aplenty. It was more like a 3-week social gathering. Uncle Markham was furious.
You were there with the rest of us,
Brant chided. Malcius shrugged.
I admit it. I like my fine things and prefer to live in comfort. Besides, it was ridiculous. When would we ever need such skills? It is not like we go wandering off into the wild. We live in the city, and we travel by ship or in a caravan of coaches and guards with people to see to our needs. I do not see why I need to know how to trap a rabbit or build a fire pit.
Frisha, who had been very quiet up until now, straightened and lifted her chin.
Reskin can do all of those things. He's quite the skilled woodsman.
Reskin gave her a warning glance, but she ignored it and continued.
When we traveled the river before, much like now, she emphasized, we encountered a problem with a massive gang of bandits. We were forced to abandon the ship and travel by land for a week, with not much more than a single pack each. Reskin and the soldiers hunted for food, set up camps, and battled the bandits. Reskin even treated the soldiers' wounds afterward. What do you think you could do if the ship went down and you lost all of your finery?
Mouths were agape all around, and Frisha felt a small satisfaction with the noble's loss of composure. Eyes darted back and forth between Frisha and Reskin. Reskin cocked his head and studied Frisha curiously. It was interesting that when she finally gathered enough courage to speak with conviction, it was to do so in his favor. Malcius recovered first and waved off Frisha's claim.
Yes, but you had the soldiers with you to take care of things, and killing a few bandits can hardly be considered a battle.
Frisha scowled.
There were several dozen bandits and only 6 soldiers. Tam and I had no weapons training at the time, and we were pretty much useless. Reskin was magnificent, though,
she said, as she took a note from Sheila's book and batted her lashes at him. Frisha had not really seen much of the battle, actually. She was too busy trying to keep the panic at bay, her eyes darting in every direction, seemingly all at once. She had picked up bits and pieces of the discussions between the soldiers and Jimson afterward, though. She knew Reskin had been quite impressive, but did not know to what extent.
Besides, she continued, that was only the first time we battled with bandits.
The others were a mixture of confused and impressed, but Tyrion was terrified. He had seen the look of death in Reskin's eyes when they first met in Kybane, and now he knew for certain that Reskin was no stranger to bloodshed. Reskin suddenly laughed boisterously and waved away the serious mood.
You know I can never seem to sit still for long. I'm always picking up some new hobby. I suppose I have acquired an odd assortment of skills here and there. Woodcraft can actually be quite intriguing and relaxing, you know. The general may be onto something, if not for the reasons you think. You can never understand the value of what you gain by depending only on yourself unless you have tried it. Things are different when you do not have servants looking after you. After you dispel such a weakness, I am telling you, the confidence you gain is simply intoxicating.
Malcius raised his brows.
You think having servants is a weakness?
Not having them, needing them, Reskin replied, holding up a finger for emphasis. For me, servants are a luxury, a right of status, wealth and power, but they are not a necessity. I can survive without them if necessary," Reskin stated with smug pride. "I guess I see your point," Malcius replied. He rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably. "To tell the truth, I do not know what I would do if I were put in such a position that I needed to fend for myself. I cannot honestly say that I would survive," he added with a bit of chagrin. Pallas and Tyrion shifted uncomfortably, each knowing they would fail under the same circumstances. Sheila, however, had caught on to a different strand of Frisha's story.
"So, cousin, am I to understand that you travelled for weeks alone with a host of men?"
Her tone was light, but filled with accusation. Frisha lifted her chin and replied,
"That's right. Tam was my escort. He's like a brother to me, and he swore an oath of protection to my father. Besides, Reskin was providing his protection as well."
She left out the fact that she had only met Reskin partway through the journey, and had really known nothing about him.
"Yes, well, Master Tamrin is not your brother. He is not related to you in any way, and the oath of a commoner means nothing to me," she replied with disdain. "Then I suppose I'm fortunate that your opinion means nothing to me," Frisha replied acerbically. "Besides, would you question Reskin's honor as well?"
Sheila huffed.
"Of course not, but it is obvious you have done something to catch his attention. I cannot imagine any other reason he would want someone like you."
Reskin stood abruptly, the chair scraping across the floor. He towered over Sheila with a disapproving gaze. It lacked violence, but held the scorn of a father scolding a child. "Lady Sheila, I take offense to your accusations and slander against my lady's character. Lady Frisha is and has always been a respectable woman, and she should be commended for her bravery and dignity during such trying times. You have made a number of unfounded assumptions. I also take offense in your comments against Master Tamrin, who I have the honor of calling friend. It matters not that you would question his honor, since from what I have seen, you seem to have very little. Unlike you, I actually know Master Tamrin, and I hold his oath in high regard. If you must belittle others to make yourself feel better, then you should do so silently, in your own mind, where only you will suffer from your poison. You will certainly abstain from speaking such vileness in my presence." Reskin held out his hand and said, "Come, Frisha. Please join me on deck for some fresh air." If you have enjoyed this audiobook, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible, so we know we're bringing you audiobook